Hello. 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 Yes. 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 Hello. Yes. 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 Hello. Yes. 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 Hello. Yes. 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 Hello. Yes. 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 All right. What else? No, I gotta share it, right? Oh, I see. Now this is good. That always happens. Okay. And then here, copy link address, and then we're gonna put that in where? In where? Where? LinkedIn. Gotta go back to LinkedIn. You know why, right? We gotta go back to LinkedIn because how am I gonna let a broken link stay up? People are gonna think I'm unprofessional. All right. They're not gonna want to support me. All right. Okay, okay, okay. All right. Okay. Okay, let me go back here. Right, right, right. Ah. Okay, what was I looking at before? All right. No. Yes. No. Yes. No. Oh man. Okay, wait. Okay, there. All right. Post. Okay. And make sure that my other post was deleted. Okay, great. Okay, good, good, good. Bueno, bueno. Bueno, bueno. Okay, good, good, good. Bueno, bueno. Okay, good, great. Okay. All right, good, finally. All right. So, you know what this calls for? A celebratory bong hit after all that. And I've been taking one in a long time. And by a long time, I mean about several hours. Um, I I apologize in advance for my jaw. I'm gonna hope it behaves, but you know, we'll just take things rolling. You know, okay. Look, I could stand up and take a bong hit. Haha, see? I wonder if I should use the OBS screen instead. Oh, like why not both? Okay. Finally. Weed is something you could just keep postponing it. You know, it's not gonna really matter. Not like you're gonna start crapping yourself. Or... Can't look back. Right. Give you guys a view. No. Street health. Sure. The audio stream is what you talking about? What do you mean the audio stream is low? What you talking about? What do you mean the audio stream is low? What you talking about? What do you mean the audio stream is low? What you talking about? Is everything fine? Is everything fine? Is everything fine? You let me crucified. I can't look back. I lick my wounds with pride. I just want to get a couple of or a few bowls in. I don't have to do so for a while. Really nice thing about cannabis is the fact that it's fat soluble. That sticks in your fat. That's actually a good thing because that's what makes it uh, not have extreme withdrawal symptoms. Because as it stays in the fatty tissue, it dissipates in the body much more slowly. Um, Something like dope is water soluble, and so you'll start getting withdrawals within a day. But no drug, I don't know if you can even hear me there. No drug can can kill you if you stop taking it, except for one, and that's alcohol. And related, benzodiazepines and all that, but essentially alcohol, and that's something if you're on just dope and you're kicked into the habit and you're withdrawing, you're just gonna feel very sick, you know. feel like almost like a really bad flu. But if you're withdrawing from Xanny, uh, it it's like, well, think about it, right? You're taking a drug that's supposed to quell your anxiety, and when you're withdrawing from it, you have no ability to quell the anxiety. And so what happens to the anxiety? It just goes more and more, because what happens is, um, it's in it, normally when you take the Xanny, it reduces the amount of electrical activity, like reduces your brain activity overall. Um, it mutes it to a degree. Alcohol does this too. The reason why we have chemicals in our own brain naturally to do that is because those are called inhibitory neurons, and so excitatory neurons are the opposite. And if you have no GABA, or what Xanny increases in the brain, if you have no GABA there, the excitatory neurons just keep going and going and going, get more and more until you start, having a seizure. And you could imagine, so you're having anxiety, which is related to the increased brain activity, and there's no ability or manner for you to be able to quell it. And that's terrifying. Alrighty then. I could say that Jim Carrey is probably one of the greatest comedic actors. It's just sad to see all these Hollywood celebs that live in their little bubbles be so misled. I'm so glad I don't know what that feels like to not know, you know, to not have grown up in a poor neighborhood, or whatever you say, inner city, ghetto neighborhood, whatever. Where I grew up, 2 blocks from there was it basically is the one street in New York City that is the most dangerous, and it's basically, I'll let you find that on your own, but um, it's essentially a one way, and there's like more murders there than anywhere else. Might not be the case anymore, but it was. Growing up, when I was really young, I had to sleep sometimes, some nights, in a bathtub, uh, because the bathroom has the smallest window, and it's usually and the bathtub can protect you the most from a ricochet bullet, because many people in the past have been, sleeping soundly in their bed, and some gangbangers are shooting at one another, and one of the bullets ricochets off of the wall or the floor, and heads inside the room, the bedroom, through the window, and either hits them directly or ricochets again off the wall and then hits them. And so when some nights you would hear gunfire, and so you knew that, okay, this is probably a night that you gotta sleep in the bathtub. But there was one person who stopped all that, or one mayor that basically brought an end to that. That was Mayor Giuliani. So that's why I have a lot of respect for him, even though, there's a 9/11 connection, uh, predominantly, why is it that he, who was it that called him a few minutes before the towers came down to tell him to leave the command control center inside of building 7? Uh, you know, the collapse is supposed to be was supposed to be an unpredictable event that no one could have foreseen. That's the official story, and yet someone calls Giuliani to tell him to leave the building because the tower's about to come down. And again, I'm not even saying that Giuliani had anything to do with it, or intentionally. He may have just been, I mean, he was shepherded around the whole day by the then police chief. I forget his name now. Later, I think, like a couple of years later, like a few years later, or several years later, sorry, like in 2006 or 7, he was arrested for corruption. I know you can't see my face because I'm thinking like, okay, I'm about to sit down, but I never get to sit down because I just keep going, and that's the dopamine flow. Just like my jaw keeps going, going. It never ends. It never ends. I never said that it never ends. It never ends. Never ends. I got nobody watching because it never ends. It never ends. Ba-da-ba-ba-ba. I'm loving it. Now, YouTube, you don't know anything, YouTube. Telling me my stream is excellent, but then telling me I need an audio bit rate or whatever. Like, chill the fuck out. Right? I chill the fuck out. By the way, this lovely thing right here, right? This right here is Solidus Snake from the game Metal Gear Solid, technically, or specifically Metal Gear Solid 2. Although he was in Metal Gear Solid 1, but very minor role, or at least not, like, it was only like a couple of lines or something. Yeah. But that's him in Metal Gear Solid 2, and it's just fucking badass. And of course, you got the 13 stripes, just like our flag. But why did I pick him? I actually have an article on my different medias on why I have him as my official mascot. And that's because the guy wasn't a villain; he was an anti-villain. So it's kind of like the you know kind of like the same thing as an anti-hero, but in the form of a villain instead. So whereas an anti-hero is basically a protagonist that is doing bad things, but you identify with them. So like Tony Soprano, or what was the other one I just had in my head? Yeah, what had him? I had another character in my head and I can't remember it. But yeah, something like a Tony Soprano or another anti-hero. Yeah, Bonnie and Clyde, right? Um, and so anti-villain is someone who's basically in the guise of the villain, but they're essentially not trying to be a villain. So that's another way to put an anti-hero. Essentially, someone who only circumstantially is the protagonist. But essentially, they're not virtuous or anything. So anyway, so Solidus is like that, and basically, even though he has pretty questionable methods, he's essentially trying to destroy the Illuminati. All right, I have one more. Oh, shit. I have one more bowl. I was wondering, should I save it for later? Nah. It's one thing I like about cannabis, although I don't know if it's the case, but it feels like it, that the more you take, the more that's absorbed. Interestingly, cocaine is like that, where the more you do at a single, let's say in a single line, the more you're the more of it that will be absorbed into the bloodstream. So it goes from like a third to like almost like a half uh, percent by bioavailability. And when you take like a huge dose of cannabis, it just feels like it lasts for a lot longer than if you had the comparable. I mean, look, I get it. It's more of a dose, but it just doesn't feel like comparable in terms of it's way more than it should be. But anyway, what do I know? I'm just a stoner. I'm a stoned scholar, and that's one thing that I am, scholar, that I could say very confidently and defy anyone who says otherwise. As you'll see eventually, in time, I've been doing lots of research on what America is and what American exceptionalism means and what is America's place in the world. Is it just like another country, or is it a country that is fundamentally different from every other country that came before it in a way that it there's a radical change. It's not just like superficially or cosmetically the same, or I'm sorry, different. Uh, Instead, it's radically different. It's ontologically different, metaphysically different, and ultimately, it's what I believe is one of the main instruments that will, in time, bring back Christ. I love a bong, almost like a natural dab or something. Ugh. By the way, I've only done 2 dabs my whole life. I want to do more, but I've only done 2. I barely even eat weed. I just, ordinary, bud. The quote unquote land race strains. And I say that facetiously. Okay. So, I'm gonna go over. I'm gonna have some prompts from Twitter, but before that, you got a hang 10, right? Okay. Yeah. So there's some prompts on Twitter that we'll go over, and that'll be good. That'll be fun. But before that, I just want to kind of have a little soliloquy, and I just want to make sure I use that word right. Like it means what I think it means. Okay. Does it mean? What does it mean? The act of talking to oneself. Oh shit! Actually, more accurate than I thought it was. A poem, discourse, or utterance of a character and a drama, shit, that has the form of a monologue or gives an illusion or gives the illusion of being a series of unspoken reflections. But the act of talking to oneself, I actually, I should totally use that as like a name for a podcast, like something soliloquy, like scholarly soliloquy or something like that. Well, I gotta. Okay, oh, wait, you guys can't see that yet. Um, I told you my jaw would behave, but I'm sorry. Soliloquy. I'll put it this way. Boom. All right. Come on. Save, 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 save. Why don't you save? Why don't you save? Please save. Come on and save. You know, seeing how much my jaw is going, and how much it's almost out of my control, the more I respect uh, Alex Jones, because he definitely has taken the speed. Like I said, no hard feelings. I mean, you know, there's a lot in common there. Um, so yeah, let's put this over here. All right. And when I try to smile, sometimes like this, I feel like I got nerve damage because my cheeks just start like pulsating. Like it's like when I try to hold it. But, anyway, that's enough of my facial oddities. Okay. Can you tell I took some bowls? By the way, here there's like a large contingent of the new generation of adults. You know, those right now that are 18 to 25. And I heard some stuff. I don't know how accurate it is or how widespread it is, but that there's a significant large number of um, a significant large number of these of this age cohort that basically does nothing but like smoke weed all day and doesn't want to work or do anything. And you know, I, I get it. You know, um, I mean, I wasn't like that when I was their age, but I get it. My friend was like that. You know, he was just. I remember once he was like, "Man," like it was maybe like a year or two out of high school. He was like, "Man, you know, I just want to, you know, just smoke weed and make music." You know, Like he had no other interests, and I was telling him like, man, go into music, but yeah, he didn't want to. But whatever, maybe that would have been bad. Maybe he would have ruined his love for music if he pursued that. Anyway, um, and so shit. What was I saying about cannabis now? Why did I bring up this guy? Uh, oh, right. These kids. So, or the youngest adults, right? Um, what they need to what they need is not someone to tell them to drop everything and stop everything, but you gotta give them good reasons for things, right? You can't expect someone to do something if they don't have a good reason for it. And just because they have a reason doesn't mean it's a good reason. It could be a completely lousy reason. It could be a reason that would, you know, bring trauma to someone, or a reason that uh, makes, it's flimsy, doesn't hold up to scrutiny. That's why I love Jesus Christ. I forget which gospel. I think it might be Matthew, but um, it's the parable of the sower, of the seed sower, and it's honestly it's one of my favorite because it just encapsulates exactly the four kinds of people that there are in terms of making good decisions or knowing what's right and all that stuff. And so Christ said, you have the sower, and when he throws the seed, it lands in one of five places. And so the first one that lands is on good soil. And so it grows up healthy and strong, deep roots, right? The second one grows up in shallow soil or like rocky soil. And the idea, what happens there is it basically gets scorched by the sun immediately because its root structure is so shallow, and the rocky soil, and it's just hot, so it doesn't grow at all really. It just grows a little bit and then just withers and dies. So basically in this sense you could think of someone who doesn't have good soil, and what that means is they're in, well, there's a big debate about this, but ultimately they're in a bad situation, probably that they didn't choose, but ultimately they made a decision, and they could always make the right decision until the final day for them, but otherwise they could make the right decision, but regardless they made the wrong decision. uh, and crap. Where's it coming from? Forgot where I was. Oh, yeah. You gotta give him reasons for things. And yeah, that's where I was, but I forgot like the local area. Okay, so yeah, so there's you gotta give people reasons for things, and you can't expect them just to do things because you tell them to do it or because you think it's obvious that it should be done. You have to explain it. And this Gen Z being so like this, and also being very anti, or not anti, what's the word? Um, uh, being anti-America and hating on America. Something like 70 or 80% of them, think America is a bad place, and that our founders are bad people, ultimately, which is ridiculous, because that founding generation was some of the most bravest, honorable, uh, virtuous people that ever lived. Many of them are just shy, or not just shy, but The only one that's, for some of them, the only one that's more virtuous is Jesus Christ. Oh, it's giving this parable of the sower. Um, so yeah, the first two I gave, right? So rocky soil and the good soil. And so like I said, rocky soil just, basically implies that you're in a bad environment, but for some reason you've made a bad decision. And so that's, ultimately the case. The third group is basically the asphalt. So this is just like there was no chance, there was no hope. And again, we I don't believe we know for sure if that is a, deterministic thing or something about just the conditions, Molinism, right? That God knows what you would have done, and you're in a situation that you would have never, gone to him or accepted him or what have you. So so that's just the asphalt, right? Because basically the seeds fall on the asphalt on the road, and they're just immediately eaten up by the birds, right? So it's just there's no chance. And the last one that people that I know personally would fit into, I think, maybe not, but it's basically the one where there is good soil, but there are thorns that choke it. So even though it's growing well and healthily, there's these thorns that are around it for whatever reason, and they're basically constricting it and, hurting it, not allowing it to be to have a, to reach maturity, to reach its full potential, or at least a higher potential. um, and this is essentially an analogy for um, your hangups in a way, or your vices, in the sense that you know what's the truth, you get it, you understand it, but because you're so beholden to those things, those passions, you know, um, carnal passions, let's say, or selfish endeavors. You're so beholden to that you can't, your heart is there. Your heart won't be with Christ. You love you love yourself, you love selfishness more than anything else. And again, I don't know why that's the case for people. I like to think it's the result of many decisions that have been made, but it's we don't know for sure. But ultimately, what I am sure of is that people make decisions, and that to make a decision, it's conscious, and or people make decisions. That's what I know, and also that they make decisions for reasons, and that those reasons have to be robust and understandable, or agreeable, you know. Um, and so, what I call neo traditionalism is essentially uh, a, a a an adoption of traditionalism that's relevant to, the subject, um, to the given, area, or the given group, uh, but traditionalism with the intention, or with the proviso of um, giving the reasons for things. So, for too long, people have just considered like the wisdom that was passed down, it is just unquestionable, right? And that's not the case anymore. And there's a simple reason why. So back in the day, it was very easy to die. Someone could die, in the blink of an eye, on an or in ordinary situation. But as time gets, furthers on, especially after America was founded, and in America, there was a rapid change that brought up the standard of living, so that more and more people, basically, it became harder and harder to die, or less likely that you would just die from, there's cures, there's ways of, avoiding certain injuries and things of, that infections of the past that, were common. Basically you have a way around that. Doesn't mean, you're immortal, but you're a lot more, uh, you know, you've covered a lot of ground in terms of, solving these age old medical issues, albeit creating new ones, but that's not, it's not necessarily the case. So, um, and so crap, it's almost like walking a tightrope, Um, um, at least I know I'm gonna do a soliloquy. I could actually replay myself. Huh? Let me do that. I could actually replay myself. Huh? Let me do that. Mm. Oh, look at my jaw go. Fuck. Um, my jaw. At least I know I'm gonna do a soliloquy. I broke my jaw in three places. But that's not, it's not necessarily the case. So, um, and so oh, crap. Oh man, the case. So, uh, so that doesn't mean you're immortal, but you're a lot more, a lot of ground in terms of that's where I was at. Okay, so I was saying, as time goes on, especially after the Revolution, American Revolution, you have an amelioration. So as time goes on, you have an amelioration, especially it's sped up after the Revolutionary War of Independence, and this this amelioration um, makes life easier. It's not that you're more likely not to die. It becomes easier and easier to avoid dying. Um, so types of death that were somewhat unavoidable, or you had to face head on, and hope for the best. We have basically ameliorated those. We've gotten rid of them, for in a sense. Again, with the keeping in mind that we created more sedentary and other kinds of long-term or chronic diseases. Anyway, so that no, I haven't. No, I haven't. Um, no, fuck, I fucking have it right there. Um, oh crap. Come on. Oh, uh, America. Oh, okay, I got it back. I came back. So the fact that it becomes easier and easier to live, right, is essentially causing people to not trust the wisdom of the past, right? Because again, before, it was so easy to die, and you if that was the tried and true way, if that was the way your ancestors and your parents and grandparents did it, and they survived, you did that. But now we've basically gotten rid of that, and we've made life more easier to live, and so people are in a position where they're more likely to judge and want good reasons for adopting certain legacy norms, um, things that have been passed on that were just taken for granted. Now they're questioning it. I mean, you see that evidently with gender and sex and all that. So uh, yeah, uh, you need to give reasons, and that's the issue with these kids, and that's the way forward. Is you have to give good reasons, and if you believe there aren't any, you just know the right, then you're not thinking hard enough. You have to understand that, especially if you believe in God, that the world makes sense and that things are orderly, and there's a logos or a logic to things. And so if that's the case, the things that God wants us to do are going to have good reasons. And you might say, essentially, what is reason, or, or a reason? Um, Essentially, a reason is a merger, or a yoking, a bringing together of a set of means and ends. So you're basically taking some goal and some way of getting to that, accomplishing that goal, and you're marrying them, you're bringing them in union, and that's what reason is. So it's not like you just, you know, you know what you're doing, but you know how to get there. Or I'm sorry, it's not just you know where you're going, or where no, it's not just that you know where you're going to go. It's about how you're going to get there as well. Um, so you got to give good reasons for the things that you, and if you don't have any, and you've just been, you know, going off of the, the normativity and all that, that's going to break down. Just the whole, confidence in the fact that everyone else is doing, that's breaking down. Social media has done that uh, quite effectively. So you need to give those reasons, and if you don't know, you got to discover them. You got to find them out, because otherwise you're going to lose these legacy norms, and some of them should be lost because they were basically born in ignorance, or superfluous, or whatever, or just, or were circumstantial, but many of them are good. And when you bring God into it, you realize that there are things that he wants. And that's why, I get mad when people talk about Christian nationalism or whatever. There really is no such thing as Christian nationalism, I mean, and all these people that want to like assume state power to glorify Christ, or to uh, to make our institutions non-secular, um, all for the, all for Christ and stuff. I ask them one question: why didn't Christ assume state power while on earth? No, it's fascinating. It's absolutely fascinating to read parts of the Bible, like I forget, I think it's in John, probably 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, somewhere around there. And essentially it's about these messengers, or these not, I'm not sorry, not messengers, kind of like disciples of John, the very man who baptized Jesus. And basically they go to meet Jesus, as he's there healing people and such. And they ask him, listen, Christ, or listen, Jesus, um, we think what you're doing is great, and you're a cool guy and all that stuff, but are you sure you're the Messiah? Are you sure? And that, when I read that, that threw me through a loop, because that's exactly what would have happened. That kind of weird, embarrassing thing of, the man who brought the Holy Spirit down, or he didn't do it himself, but he basically ushered that in, making the way, making the path, right? The one who baptized, who in doing so initiated the ministry of Jesus Christ. That John was unsure that Jesus was the Messiah because he and many other Jews did not expect the Messiah to be some guy healing people. They believed the Messiah would be like a warrior that would bring with an army to destroy, the Romans, and secure Jerusalem, or take it back or whatever, and that wasn't the case at all. And so what you realize is heaven is not a place where we get zapped and we're just like good people all of a sudden, or perfect or something like that. It's we will have glorified bodies in heaven, but you're going to grow into that. We're going to grow into that. And so essentially we become better people, more Christ-like. And as we, go further and shed those things that were wrong and stuff, obviously not all at once, but, in gradations, shedding, eventually there'll be a point where, or a tipping point at least, where enough of us will be good enough, or not, maybe good is not the right word, but not evil enough to allow Christ to come back to the world. Because if Christ came back now, people would probably, hurt him, put him on trial, blame him for all these things, and also a lot of the governments will won't let him be free. They'll probably put him in solitary confinement, or at least like lockdown stuff, like holding him in, imprisoning him, not letting him be free and walk around. I believe that for sure, if that was the case, if he came back today. So we're not ready at all, but we've been getting better, and that's called post-millennialism. And when I first looked at all the eschatologies, eschatology was probably the last thing I looked at, in terms of Christian faith, and understanding the doctrine. And I always said, well, Christ says no one knows the day or the hour or what have you, so there's not much for me to look into it. But lately I've been realizing that might be a little misguided, because I don't know when it's going to happen, but I may have an idea of why it will happen, even though I don't know when that why will ever come. Like, I don't know the limit. I don't know like the amount of goodness, or non-evil, or whatever, to get to that point, to that tipping point. But I still understand the nature of the process, and so realizing eschatology, and I know my jaw's not behaving, but eschatology, I know, is I started developing it, the ideas, my beliefs for it, and the what do you call it? When I first looked at the three, right, pre, post, and millennial, the one that intuitively, that when I first saw, I was like, oh, that's it, and that, almost like a reflex. I just looked at it, it's like, oh, that's it. But then I was like, questioning myself. But that the one that I was post millennialism, and it was because the idea was that we're bringing in the millennium, and then Christ comes at the end of it, and looking at the church age, right? Basically, what the church, how it's been created, and what it's done to the world, and what it's the way it's ultimately been a net positive, ameliorating many things, and we wouldn't have America, we wouldn't have a revolution if it wasn't for the first Great Awakening. That instance of religion and spirituality and identity religious and spirituality helped carve an identity, develop one that would be unified in a sense against, and separate from the British, the crown and such. And this isn't some crackpot idea by a guy who has his jaw broken in 3 places. This is something that's many historians and scholars of the academy have admitted or written about. Okay, so let's see. Oh wow, it's so long ago. I just think it's funny when someone likes your tweet or your post of some kind that's like several years old. It happened to me the other day. Someone on YouTube liked the comment that was like 9 years old. I was like, wow. I mean, I think, no, that's around the time, that I began graduate school. First time around. All right. So yeah, let's bring in the take my ugly face off the thing. No, I'm just kidding. My face isn't ugly. Oh yeah, let's do that. Let me show you why this guy is my mascot. Can't be that old. Okay. Here it is. Uh-oh. Wait, where is it? Solidus. So let me just bring this in then. Hold on. Okay, put that there. Alrighty. So let's bring me down. Bring me down. You ready? Boom. No, wait. Okay. Alrighty. So reason why I have a gentleman up there is because he's an anti-villain, which is the opposite of an anti-hero, a character whose heroic goals and personality traits and or virtues who is ultimately the villain. A character with heroic goals. Okay, sorry, not who's. Their desired ends are mostly good, but their means of getting there range from evil to undesirable. Alternatively, their goals may be selfish or have long-term consequences that they don't care about. But they're good people who might even team up with the hero if the goals don't conflict. So check this out. This is what he believed in.
All you want is power at any cost.
Jack, it's not power I want.
All you want is power at any cost.
Jack, it's...
Making sure you guys can hear that. So yeah, look, see that? Power at any cost. He's like, it's not power. It's like, what? And it's like, well, who could you be influenced by? Who could be your role model? Who could be the person you look up to that you would say that something like that? I'm not looking for power. It's not power I want. Well, we'll see.
Cost.
Jack, it's not power I want. What I wanted to take back from the Patriots are things like freedom, civil rights, opportunities. The founding principles of this country. Everything that's about to be wiped out by their digital censorship. Jack, listen to me. We're all born with an expiration date. No one lasts forever. Life is nothing but a grace period for turning the best of our genetic material into the next generation. The data of life is transferred from parent to child. That's how it works.
Life. If GW could turn a broken child soldier into Solid Snake through a convenient fantasy, it could shape the entire world in any way it wanted, just through coddling the masses and feeding them what they wanted to hear. That's why S3 actually stands for Selection for Societal Sanity. They don't only want to regulate information that threatens their control of the country, they want to manipulate information to create a false version of reality that people would find more palatable, therefore molding the minds of humanity. This way they can shepherd them to a future they see fit. From their perspective, the masses have proven they aren't capable of advancing society themselves, and the burgeoning internet is just another roadblock towards progress. Now can you see why Solidus hates them? He wants to stop the Patriots from doing to the whole world what they just did to you. Erasing not only freedom under the law, but free will itself.
Jack, it's not power I want. What I wanted to take back from the Patriots are things like freedom, civil rights, opportunities. The founding principles of this country. Everything that's about to be wiped out by their digital censorship.
How ironic this would all take place on April 30th, the day George Washington was inaugurated. And how ironic too that the force of censorship aiming to erase the principles the country was founded on would be called GW as well. This battle is the crossroad that determines the future of the country and the world. Does Solidus succeed in rebelling against the Patriots, freeing his fellow man, or will a new precedent of even greater control be established by them? This whole game you were led to believe Solidus had nefarious goals, but in reality it was a love for his country and what it stood for that influenced his decision to take action against the injustice he saw firsthand as the president. Though Solidus appears the oldest of the three clones, he's actually the youngest, but suffers from an even greater case of accelerated aging than his brothers. He doesn't have much longer in this world, but at the very least he wants to leave behind a legacy. Unable to produce a child due to being a clone, he instead wants to be remembered for his actions. He wants to do something good so that he can leave his mark on history, proof that he existed and proof of what he believed in. Though he served as the president, he was nothing more than a tool for the Patriots, and they've gone to great lengths to sweep his existence under the rug. He won't allow them to do that to him or anyone else. Solidus will free his fellow Americans and show them the reality that the Patriots have denied them. Then he'll allow them to choose the future and their destinies themselves.
All I want is to be remembered by other people, by history. The Patriots are trying to protect their power, their own interests, by controlling the digital flow of information. I want my memory, my existence to remain. Unlike an intron of history, I will be remembered as an exon. That will be my legacy, my mark in history. But the Patriots would deny us even that. I will triumph over the Patriots and liberate us all. And we will become the Sons of Liberty!
Now his only choice is to kill Raiden, since his only lead on the Patriots is contained in the nanomachine circulating within his body. But Raiden can't
I'll get used to that. Um, yeah. Anyway, so let's do some Twitter. Put that there. Yeah. So let's go through this shit. Let's see what we have. Okay.
We don't party doesn't understand what the Republican Party doesn't understand about Gen Z is we don't like you. You claim you want to appeal to Gen Z, but you call us stupid, you say we're dumb, you say we're indoctrinated. I promise it's a losing strategy. And Gen Z is watching the Republican Party extremely closely as they destroy our environment, take rights away from women, do nothing about kids being shot in schools, and if they think they can give the middle finger to our generation and get away with it, they're sorely mistaken. What the Republican
Yeah, I mean, it's pretty obvious they're operatives. I mean, look how well polished they are. So, one way, and there are many different techniques like this in general that I, in time, will disclose, that I've developed or reverse engineered or come across or whatever you want to call it. So, one of the telltale signs of propaganda, right, or of a propagandist, is usually they're very well polished so that there's no ambiguity in what they say. They say it clearly. They say it with, it's there's just no, how people normally, when they say something, they don't put much thought into it, and it could be interpreted in different ways. The propagandists have thought this through, obviously. And so they do everything to make sure that you get a single message, neat, packaged, ready to go. And that's the telltale sign, because people, when they're normally talking, like let's say what I'm doing right now, I don't think about exactly how everyone else will see it or polish it up to make it more like add like marketing to it or PR. I don't do that. But when you see people that are like that, especially if they claim to be ordinary people, then that's going to be sound bites of the soul. High in sodium. Are you my Periscope friend? Or we just spoke on Twitter? If you're not, then that's that's fine. I just said I'm trying to figure it out. I'm assuming, right? That's what I thought. Thanks for stopping in or by or whatever. Stopping, whatever. Yeah. So I just been talking about all this shit. Yeah, I'm all right. My jaw won't behave. My jaw won't behave. So it's going to, by the end of this night or stream, I'm gonna have broken my jaw in like 3 places, or just at least dislocated it, because of, that's what, the more it happens, the more I respect Alex Jones, because, sometimes it slips up, but he holds it well. And I think it takes quite a bit, nothing against that at all. But yeah, so it's a little, but otherwise, I hope people can see through that. I know. I mean, you think it's well, whatever. If it's too distracting, then it'll be a spectacle. Also, that happens to me. Like I could take my ordinary dose, prescribed or whatever, and if I take caffeine on top of that, this happens, and that's what I did say, because I worked out and I take caffeine before, and I take it in pills, caffeine mixed with L-theanine. It's the best thing ever in terms for focus and for making the caffeine much smoother and last longer. Although you don't get the rush that people like, but it's a lot smoother. It's not as energetic, but it lasts a lot longer. It's just great for, like, let's say if you have to go to a class or something, or sit and listen to someone like me talk. It's and it's cheap. L-theanine and caffeine is really cheap. L-theanine on its own is really good too. If you take, like, half a gram of it or something, it makes you feel really calm and somewhat creative. You're too kind with your take there. You're too kind. I appreciate it. Yeah. How's the sound? Because I bought. I didn't buy an XLR mic. So just a USB mic, but supposedly it's supposed to be one of the better ones because it has this software component. So I spent all this time trying to do all the levels correctly, so I could get it. I don't know about that. That's that falls flat. That's like the equivalent of, like, what are those? But, like, for an opinion. Of course, I wasn't thinking about that. Of course, fucking Google's just taking everything I say and just taking it all in. It's like, oh, he talks about his jaw, and then, like, and I'm sure they got my periscopes and everything. Actually, I lost all my periscopes. The other day I got an email saying, if you want to save them, go and export them. And I forgot why I didn't do it, or I don't know if I didn't do it or if I couldn't do it. I forget, but they're all gone now. So, but it is what it is. You know what I mean? It is what it is. I got the camera and everything all in the same brand. El Gato, and yes, one of the reasons I got it was because it's literally Spanish for the cat. El Gato. I really don't like Elon. I don't. I never did. Do you remember? I mean, did you watch me in 2018? What I was saying about Elon back then? Because I had a few periscopes about him. Sure, I guess now gone. But I had a few periscopes I did about him, and possibly not. Maybe you started watching me before that, but what do you call it? I had I basically called out Elon Musk, back in, I think it was like 2018 or 2019, and I called him out for being the Antichrist. And I said that back then. I said that because he was too many people from different sides appealed to him, and it felt, for at least back then, it felt like nobody disliked him, or at least in any significant number. And I felt like that was too weird. And now, I'm a post millennial, so I don't believe in one supposed ruling antichrist. I think there are many antichrists, and there are many throughout history, and they're just basically people that are trying to thwart the whole plan of the post millennial plan, basically ameliorating all the evil in the world, making the world a better place to live in, so that at some point, and who knows what, we can't know what point it will be, but at some point, after making the world much better place, as we have for the last 2,000 years, and especially since America has been founded, making it a lot better place for the whole world. Once that hits a certain point, which again we don't know, we're going to Christ will come back. And so Christ is not going to go and come back. Oh, you left. Oh, well, that's sad. All right, whatever. Well, it's what do you call it? I think you left, but I'll just just keep talking anyway. Um, uh, Christ, if he came back today, would be like killed or arrested, and put on trial, um, accused of crimes and stuff like that, for sure. Especially if he went back to, like, Jerusalem. So the post-millennialism is basically paving that way for him. And it's so funny because in the Bible, it says how no, but he warns about them in a very disingenuous and uh, uh, cunning, or it's like, it's propaganda. It's essentially, it's trying to get you to think a certain way. It's very similar to Yuval Noah Harari, who, when he gets called out for all the crap he says, no, I'm just warning people, even though talks, he's talking to the crowds of the people that supposedly are the one, he's the ones he's speaking against. And when when Noah Harari, whatever, is talking about the ark, I don't know if you've seen that, when he talks about that the elite will have to create the ark, and we are going to be on the ark, and basically that we're going to recreate the world or humanity from some cataclysm, climate change, great flood or whatever, and the elite will have their high tech ark that will basically survive with all the good parts of civilization, right? Um, so Harari says that out of one side of his mouth, and then says, no, I'm just trying to warn people about it. It's like, no, you're literally talking to those same people that that you say are the ones that are going to do that, this elite group, right? And they love him, by the way. He gets like fucking tons of applause and stuff like that, right? But shit, I wasn't talking about him, but someone else. Oh crap. Oh no, Elon, that's right. So fuck, now I forgot what I was saying to begin with. I forgot who the fucking other person was. It was Elon and somebody else. Fuck. Damn it. Well, whatever. So I said Elon is the Antichrist. And yeah, I mean, oh, okay, I was talking about, was I talking about the propaganda? No, I already did that already. But yeah, so Elon is just can't be trusted, you know. Um he's basically, oh, that's what I was saying. I was like that he frames the problem of AI. No, I mean, so you always got to reflect on what he did for us, right? Um, but we have the way he brings up the problem of AI is okay. I was talking about Neuro Harari, whatever, and how he does the same thing, where basically he they bring up the problem, the issue, but they frame it in a very peculiar way that basically not endorses, but encourages or instills unconsciously certain assumptions, because once you agree with the statement, those assumptions come with it, and you basically unconsciously adopt the assumptions. And so when Elon Musk says AI is uh, AI is dangerous, not because it could be used as a powerful tool, like let's say to crack passwords or something, right? Um, or to create deep fakes and mess stuff up, with the news and whatnot. Um, no, he doesn't say that. He says it will become much more smarter than humans, and that it will surpass human not or human intelligence. This is complete BS. If not for any reason, we barely understand what intelligence is. We know it's problem solver. What is that? What's doing that, right? Some genes they don't really know. We even know how consciousness is created, and so to believe that an AI can become sentient, that it could see, oh, I exist, is ridiculous, because you're only creating, what was that? You're only creating what do you call it? Sound like my phone farted. You're only creating a tool for a particular thing. See, AI is not superhuman. AI does things. It's just a form of learning, and what it is stuff that we rather not do, like a lot of menial, like repetitive stuff. That AI does great, and that it learns. That's basically what for the most part, it learns. It basically does things and says, "Oh, here are patterns," and then it uses and it does this with like statistics and stuff to see those patterns and almost like a regression line, and then follow that and update it and such. That's all. There's no self there, There's this. Well, that's what they believe. It'll be like how, but it's not going to be like that. It is it's a misconstrued problem, right? Because the real problem is that this stuff could be used to like I said, like crack people's passwords or create fake media that's very convincing. But instead, they're saying that it's this thing is going to become alive. It's going to be sentient. It's not going to want to turn. You won't be able to turn it off. It's going to stop you. It's going to kill you in your sleep. It's going to take over the control grid, and and chooses who lives and who dies. And it's not. That's just ridiculous. It's like pure fantasy. And if you believe that's the case, one, you're looking at the wrong problem. So the real problem goes unabated. But more importantly, you take the assumption that one, that robots can have human intelligence or reach it, or that we understand it enough for that to happen, but also that humans are not the be all end all on this planet, that something should, that AI could be God. And this is just so fucking ridiculous. Computation is not cognition, or I'm sorry, consciousness. Computation is just number crunching, ones and zeros and all that. It's not consciousness. Here's a thought experiment from a guy came up with it in 1980. This guy named philosopher of mind called John Searle, Searl or whatever, but John Searle, and it's called the Chinese room thought experiment. And I guess now it would be banned, right? Because that's Chinese in it. But anyway, so essentially the thought experiment, and he wrote this in a paper in 1980 called an article of Minds and Machines. That was the name of the article, and I forget what journal it was published in. But anyway, it works this way, right? So the Chinese room, you have a man in a room, and he has no connection to the outside world in terms of he can't see or hear or have any sensory awareness of what's going on outside. The only thing that happens is on one side of the room, little slips of paper are being coming in, like you can't see where they're coming from or who's putting them in, but they're being fed into the room. And then on the other side of the room, he has to put, he takes each one of these slips of paper, and then these slips of paper have symbols on them, and he has these big textbooks with him inside there, and his whole job in that room is to get these slips of paper, look at the symbols on the paper, look at his textbook, and his textbook would say, if you have this kind of symbol, write this symbol. If you see this squiggly line, write this other squiggly line, and in that kind of way, almost like transcription. and that's all he does. And then once he does that with a new slip of paper with the the right transcription, he feeds it out, out into somewhere he doesn't know, just out of the room, and that's all he does. The papers come in, he does the necessary changes and translations and all that, which he doesn't understand, right? It's just like squiggly line this way, squiggly line that way, like it's just, there's no meaning. And then he takes those papers and puts them right back out to who knows where. So that's the man on the inside. But on the outside, there's a woman. It's usually portrayed as a woman, but who's putting in slips of Chinese woman, who's writing on slips of paper things like, "Do you love me? Will you marry me? Will you go out with me? Whatever. Do you think I'm cute?" Right? And putting it in, feeding in those slips of paper into this big box. Now she doesn't know who's on the inside of that, but all she can see is that once she puts in the slips of paper on the other side of the box, there's slips coming out, and they're coming out with answers. So do you think I'm cute? And slips of paper coming out. Yes. Now remember, the guy inside has no awareness of what that stuff means, but yet he's doing the process. And so there is no way to get from what that guy just doing those computations to him to really understand the meaning. No, because remember, it's Chinese. He doesn't know Chinese, and he can't see anything on the outside of the room. So in the way machines are like that, and this includes computers, they do these computations that get that are based on input that they then result in an output, but it's all computed. There's no meaning attached to it. There's actually a and it's my first master's degree was on this. There's a problem in neuroscience and psychology called the symbol grounding problem, and essentially, although we take it for granted that we use like symbols to represent things, like words that represent ideas and all that, neurologically, psychologically, we don't understand how those things can become related. We know that it's somewhat arbitrary, but we don't know like the glue that puts them together, so that when you say that word, those experiences pop up. We have no idea what brings those together, what causes them to work in relation, because as I said, they're not ontologically related. They're basically arbitrarily put together, right? Because you could learn one language, but then you can learn a different language, and you'll be using a different word, but the same idea will be evoked. So the pairing is arbitrary to a degree, but it works, and it's not clear why. So we don't even know how that works in humans, that symbol grounding problem, and yet Elon wants to tell you that they already figured it out how it works in robots, and that they could replicate it. It's just ridiculous. Elon isn't smart. I could tell smart people. I'll tell you, like, well, even if I don't like somebody, I'll tell you, they're smart. Like, I'll tell you, for instance, Hillary Clinton is sharp, is smart. And by the way, I don't mean just book smart. I mean like like cunning, like quick to think and do and plan real quick. Agile in that way. Trump is smart also. He actually brings down his he could talk much at a more refined level, but he does that to lowest common denominator kind of thing. But anyway, Elon Musk isn't smart. If I had to guess, his IQ would be somewhere like 115 to maybe 120. So basically within one standard deviation, or little past one standard deviation. But basically, within that range or around that one standard deviation mark. If I had to guess for myself, which obviously it will be inflated, right? The estimate will be inflated because it's me. I'd put myself at about 2.5 standard deviations for for IQ. I don't want to push it to 3, but at least 2 standard deviations. But I think it's obvious. And imagine if I didn't have ADD. Wow, I would be able to be so fucking, because I would actually be able to keep a line of thought, a lot better than I do already. Obama be smart. Obama, no. The minute he goes off of teleprompter, he just falls apart. One way someone's smart is that they could, if situations like that come up, they could basically cool it. And I'll give you an example who's smart. Chuck Schumer. Chuck Schumer once was saying, to Kavanaugh back in, when they were putting in Kavanaugh, and saying, you have reaped the whirlwind, and you won't know what hit you. You see, in the Bible, there's a verse, and it's one of my favorite verses in the Bible, which says, if you sow the wind, you will reap the whirlwind. So basically, if you plant in your life, if you give time to, if you cultivate the part of you that just wants to follow your whims. That's what it means by the wind, because the wind blows one way 1 second, then it blows another way another second, then it blows for a bit, then it doesn't blow, and it and it has the there's no rhyme or reason to it discernibly, and so you have that being a metaphor for kind of like a whimsical kind of capricious kind of person. You do what you feel, and what you feel changes a lot, right? So the Bible says if you do that, eventually you will reap, you will harvest a whirlwind, which is just you going in circles, right? And once there's a good song, and it's like, you planted the seeds of solitude to cultivate these strange flowers, and I am many strange flowers. But that's it's a little different there, but that is what you'll reap then. So Chuck Schumer basically fucked it up. He basically said the second part of the phrase or the verse instead of the first. So but he immediately came up with a coherent and actually clever like it made sense. It wasn't just like filler, saying you will reap the whirlwind, you won't know what hit you, which it's actually and he came up with that on the fucking fly, and part of me is like, kudos. You got I got to give that because that's the craft. But what do you call it? So yeah, Elon is not smart, and what he's good at is one thing, and I'll give him that he's pretty good at it. But I think it's because he's been set up that way, in the same way Bill Gates was set up to get all that money, right, from his mom working at IBM to give IBM to give him like basically the Windows, so he could release it to them. Elon Musk was the same way. He was kind of picked to be that way, and that's why he's rich and all that stuff. But he's good at one thing, and that's marketing. Just marketing, because the man has led many people, to believe that he is some kind of not just a genius, but like kind of a modern day Tesla, or a modern day Einstein. I'm sorry, not Einstein, Edison. And that's just fucking ridiculous. The Tesla Roadster was not invented by him. It was invented by two fucking white dudes that when he bought the company, he basically change the records of the company, being CEO, to basically get rid of that history of it. You know, almost like the Stalin like pictures with the old school Photoshop where you saw like 4 people and then it's like 3, then it's like 2, or the guy that was like by the freaking water and then he's not there anymore and it's just a freaking little wall or something. It's just like that. um, Fuck, forgot where it was now. Shit. I fucking forgot. Oh well. Oh yeah, that's what I was saying about the smartness and shit. Um, oh, yeah, yeah, that's what I was saying. I was talking about the smartness. Um, yeah, so Elon is basically just good at marketing, and so he got rid of being CEO. He got rid of the history of the company. Uh, he basically just started SpaceX, or I'm sorry, he bought SpaceX. And you might say, well, he took a good bet on, basically invest, almost like a good investor, in going to rocketry. But I mean, there's no competition, and again, those ideas probably don't come from him anyway. But you know, and then he tries to make himself seem smart, where he goes, and like try to use like historical pseudo examples, to make his points. Like the other day, he said something about germ theory, and I don't know if you remember this, but a couple weeks ago, and I called him out for it. But essentially, he was saying, you know, the bacterium or the whatever it was, essentially, the first bacteria that was discovered was in like 1650 something or whatever, and he says, the establishment, ignored germ theory for centuries. It took that long for them to, get it. And you could tell, like, because he's supposed to be anti-establishment, and he's trying to say these guys are, maybe one day they'll get my genius and get the whole point of free speech or whatever. But essentially, fucking crap, man. Um, yeah, yeah, yeah. I was saying he's trying to make himself seem smart. Fucking crap. Chuck Schumer. Well, you should. Hold on. I dropped the thread. I'm like, where's that thread? I had it. And all I just pick it right back up and I'm right there again. So yeah, I was definitely talking about Elon, and I was just saying how he, something about him. I already said that he was a good marketer. I already said what people believed about him. Um, I think I was saying how something was going against him. Um, it said how he was set up to be in that position, and that he was, basically, placed there like Bill Gates was. Um, well, I can't remember, but he's definitely no good, because the guy is motherfucker. I get mad. It's like I want to know what that was. But yeah, Elon is like I said, I wouldn't trust the guy. Um, he's he's not, not a genius. He's not an inventor. Um, he's essentially, like I said, a marketer, or an elitist that was put there. And when he's there hemming and hawing, to pretending like with the this affectation that he's uh you know smarter than the average person, or some kind of like deep thought. Oh, yeah, I was talking about the germ theory. Yeah. So he says, yeah, germ theory was, or the bacteria was discovered in 17 something and 16 something, and yet germ theory wasn't adopted to centuries later. And he's basically saying, how enlightened he is, that the establishment has to catch up. you know, uh, you know, and I'm like, germ theory did not start in 1630 or 1650. Louis Pasteur created germ theory, and that was in the 1800s, the middle of the 1800s. And by the end of the 1900s, those kinds of the you know the consequences or the ramifications of that, like, or I'm sorry, the implications for public health were already implemented. You already had people realize the importance of washing your hands and cleaning surfaces and all that stuff. You see, because before germ theory, people believed sickness was transmitted by the air. So it was called, I think it's called miasma, or not miasma, theory. And it was basically like that you got sick from bad air, like a kind of stuffy kind of air that had not germs, but just the air itself was bad for you. And so that's why a lot of old school doctors and stuff talk about going out and getting fresh air in the country and away from people and stuff like that, in drier, not less humid climates. Um, he I'm getting to that point when I'm getting diminishing returns right now. I've been up for too long. I've been up for too long. No, seriously, like, it gets to a point where it just the brain doesn't work anymore. It's just like, yeah. Um, but yeah, guy's no good, no good at all. He's a horrible person, evil person, wicked, antichrist. Small a, lowercase a, antichrist. No, but yeah, the guy is he's a problem and a half, and just bothers me to see that he has that persona, and also the way he like runs Twitter. The only thing I like about Twitter since he's been here has been the community notes, what was called bird notes or whatever. That's great, but I don't know if that's his idea or not. But beyond that, I hate the way he tweets. It's almost like, it really reminds me of like the way a CEO tweets to his employees to say, don't you guys love working here? And da, da, da. It's just like, oh, germ theory, right? So yeah, so I mean, basically, the guy believed that in his head, he basically thought, that the date that the bacteria was discovered is the same date that we learned that some bacteria are germs, that get us sick. And I was just like, wow. I mean, wow. Because I think everybody knows about Louis Pasteur. Or, I mean, if I know about Louis Pasteur and I had a horrible education where I graduated high school with a 0.3 GPA, or, yeah, 0.3 GPA, I think other people would know, if I did. And yet he doesn't. And yet he went to top of the line schools and shit. So obviously the guy is, just, he's a privileged person who's been let in, just like Bill Gates. Same thing. Bill Gates never fucking finished college. He has no qualities. He doesn't code. Is nothing. He just was in the right place at the right time to get certain, specific, opportunities just thrown into his lap. And so it's just, Elon's no fucking good, man. And you see, when he goes in front of the World Economic, not the World Economic Forum, the World Government Summit a couple of months ago, and he's saying, yeah, we shouldn't have one government. We'll lose all the knowledge. Once the Rome was declining, the caliphate was growing, and a lot of the knowledge would have been lost if it wasn't for that kind of diversity or differentiation. It wasn't all centralized. And yeah, that's true. Yeah, but he's not. There are two competing, for the most part, two competing visions or goals for the New World Order, right? The first one is obviously a world that's basically, for the most part, all like China in terms of the control and the lack of transparency for government, and then basically focusing on like high tech ways of kind of keeping people a certain way, maybe allowing you to buy stuff, but very, restricted. You can buy a bunch of stupid stuff, but you can't read certain books or whatever, right? Or say certain things or have certain political beliefs, or you're not even in politics. They don't even, if they don't choose you to be in politics, the government, then you're not in politics. That's how it works in China. So that's kind of the one way, the Klaus Schwab way, the crickets, the pod, right? All that, right? The other one is, or competing other one is a little more like right wing. So that first one, that Klaus Schwab one, is left wing because it's progressive. It's radically new. But the other one is let me say hi Kitty. Hi Kitty. She just jumps in my lap just now. The other one is essentially I hate to use the word, but yeah, I guess neo-traditional or new tradition, or really no, reactionary is better. And this is like exemplified by people like Curtis Yarvin, right? The Mensis Molbug, right? That blogger, and his idea of the cathedral, and that all that revolves around that. Peter Thiel is a big patron of this, and there was a video that I commented on Twitter that was taken down by the original tweet poster, but the account that posted it. But essentially, it was, and you could find it elsewhere. I think it was in about 2017 or 2016, and in an interview, and essentially, I forget what the question was, but he said, conservatives are too attached or hung up on America as exceptional, and that stops them from like basically doing radical changes to the Constitution, and as he put it, like thinking of new possibilities and creative pragmatic ways of dealing with problems. He's like, this exceptionalism notion stops them from doing that. And I was like, wow, this guy's a fucking problem. Because if you know anything about American exceptionalism, it's not about doing what the past is or being like, restricted. It's about self-governance in the federal form, and so people like Curtis Yarvin and Peter Thiel and the like are essentially pushing and Elon Musk, PayPal mafia are basically pushing a plan of what Curtis calls dynamic geographies. And so the idea is that the world is basically like a bunch of Singapores of various sizes, but essentially around the same size, possibly regional, but essentially a bunch of Singapores, in the sense that there is a sovereignty between them. Each one runs its own affairs. They don't take orders from other people necessarily, but they're basically top-down dictatorships. As Curtis says, like a CEO for every country. And he basically says, you know, the CEOs do such a great job in the corporation, so they'll do a great job in the country, which is ridiculous. But you know, that fuck, what was I saying? Like that Curtis Yarving thought there would be better. Oh, what he fails to I guess what he neglects or overlooks is the fact that CEOs aren't the only form of governance. They're not. It's not, you know, what he says goes. It's only limited because you have a board. You have a board that could remove him at any time and basically make him do one thing or another thing by basically being able to remove him. And so in that way, no, you're not governing by yourself. If anything, maybe it's a dictator then approved by a board of 12 elders or something, but it's not the same as what they're putting forward. But regardless, they want to have like a bunch of Singapores. And you might say, like, okay, what's the deal with Singapore? What's the problem? So, and you might, you know, oh, look, you know, Singapore's all nice. Like, you know, Ian Miles Chong, right? That you know, chubby Indonesian guy that's you know, Trump retweeted once, and then, you know, that's where he got his following from. He's total grifter. He blocked me recently, by the way, because I called him a fat Indonesian grifter. You know, which was like, wow, now, you know, because I've said so many things past, and you've always, you know, looked past. But anyway, and so what do you call it? He and several other people, including Matt Walsh, like a couple months ago, were posting about Singapore and showing, like, you know, Singapore is so great, and, you know, look at their trains and their subways are so clean, and da, da, da. And they're like, well, you know, what's the difference? Oh, you know, they basically, you know, kill drug dealers or kill anyone that's like caught with drugs, you know, immediately. And that, you know, their system, you know, it's no nonsense, and, you know, very orderly in that, you know, they're not caught up with all the, you know, they're not caught up in all the checks and balances, you know, like, you know, here where you pass a law, right? And then out of nowhere, a judge blocks it. Right, even though it was signed into law and everything, you know, judge blocks it down. I love that. You're supposed to have gridlock. You're supposed to make it hard for government to make new laws. You don't want them to make new laws like this. You know, I mean, you know, many people in Congress want to make it into a civil system, because, you know, they go to Europe and then they get influenced, and they're like, we want to be more like Europe. And what's, you know, so for instance, in England, there's no, you know, nothing that restrains the parliament. They could do whatever they want. So if they vote on it, there's no, you know, if they want to take everyone's speech away, they could do that. You know, I mean, look at Canada, right? When they, you know, during COVID, it's because it's a parliamentary system, and as they say, it's uncodified constitution. When there is no constitution, they're embarrassed that they don't have a constitution, but they don't want to say they don't have one. So they say it's a uncodified constitution. And, you know, in the abstract sense, like, we do things a certain way, and that's like constituted. Yeah. But there's no, you know, no real constitution, no law that holds them accountable. That, you know, that's why I say we're a democracy. No man rules. Parliament doesn't rule. Congress doesn't rule. Trump doesn't rule. Biden doesn't rule. The law rules over men and women, and they them. No, but it's the law that rules, and only the law. And the sovereign is the popular will, essentially, like, you know, not necessarily half of the people at least, but just enough where things can get done. So, to give an example, the government, it's hard for the government to do things, right? It's a gridlock, right? That's built in. Well, if everyone's on the same page, there is no gridlock. It's just fucking like grease skids. And we saw this after 9/11. So the metaphor is turning around a battleship, where you have a battleship going one way and doing like a 180. And that's obviously very difficult because you got to turn it slowly and also. But as it was described, basically we made a battleship just do a complete 180 immediately, just boom. And that's because, like with the Patriot Act and going to war in Afghanistan, that was, everyone was just like, yeah, very little resistance. Everyone was like on board. We got to get these people. I was there in New York when it happened, and the thing that after the shock of it passed, all people wanted to know was who did it. That's all. No one asked what exactly happened. But, and look, I get it. I was the same way. We were all like, who the fuck did this shit? And then they, dangled them in front of us. It was this fucking guy. I remember my cousin, like, the next day, fucking went enlisted, whenever they, that happened, I don't know if it was on 9/11 or like a month or two afterward when they started doing that, when they started like going to Afghanistan. I think it was the latter, but he went, and so it was, I was there, it was in, and it, it's very manipulative, but anyway, everyone was on the same page, so they turned that battleship right around, and it was very easy to basically upend the laws, with the and the funny thing is, the Patriot Act is not a creation of or was not created in the circumstance of 9/11, as if lawmakers came together and said, okay, because 9/11 happened, let's create some legislation to whatever help that. And no, the Patriot Act was first was introduced first in the 90s. I think before the Oklahoma City bombing. So, you do with that what you will, right? But that's it's just like General Wesley Clark, right, on Democracy Now, or in like 2007 or 8 or 6, saying, yeah, like the next day or basically the next day, the plans to invade Iraq were right on the president's desk. And remember, he's like a high general, so he basically had he knew about that. But I mean, it's a comparable thing happened in the science world. So there's this guy, I don't know if he's still alive, named Dietrich Bezant. And he's at Northwestern University. He's and not a mechanical engineer, a structural engineer, and he teaches there. 2 days after 9/11, so this is 9/13. He publishes, or not publish, sorry, not publish. He submits a paper called why the towers fell, or something like that, or what brought the towers down, or what destroyed the towers. And essentially he came up with this bullshit idea, but it works out with mathematics, with the equations that he had, but the inputs were like 4 or 5 times 4 or 5 times the amount off. It was just, like I said, it was like garbage in, garbage out, but the equations were solid, and that's why he's so fucking smart. But 2 days after, he literally came up with this thing saying, that little top part of the building crushed the rest, and then when it got to the bottom, it then crushed itself. How convenient, right? And 2 days. And this is a complex equation. This is not something that you would make in 2 days, and yet he published it. So it's it's very convenient. And I don't know what his relationship is with. He may be a spook. He may have relations with the intel agencies and work for this. A lot of academic. That's why I like so much about having academic research. And by the way, I don't know if you know this. My library, my index library, is like 5,000, over 5,000 documents, like different articles and books and things like that. And all as they say, the enemy's, words, and they're, basically any claims that I get from there they have to accept, because that's your, that's your status quo, that's your establishment, right? What they admit. And that that's so powerful to do that. But what was I saying now about them? Um, oh, wait. Yeah, I was saying intelligence agencies, right? Yeah, I was saying like how this guy knows. Oh, there we go. The use of academic knowledge. So you ever see like these psychology journals or science journals where you try to get like an article and you see the price. You're at like PubMed or something, and you see the price. It's like $50 or $100, and they're like, but don't worry, we'll let you rent it for $20 an hour or something. And it's like, what the fuck? Why is this so much? And many reasons for that, but one that I think is underlooked or overlooked, or I'm sorry, unnoticed, is essentially the knowledge is very, very valuable, because it's like essentially you're at the edge of knowledge itself. You're basically at the cutting edge of learning new things, and all that stuff, right? Of bringing in, of making the pot bigger, right, in terms of what we know. And so, I mean, that's what makes it like cutting edge research. And so when you realize that when the CIA or the military or federal government wants to do something and they want to understand something very deeply, and they don't go to their clandestine intelligence sources and things. They go to academics. So for instance, a lot of the anti-gravity research, the stuff that talks about how you could have a plane that is propelled, or it's basically a shot through through space with lasers. Like literally, you use like laser propulsion, like that. The literally the light itself pushes the spacecraft or what have you. That you have that kind of stuff in the academic literature. It's just that if you don't know, what it means, and the words and the jargon, I think it's something like if you don't know at least 30% of what you're reading, you can't understand it. You have to have at least. No, I'm sorry. No. If you don't understand at least 30%, a third of what you're reading, you won't understand it. So if you're reading something with 100 words and you don't understand 33 of them, you're not going to understand the whole thing. That's what you need to have at least. And so these journals are loaded with the jargon, and also you don't even know they're there and stuff. So and it's great that I have that ability to have that. And that's why I kind of you look at someone like a Jay Dyer, right? And he's doing that thing, kind of doing what I kind of want to do. But he's like, yeah, graduate school, but he didn't, he puts it in his bio, ABT. So he puts, MA thesis, or I'm sorry, MA degree, philosophy and literature, but then he puts, ABT. It's like, what the fuck does that mean? Is that just an extra title? No, it means all but thesis. He never did his thesis, and that's a big deal because, I mean, you have some people have capstone projects and things like that, or grand tests, but I think those are cop outs. You need to have you gotta come up with your own idea, and it's learning an idea is different from making up your own in that way, because it's almost like the same difference between driving a car and building a car and then driving it, right? Like you could drive a car all day and drive it well, but someone who built that car is going to know things, it's going to feel different. It's going to be much more intricate. So it's the same thing there. they're gonna, have a much more robust view of things. Um, I forgot where it was. Um, I forgot. um, oh yeah, so I have all that, and oh, the thesis, right? So you need to do that, and it's kind of weird that he didn't finish it. And essentially, I did two. One, I guess one for real, but the other one's kind of like a semi thesis, But it was actually more like a capstone. But I mean, essentially it was like an applied project, because and it's beautiful because when I went to learn that, I did it because I remember people saying, "Oh yeah, you get a good job from that," because I wasn't interested in jobs. I was interested in PhD, but the academy didn't want me, literally, even though I was I was told to my face that essentially after this point in the selection process, we're just picking on whether we like you or not. You're smart enough, you're capable enough, all that stuff, but we're just gonna pick you whether we think you're cool, right? Whether we enjoy you, right? Not just that you are not just get along with, but whether they like you, right? Um, and so they didn't want me, and so I was thinking I'm gonna go get this thing, and I'll be able to get my a good job. And lo and behold, not only did the same thing happen there in terms of like, graduated top of my class, called, like acknowledged as the smartest, and all this shit. And I'm not trying to like toot my own horn here, but I'm just saying like very capable, but yet the only one who didn't get any appointment. Um, so okay, I've not used the flowery language. A job. Everyone else did though, and the really good ones. Working for top companies like AIG and stuff in their HR or in their OD departments. But the beautiful thing is that what I learned was exactly what is used, not just in HR with DEI and stuff like that, but in terms of controlling masses of people and anticipating the way groups of people think and how to kind of put things in a way so they could think one way, not another way. Whether it be like your satisfaction with something, your job, your motivation, right? I mean, the amount of research, psychological research that has gone into not only understanding why people work and how they could work better, but also the ways you could make them more like manipulate their work behaviors and increase them or even decrease them in some respects. So that is an interesting thing that I was able to learn that because I wasn't looking to I was just trying to get a job, and once I realized like wow, wait, this is exactly what is used in these different and it's sad because most of the people that know this are trapped in that world and they can't speak up. But I know, and I did my thesis. I have two fucking degrees, two graduate degrees. I can, you know, and no one's ever as weird as I am, no one's ever been able to say, well, you're wrong. You know, I mean, how bad it was. Like it was like look, I get it. Sometimes I need to sit on my hands, right? Like, answering too many questions and stuff in class and stuff. But it got to a point where people were basically telling me, or, indirectly through somebody, through a media, basically saying, because you are so aggressive or enthusiastic not even that, because you're so opinionated. Because you're so opinionated, right? That you're not like, maybe this, maybe that, but that you have, opinion, not about everything, but that, you have opinions, that you discourage other people from wanting to speak up. And it's like, and so you come to tell me and saying, yeah, essentially, no one cares what you have to say. I got this conversation. Something like this, you got to save, just to, show all the fucking shrinks, right? Let's look what they did. But saying, yeah, no one really cares about that. And I remember telling her, I said, you come to me as if I need to fix that, like, make myself, less opinionated or whatever. But I'm like, why instead don't you go to these other guys and say, why does someone's, firm opinion make you not want to speak up, or well, how does that stop you? Why does that stop you? It doesn't have to. And you know what it is? I think, honestly, because I'm so wayward, right? Like, I don't, I'm rotoscoping right now. It, yeah, I see it there. I'm so wayward, right? That, I don't think some things through. Obviously ADD, right? But I try to do the best I can, and I try to do things, especially after, I got a certain age. I want, if I'm going to do something, it's because I really want to do it. I don't want to ever make myself do something that either that I don't enjoy doing, or I don't think is important in some way. If I think something's like not needed, I'm not going to put up with it. That's what I'm trying to say. And so I do things, and and also, weed and stuff makes, learning better. I mean, my grades were, C minuses and D's. And then when I started smoking weed in like junior year, I basically, my grade shot up, especially like in English. And my grades were always decent in math. Actually, they were pretty good at first, but I only did enough. And this is me sober. It's not on anything, but this is how I was. I only did enough to pass. I didn't want to do any more. If it was like, oh, you need a 70 to pass, or a C minus to pass, I did just that and no more. I don't know. I just honestly didn't think, like, it was. I felt like, well, if that's the pass, what's the point of going further if that's good enough, right? And guess what? No one ever gave me a fucking reason. It was the same fucking schools that would, tell you, yeah, read chapter 5 and then answer the 5 questions in the back, but skip number 6. And what was the one that we were always told to skip? Critical thinking question. And I remember asking a teacher once, why do you do that? Why are we always asked to skip this critical thinking question? And she says to me, because there's no one right answer. And I was like, oh, okay. Back then. Now I'm realizing, wow, man. But, and so that's me with those low grades and all that shit. And so I'm wayward in that sense. But once I started smoking weed, I started enjoying learning about certain things. That's actually why I was able to even get graduate degrees and all that stuff, because weed was, being high was the first time I got into something for long enough time to be interested, really interested. It helps ADD. And so, and I'll read this stuff in a second, but I guess I can't sound snobby, but it's like, if it, essentially the kind of attitude I had was the attitude they would expect if you were at like a top tier program, not like a middle of the road program. Which is nothing wrong with middle of the road schools. If you know what you're doing, the resources are there. But anyway, that's what I think. And so because I gave that enthusiasm or whatever, I think people took it as like, oh, you think you're better than us or something. And it's like, no, like, no. I mean, I could feel that way, but it wouldn't be for that reason, you know. But it's that's what it was like, and some fucked up shit, man. I remember once I met a guy who was a professor and ran his own company, and that when I met him, and I was asking him like several questions about his company, and then I asked him about something had been reading at the time about a statistical technique called continuous measurement, essentially using calculus to so that how you take measurements of people like every 5 minutes or every hour or whatever. It gets rid of that so that there's no intervals. It's just smooth. And like I said, you use I think calculus to that, like derivatives and things like that. Anyway, and I was I thought it was really interesting, and I asked him about it. I was like, have you heard about this? And he thought I was talking about longitudinal studies. And I'm like, no, that's and it wasn't like, oh, I know. It was a question. I was like, have you heard of this? Not like, I know this thing and you don't know this or whatever. I thought they would, maybe have some experience with it. And yet, go to exchange LinkedIn and stuff. Okay, I'll add you. All right, great. I'll request you or whatever you call it. And then I go to do that, and literally, denied. Not just like ignored, just sitting there. No, like immediately, like denied. You could tell, right? Because obviously, if it's not there anymore, then it's either the invitation sits there or it's not. And if it goes away immediately, then it was canceled. And so whatever. But then I was speaking to a guy who's basically doing exactly what I was doing, and in cultural, organizational culture, basically going into organizations and getting their culture different to help it, measuring it and then manipulating it, and that's exactly what I was gravitating towards, and yet he, and it was like kind of like like almost like a role model in a way, it was very accomplished guy. I think he was ex-military, or not ex, but former military. Basically CEO of the company. I'll tell you the name of the company. It's called Gotham. Gotham Culture, and we're talking about like 7-8 figures. I mean, this stuff is we're basically this management consulting. All this stuff, and you're basically I mean, you could also work in the management thing of a company, but the people making the most money, it seems, are management consultants. Although like companies that were hiring a lot of IO people were like Johnson and Johnson, Delta, PepsiCo, a lot of others, but like at that level. And that's where a lot of my classmates are now, or my cohort, not my classmates, my cohort. That's where they are, and I see it all the time because I follow them on LinkedIn. And I see like always, moving up and shit like that, and when I had a phone interview with him, and not an interview, an informational interview. Basically, I was doing research, and a teacher told me about him. He was an alum, so I went to call him. I was like, oh, interested in that. And I remember after doing the informational interview, he asked me, "Are you interested in interning with us?" And I'm like, "That's exactly what I wanted." So like, absolutely. He's like, "All right, I'll have my secretary, set that up with you sometime in like 2 months or whatever." And then in the meantime, he gave me some advice to do some things, and to join certain organizations and to do a couple steps. And it was great. And I did all that. And a couple of weeks later, I emailed him to tell him that. And I never got anything back. And 2-3 months rolled by, and I never got that call. And so by the end of that year, I gave up hope there. I was just like, I don't know. And things like that happened. Like another time, one person, I met them in a conference, and they worked in air consulting. I have a lot of their fucking business cards still. And they were like, we're gonna have it for Monday, whatever, 9. And let me tell you, being ADD, I am almost late to everything. That was one of the few interviews, that and a couple others, where I was completely on time, almost early, and yet nothing showed up. It was Zoom or something, and then he says, "Oh, I got to cancel." And then he said, "Let's do it for the a couple of days. We have to reschedule." That's what he said. And so I said, "Okay." It was like a Friday, and I was like, "Oh, how's Monday morning or whatever, right?" So I'm thinking I'm doing the right thing. I'm showing that I'm available, that, I'm not lagging, I'm hungry, whatever. And I never got anything back. All that morning, it was like a back and forth thing, and then until I asked that, and I got nothing back. And so anyway, going back to that first person, that Gotham person, I saw them then later in a conference, a national conference. And I'm like, okay, hey. And he approaches me. I was gonna be kind of timid towards him, but he approaches me, and literally, because it was like our school was having like a collective dinner or whatever, like whatever, tacos or something. And so he literally, like, he sat me at a table, bought me a beer and stuff. Obviously you could tell he's almost like, trying to halfway make up for, like, I'm sorry I didn't pick you, here's a beer, I'll give you some attention right now, and all that shit. We were with 2 of my female classmates, both of them that were pretty good looking. One of them was from Georgia, not the state, the country. She's actually very had a beautiful face. Anyway, but that was before they went to sit down. That was during, but before that, I was just, and I was too chicken shit to ask him, like, why didn't you call me for the internship? I was literally like talking about every other fucking thing, not every other, but talking about, like, the plans I was having, all stuff, and it was like the whole time just looming. That's like, and I was too much of a bitch back then to be like, hey, why don't you pick me, or why don't you call me, or whatever, when you said you were. And so it was like, talking about other things. And that first person, who by the way, I didn't tell you, was a Muslim, the guy that I talked about the statistical thing with, and that owns the, some other company, that whatever. The guy that I said that rejected my my friend request on LinkedIn, or connection request, whatever. He comes up to our table. And mind you, I've seen him several times before that point, and it was just, like, he doesn't know me. He even gave a talk in my class, and he acted like he didn't know me. I mean, I'm not no protest from me, but he literally comes up to our table, and he's like, "Hey, Arturo. Hey, I think the guy's name was Chris." I'm like, okay. I'm like, oh, hi. Like, now it's acting like he knows me. And then he says, after like a couple of pleasantries, he says, "Hey, whatever happened with that internship?" I was like, what the fuck? And Chris was like, "Oh, well, yeah, things happened. We couldn't do it." And I'm just thinking to myself, what? do I deserve this? You know, I mean, it's just like crazy, you know. And I didn't understand it all then, and now I do. I do, because God has certain plans for people, and that He did not want that for me. And so, unlike many people like Jay Dyer that are in this space, you know, this dissonant space, um, dissonant intelligentsia, whatever, but they haven't gone through the system, or at least accomplished certain things, been trained in certain ways. I have. And so in that way, I'm dangerous. And, you know, they talk about fifth generational warfare, right? Well, I'm like a fifth generational, you know, ideological weapon. You know, not a real one. All right, calm down. All right, not calling myself a real, you know, like a firearm or something. I'm saying, in terms of fifth generational warfare, which is just the warfare for the hearts and minds of people, and so, like, persuasion essentially, and that's what I'm good at, because I know the plot, and I know how to read their stuff, and there's so much of their own stuff that just, you know, because the thing is, you know, especially with academics, they're not all liars. They usually do real work in things, but just have strange or self-serving interpretations of things. And one of the biggest problems, especially with people like Nick Fuentes or whatever, is they give you what you think is the point of view of the left, and it's not even close to why they believe these things. So abortion is a great example, right? Say, you know, and albeit the same thing happens the other way, but still it's dangerous, because you need to build a bridge. So, you know, the left, you know, the right will think of the left as they murder babies. But the left will think of the right as, you know, you stop women's rights, or you want to control women. And those are caricatures. Conservatives don't want to control women, but also these guys don't want to kill babies, left. And you understand is that they don't believe that's a baby, or that has the same status as a baby. And so Bill Maher, which I love it that he says a lot of things that are great, and that he stands up to shit, but then when he doesn't, when he, like, you know, totes the Democrat Party line, people get mad, like, oh, we can't trust him. It's like, this guy's on the left, but we agree on fundamental issues. That's a good thing. But he said something that we need to return to charity. You know, he said, kind of like Bill Burr said the same thing too, his last comedy special, that, yeah, you know, you are killing a life in an abortion. You know, you are killing a life. You know, I'm not saying a woman can't choose, but you know, you're stopping what would be a human being. You know, remember Bill Burr had the joke about the cake, that if you're baking a cake and then you just went in there, you know, halfway, you know, when it's halfway done and just ruin it, you know, it wasn't a cake yet, but it's just like it was going to be a cake, and it's you know, there's a problem now. You know, has that potential. In that same way that Bill Maher basically said something to that effect, but without the colorful metaphor. You know, he's saying, oh, it's just it's the killing of a life. It's just, I think this should be allowed to, but it's the killing of a life. And so I want to extend that courtesy, or return that courtesy back, and say, you know, I hope this blows your mind. Abortion is killing a human life, but there's a fundamental difference, and I'm not arguing for abortion. I'm just extending the courtesy. There's a fundamental difference between a person outside the womb and the person in the womb. I mean, first thing is that we don't say you're born when you're conceived. We say you're born when you actually come out of the womb, and that's when you actually start your, So there was a when the abortion thing happened with Roe versus Wade and with Texas doing the law and making abortion illegal, and saying that the fetus is a person, basically giving that status that wasn't given to them before, that personhood or that personal status. Somewhat snarky but clever feminists were like, hey, so does that mean if I'm pregnant, I could be in the HOV lane even though I'm alone in the car? And that points up a good question. Now, it seems silly on the first, but it does bring up a question, because if you're going to treat this under law as a person, then why shouldn't I be able to do that? Now, this is where I extend my courtesy and I say, on the other side of what I said, that baby, that human being, is not in the social world yet, and so in a sense, they're not laws and things like that don't apply to them, right? You want to, they're literally closed off. They're present, but they're closed off from everything. Wow. Hopefully it's not too sarcastic, but they're closed off in that sense. So certain things of the world and laws and stuff aren't about them. That's the same reason why, if you get arrested, they got your birth date there, not your conceive date or whatever, conception date, sorry. So it's, now with that said, the reason why I believe abortion is wrong, even having said that, is an ambiguity question of when is it okay to kill human life, and why is it why is it okay to take an innocent human life? Because again, even though that baby's not in the social world or whatever, it's still going to be there. It's going, it's eventually. So, what is, and if you believe it's only by self-defense, then there's a problem. And so I don't see how you could justify that. And also is also another question of ambiguity, of definition. What is a person, right? And when does personhood start, right? Does it begin immediately out of the womb? But that doesn't make sense, right? Because you could have viability, but viability itself is relative technology, right? As we get better technology, the time the preemie can be out of the womb grows longer and longer, or earlier and earlier. So there's no hardcore definition of, no demarcation line of when you're a person with rights and when you're not a person with rights. Because essentially the acronym SLED sums up all the differences between a person and a fetus. A fetus, by the way, means small, is a Latin for small person. And so you have size difference, right? Which is, all over the place. Level of development, environment, and the amount, their level of dependency. Those four things do not start or do not end anytime in the womb. They go off for almost the whole of life. So you can't really make that line that wouldn't be an arbitrary one. But then you have some people talk about, oh, well, is it the minute that the egg gets fertilized that now it's a baby, or if it's they talk about either meses or zygotes. And so what if you want to have children in the future, or you're trying to have children and you're not, you're somewhat infertile, and you're doing like the IVF treatments where you you have a bunch of what do you call it, eggs that you fertilize, right? And then and some will survive and whatever. So you might have to create 7 zygotes before one of them is viable. And so, people say, oh, you can't do that because that's like people. And so I don't have that belief. Essentially, I believe human life, just like all life, is tied to one thing primarily, or basically it can be reduced to one thing, and that is metabolism. So essentially, the moment you begin to exist or become a human being is the moment that first zygote cell splits into 2 daughter cells, right? That's the first, the time you begin to exist. Conversely, you cease to exist, you die once that metabolism stops. So if you're in a coma, you're still alive because your body's there, even though you may be brain dead. But the minute those cells and your body, that unison just, ceases, that's when you go. And so in that case, a zygote hasn't begun metabolism yet. And you might say, but all the stuff is there, all the genetics, all the, everything that you need for a person is in that zygote. So how could that not be wrong? But in the same time, you could have a dead person, freshly dead, right? A recently dead person, and they have, their whole thing is all just the same as it was like 2 seconds ago when they were alive, but now, now they're dead, right? Now they're 21 grams lighter, right? Or whatever. Which is, which isn't real, but whatever. It's a joke. It's a fucking joke. So it's the same, thing. You got the same DNA, the same, probably a lot of some of the cells may still even be alive in them, just, the main ones are dead or whatever. The organs and all that may be done, but, maybe stuff on the skin or whatever. But, you won't say that person's alive. You'd say, no, they're done with. That's over. That person's gone. And so you can't be like, oh, well, we have to, make it a certain way. We have to, not have zygotes, stuff like. It's like, no. The minute you begin metabolism, and the minute you end the metabolism, that's life range, and only that. And then when it comes to, well, what's the significance of being born? Because if you don't think you begin personhood or being a human as you go to be born, then what is the significant difference? Because there's obviously some difference, and that is basically social viability. You come into the social world where you're accountable in the world and you exist as a person in the lives of people, where before you only existed prior to, like, not in the world, just in the womb, almost in your own little tiny world, the proto world, right? And so that's what it's for. That's why we say we were born. Why we use our birth date as the day we kind of start to say we started out things, even though we existed before that. And the reason why I say that is because, well, many reasons, but one of them, and this, hopefully this blows your mind also. They've done studies to show that babies, when they go to like scratch their face in the womb, this is like maybe like 4 or 5 months or even earlier, that instead of it being like, they're just like, they actually like bring it up and then slow it down. And that shows intentionality. That shows that they had the intention of scratching a certain place, because you don't have an automatic movement that would do that. You have to have a will, a sense of self to say, oh, I got an itch, let me go scratch it. You can't do that otherwise. There has to be a self there. If you were unconscious, you wouldn't even know you're itching, right? And so that, right, that tells you that, there's, they're conscious, but also, and this really blew my fucking mind, they've done studies where they'll take 3 dots, right? Like 2 on top, 1 on the bottom, right? I don't have anything here like that, but yeah, just think of like, 2 circles here and then 1 on the bottom like that, right? a baby in the womb is more likely to follow those three circles if they're in the shape of a human face. So two eyes on top, mouth on the bottom. If you flip it upside down so that it's one circle on top and two circles on the bottom, they don't follow that. They're not into that. But if the it's in the in the prototypical shape of a human face with the eyes and the mouth in the right position, they actually follow that. They look, they trace it, and so that shows that not only are they conscious, but they're aware of the humans on the outside, and that they acknowledge them. By the way, that's how you when it comes to research with infants and stuff, that's how you because you might say, well, you can't ask an infant what it's thinking, so how do you know what it's thinking? Well, basically, you could tell by just what they're looking at. So if they're staring at something, they're enthralled with it, they're thinking about it, they're engaging with it. That's how you could tell. And so it's if they're in the womb and they're looking at you, they're thinking, ooh, person, so it's just that's a human being, that's a life, man. And look, I've given Plan B before, and I don't know how, because I was pretty paranoid, but I there was a time in my life I could have done a fucking abortion, and I get it, like, I when I was fornicating, right, I've been celibate for, as they say, I'm a vol cell, not an incel. I could get laid right now if I wanted to. A vol cell, voluntary, right? As a way to kind of like purge myself from all the fucking filth that was involved. But fuck, what was I saying? Something about being a filth degenerate. Calm down. Yeah, that's what it was though. I was saying I was a vol cell, and but I forgot why I brought that up though. I know it was a good point. I can't remember now. I said it was a vol cell. It was voluntary. Celibate. You edgy motherfucker. Oh yeah, I was saying that there was a time in my life that that would have done that. When I was fornicating, right? And that would have, if I would actually, I remember I dated a Jewish girl too once, and I remember, telling her, if I get you pregnant, you're getting an abortion. This is like 2014 or something. I'm like, there's no way I'm having a kid with you, And she's like, don't worry, I'll get the abortion. I'm, she once told me to come in here, and I knew not to. I was like, no, fuck that shit. Fuck that shit. Because I hate, I hated condoms. I really did. I didn't tolerate them for more than like 2 minutes. And it's a grace that I haven't impregnated a woman and been fighting over child support and not able to see my kid, and being, having my kid grown up to believe I'm a deadbeat or a druggie or whatever. Like I've been spared of all that. Like I said, by his grace. Well, I don't know how much of a stud you are, right? But we all have to like get into the rhythm of things and learn how to do it, right? You don't become someone who could date women like that all at once, right? And so in a way, I was like a late bloomer. And I remember, I think it was my brother or something, or was it my cousin, who's like, you're almost there, or you're not there yet. And I remember feeling like, oh, that's encouraging, because it means I'm on a path, as opposed to just, you're not that. No, you're not there yet. And so, I eventually, you know, you get better at dating women and stuff like that. And when I first started following Christ, when I no, I'm sorry, not when I first started, when I first learned about a logical argument for God. I never even knew they had like logical arguments for God. I never even know that they exist. But when I found out about it by the most, you know, you know, by a hair's breadth. Like I was scrolling on Twitter, and I saw a tweet that I could easily, you know, because you know, whenever you're scrolling, you probably miss like a certain percentage of tweets, probably more than 50 or something, right? Because you're going, and I didn't even want to read it. I only read it because it was like a D-list celebrity from the men's rights movement that followed me. So I felt kind of obligated to follow. And it was a big freaking like paragraph meme. And I'm like, ugh. But then when I started reading, I'm like, it was an argument for God, a way of thinking that I never, you know, I didn't even think it was possible. You could make logical inference to you know, justify God. I mean, I had no idea that existed. And mind you, I've been studying philosophy at that point for, you know, maybe what year was that? 2015. So at least 7 or 8 years I've been studying philosophy, academic philosophy, you know, all that's Buddhism and all that. I was, you know, Zen. I mean, you know, I got all the books here. And that's exactly uh what I knew about, but I didn't know about an argument for a theistic God. You know, I was like a panentheist, you know, some weird thing. You know, I tried to basically I wanted to have my cake and eat it too. You know, I wanted it all. You know, God's in everything, but God's also on His own. You know, whatever, or its own, or whatever it was I believed, and you know, some kind of like Alan Watts thing of like, you know, some kind of weird kind of eternal recurrence, but like in the form of a spiral as opposed to a circle. Um, but it was you know, I had no idea. And so when I came across that, you know, it was by a whim. Like I said, I could have easily scrolled past it. I could have easily not, you know, just ignored it. I could have easily just said, "Ah, forget it," you know, and I didn't. And so oh yeah. So what I was saying was that that was December 2016. Now, at that time, in December of 2016, I was dating 3 women. And this was probably the first time that was probably like one of the first times in my life that I was doing that. You know, maybe I did 2 at a time before, but that, like, I almost like you learning to juggle, or no, the great analogy is you spinning plates, right? And you learn how to spin, and you're spinning like tons of plates. Now you get the hang of it. You know, you're getting women that are hotter now than they were before, all that stuff, right? Your game's better. You know, it's just all this shit, right? You know, doing kettlebells, so you know, fucking, you got, you know, you got 6-pack, you got, you know, you got muscles or whatever. You're cut, you know, you're confident, you're agile. You got what's that shit called, the hip joint on point. You know, a good hip socket movement, whatever, all that stuff. And I was dating 3 girls, a punk, kind of like a punk girl with like hair up to here, and then like that kind of like the bangs like this, and then the hair like that, right? Kind of like Uma Thurman in Pulp Fiction. Um, a Latina from downtown here. Um, uh, you know, kind of, I think she was like half Mexican or something like that. And then the other girl was this blonde girl, this crazy whore of a girl that was super whore, you know, like easy lay, you know, but what do you call it? Obviously, you know, good looking, but it was she was a super whore. But that's what I was working with. And when I started learning about this stuff, it wasn't even like an intention that I didn't want to fornicate. It was just I was so, you know, for like for like 6 months, all I did was just like, just stuff on God, just learning like apologetics and things. That's all I did. And the whole time I had this like warm feeling. The whole time taking bowls of weed, and the weed helped me focus more to understand it, and just in this warm feeling, which later I realized was the Holy Spirit. I just felt good, and I'm like, wow, I'm watching like fucking, like conservative people that I never liked, people that I was always against, and yet I'm not cringing, I'm not wincing. I'm watching it with this utter, just like, please teach me, like I want to learn. No criticism, just I was absorbing, and this is providence, borderline miracle. There was a YouTube channel called Theology, Philosophy, Science, and Science. And this was a channel that basically brought together, in a way that no other thing does, all the different apologetics, like, leaning towards Protestantism broadly, all that, like the five solas and so, sola scriptura, that kind of thing, just like in that kind of general direction. And it had all the people in one place, everyone from, Greg Kokel to Frank Turek to William Lane Craig, to David Wood. I mean, almost all of them. And it had it all in one place, with playlists and everything, and constant new videos. And the person who ran the channel was, no, nothing. Very, very few texts, maybe like a command or two, or video will be up later, or video has bad audio, whatever. But no personality beyond that. Like no ego, essentially. Just someone who's just doing that, and there's no personality there. Although he did respond to some comments. I remember this is how long ago it was. It was a video about the godly, or the biblical influences in the founders, and I'm there. The comment is, well, no, I mean his channel is gone, so the comment's probably gone. But I was like saying, these guys were deists. They didn't really believe in God, even though now it's a silly idea, because a deist God wouldn't have morality. A deist God doesn't care. I used to call the deist God a cosmic deadbeat daddy. He fucking, just makes the universe, and then he's like, fuck this shit, and he's out. He's splitting. He doesn't want anything to do with this. He doesn't want to, doesn't want to raise the universe. He's just out. And, so he wouldn't give us some morality that he would have held us accountable to, so that we could be judged by. That's not deism, that's more like maybe Unitarianism. And by the way, only a fifth of all Americans at the time of the Revolution and the early Republic, only a fifth went to church, but almost all of them read their Bible, along with lots of other literature, and their worldview was very heavily influenced by the ramifications and implications of Scripture. For instance, the book that was most quoted was that book more than anything else, most printed, all that stuff, right? But all that, despite church attendance being a fifth. And you might say, well, when did all these Americans start going to church? It was in the middle of the 1800s, with the beginnings of Methodism and baptism, or not baptism. I'm sorry, Baptists. So Methodists and Baptists. So basically, it was Methodists in like the north and Baptists in the south, roughly speaking, and that's where it grew. Basically, with the second, what's that? Not revolution. Second Great Awakening. It's the Second Great Awakening. That's when church attendance in America started, going to the high that we saw a couple of decades ago. It's almost like everyone and their mother was going to church, and so yeah, so it's not even lots of stuff like that. I love history because of that. All the stuff that you think you know so much, and it's like, oh wow, they wait, illegal citizens or non-citizen residents were voting in local elections since the 1820s. What? Yeah. Wait, you're telling me that in the middle of the 1800s there was a declining population and they had to bring immigrants to the city? Yep. Are you telling me that the cities always had immigrants in them? Always had some foreign type of people? Yes. Yeah, so it's even like the whole like, well, the two parties disagree with everything. Kill Bill Vice. Who the fuck you talking about? They disagree on everything, the two parties. But then what? They can't agree on anything. They don't share any goals. This is the only time this has ever happened. No, we have to give up to China. It's over. And it's like, oh, you look at the 1800s. You have the nascent Democrat Party, basically the newly made Democrat Party, same one that exists today, right after Jackson. And you have the Whigs, which were basically an offshoot, of the Democrat Republicans, which is Jefferson's thing, not the same thing. And I have a quote literally talking about how at that time they did not just disagree on the means, but also the ends. I mean, eventually they had a fucking war, and yet we're still here, and shit's still going, That's why I feel like, Trump at the end of 2020 I believe would have been in his right to say, you know what, we're just going to, we'll talk about Hollow Earth in a second. But Trump could have definitely would have been in his right to say, you know what, we're gonna just redo this election. December 15th, go to vote, and this time we're gonna do all paper ballots, and it's all, there's gonna be real poll watchers and all that stuff. But he's not a tyrant, man. DeSantis is a tyrant. DeSantis would have done that and much worse. DeSantis is horrible, man. I mean, all this shit about the Disney. I mean, if you don't like Disney, don't shop at Disney. Why would you take the theme park and the people that work and live there and take away their right of self-governance? Like every locality, every town or whatever has like their own mayor, and they could run themselves. And yes, Disney's a company, but it also occupies, it's coextended with a bit of fucking territory, land. I think it was a Creek Mill or something like that. I forget what the name is, but it's a municipality. And he's talking about like they have, they shouldn't, they have all these privileges, and it's like, no, that's the same privileges that a municipality, an incorporated municipality, has in running themselves. They could decide, that's called home rule. You could decide how to have a mayor, or whether, like for instance, Jersey has some of the most robust home rule. I mean, you could have almost any form of government you want. I think you'll need like 50% of the fucking people to sign a petition, or some like a low number, not even less than that. And you could basically put in special charters. You could have a fucking king, I guess, but maybe not that. But you could, there's a lot of latitude in how you could govern yourself in a way where your county or your municipality, your town, just ignores whatever the federal and state governments pass at the legislature. As long as you follow the Constitution, you don't even, so if they pass mask mandates or something like that, or some kind of like vaccine you could ignore it. That's in the Constitution of the states, and the different state constitutions. That's literally in there. So you can't fuck with that. Most people don't know about it. But DeSantis is trying to get rid of their ability to govern themselves. And regardless of what you think of Disney, first of all, those aren't the people that make the cartoons. Those are just people that literally like work the rides and wear the fucking costumes and shit like that, and making sure people are happy, and as they're going spending their Disney dollars. They don't have anything to do with the woke shit. Most of them probably don't like it, but you know, they're doing their job there, and it's not even related. And yet, DeSantis doesn't like that executives in California criticized his bill. They didn't stop him from putting out his bill. They just said this is wrong. They gave a fucking speech about it's wrong. And DeSantis is like, we'll show you. You know, it's like, what? Look, if they do something illegal, then charge them. But don't do this thing where, like, you know, I'm just going to make your life a living hell because you said you disagree or you make me look bad. A guy like that in president, forget about it. It's a ticking time bomb. I mean, remember, he was there. He was the guy who basically learned how to clear, how to do torture the legal way. You know, when he was in JAG in the Guantanamo Bay. You know, basically, you know, JAG being basically a army lawyer. You know, basically, and he basically supervised that shit, and the force feeding and the simulated drowning, you know, the waterboarding, you know, which, by the way, people say, oh, I can do that. Like, no, you can't. No, you can't. You every time you go to inhale, you have the sensation of inhaling water. You're not, if it doesn't suffocate you, it just freaks you out psychologically. But anyway, he fucking, you know, he cleared that, you know. Remember, for people that were in Guantanamo Bay that were no charge, no trial, nothing. So imagine, you don't even know what you're locked up for. They don't even have a reason to why you're locked up. They just have you there. I mean, you know, there's so many people there that were like some computer engineer in like Sudan, or I'm sorry, not Sudan, in like Yemen or something, or, you know, some guy from Saudi Arabia who's, you know, taking, you know, go to school in Afghanistan, and they would get kidnapped by like some kind of like, you know, what do you call these people? A Taliban person and stuff. Because our CIA, in the wake of 9/11, was going around to all the warlords in Afghanistan saying, you give us, you know, the terrorists or these Al Qaeda people, whatever, we'll pay you money. So what do you think these guys did? You think they give? No, they basically would kidnap, you know, some guy walking on the street, grab him up, tie him up, and then give him to you know, to the CIA, saying, you know, pay me. You know, here's another terrorist, pay me. And so that's how a lot of the people got into Guantanamo Bay. So you had basically people get kidnapped by some warlord, then get taken to a CIA black site, tortured for months, or weeks or months. Then taken to another facility, like, you know, some internary, you know, something in between, or whatever, and then finally to Guantanamo, and then there for 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20 years, you know. And then every time, you know, you say, hey, why am I here? Where's the charges? You know, I have an alibi. I wasn't even, you know, I was here on 9/11. I had nothing to do with this. Just silence. And nothing but despair, the contempt from the populace, because, oh, those are the worst of the worst. Those are terrorists. You're gonna get your. And so DeSantis, and there's a video of him saying this, saying, hey, every time these guys have a hunger strike, which is their way of trying to, you know, do something about this, right? I mean, you know, that's desperate to do a hunger strike. He's like, they're waging jihad. And we got to shut. That's why we put the force feeding tubes. We're going to shut down that jihad. These are people protesting their wrongful imprisonment with no charge, no trial, no recourse, no lawyer. They have a lawyer, but you know, they can't. You know, no bail. You know, outside of national law, right? In the murky international and outside of international law, right? Basically, you know, that's why it's in Guantanamo. That's why they didn't bring them to America, because they have to do it off the territory of the country, because you can't hold people like that. You can't fucking hold people like that. By the way, the J6 stuff with the what they're doing to J6 is literally like they're taking it as a playbook from the. It's almost like they created a weapon with Guantanamo Bay in terms of like finding a way to like hold people without trial and charge and torture them and all that stuff and do so out without being illegal. They basically that was like a laboratory where people like DeSantis figured out, okay, this is how you do this legally, right? You hold someone, indefinite. This is how you do it legally. And they basically copied and pasted that in a way or used that as a template for the J6 people so that they could hold them in many cases with almost no charge or, pre-trial detention for years, when the literal Bill of Rights says you're guaranteed a speedy trial, not to be languishing forever in prison, and that was remember they're not doing this by brute strength. That a lot of these are lawyers who figure out this is why you're not supposed to have so many damn fucking laws, because the more laws you have, the more loopholes to create. If you have very few laws, and then the times where it's like ambiguous about, wait, should the law be applied here? That's what a judge is for. That's what the fucking judge is supposed to be for. It's to be like in those areas where it's not clear if the law, he's supposed to say this is what applies. And yet instead we make laws on top of laws on top of laws on top of laws, and that gives certain people, if they're on the inside of government, they get regulation breaks and sweetheart deals and things like that, stuff that's denied to other people because of all the fucking paperwork or all the fucking regulation or law or whatever. So it's a fucking problem. It could be. I don't want to make fun of them, man. That shit is crazy, man. That was one of the first times I ever like prayed, like legitimately like prayed, like deeply, was when I heard about like that J6 guy who he had his orbital bone broken, and yet they threw him back in the thing, and that his hand was broken too, and then he had a cancer, and they didn't even give him a cast, nothing. And I just broke down, man. I was like, God, please, just comfort them, do something. And then, like the next day, was when those marshals came in, and I fucking cried. And it felt so fucking good to see it. Just, even if it was kind of caricatured on my part, it just felt like they're going in there and finally someone's like, this is wrong, we're going to do something, this is America. You're not going to do this shit, man. That shit chokes me up when I think about in 2019, the Hong Kong protesters singing national anthem in broken English, Randall Reverie, but knowing every word and waving that flag and saying, we know what fucking liberty's like, man. We let them down. We let them down, man. And that hurts, man. Because we're supposed to be a beacon. And no one taught me this shit. I had to fucking learn this shit on my own. Parents didn't teach me. School didn't teach me it. Someone named fucking Alex Jones put the idea in my head that America's exceptional. Out of all fucking people. That's why I'm so loyal to him. Because he's been a big pivot point. Even though I hate all the people, I don't hate him, but like I don't like the Harrison Smith. I don't like Owen. I used to like Owen. I don't like. They're just ethno-national. They're just race baiting. Just always complaining. Always despondent. Always like, oh, the left is, if everything would be fine if the left was just, gone. It's just like that's no, in a family, people disagree, and you're supposed to still be a family. In the same way, you're supposed to have that in America. We're supposed to disagree politically and stuff, but as long as we agree, like in the rule of law and in the process and the Constitution, they're your brother, they're your sister. And if anything, the fact that we delegate it to representatives means that you shouldn't even take your ire on that, because it's like it's removed. So you should be able to like go out to eat and be friends and all that stuff, and not, because there's so much more we have in common and stuff like that. And that's why it's so sad to see what they're doing with the, taking every space and politicizing it. And the fucking feminists say, well, the personal is political. Yeah, but the personal isn't just political. The personal is more than political. America is your friend. You know. Look, I love this country, all right? And I only wish that everyone could just feel what I feel. Because it's an important place. And it's just that we've been so fucking pampered and so ameliorated that we don't realize that how special it all is. We only get a glimpse of that when we see like people from the most destitute parts of the world just go through hell and high water to get here, just to be here, and you're like, shit, man. I mean, electricity on all the time. You can't just like get pulled over by a cop and just pull out like $500 and just say forget about it. No, I mean, I remember when that first hit me, when I was thinking, like, if you go to Mexico, you could do that. You pull out some money, like, all right. But you can't do that here. And it was just like, and it hit me before. It was like, that's the rule of law. That's the respect that people have for the law. And that's what, speaking of abortion, that's why I don't think you should bomb abortion clinics, even though it's killing of a human being. Because the rule of law, given that it allows that, there's a deference. And so in the same way, if the law was changed tomorrow, the people who did it, you can't hold them legally accountable for that. You can't say, well, retroactively we're going to get, no, it was legal while it was going. So that's the power of the rule of law. That's why it's so important to have those delegates and be involved, and not just turn it into a fucking spectacle. The French fucking lefties in the 60s were right, man. What do you call them? The situationalists. They were absolutely right. That culture was becoming a spectacle, and there's a lot of good criticisms on the left. I mean, Theodore Adorno, which is like top level fucking Frankfurt School, has lots of interesting ideas in terms of what is authenticity, or what is autonomy. Even like his music theory is actually really interesting, but that doesn't mean he's right about all these other things. But they're not stupid. They're not just like, they just want to kill babies. It's not like that at all, and it bothers me. And that's one of the things I like about philosophy, is that when you are sophisticated enough to have those nuanced debates, and to couch it in that kind of dispassionate language, you have a certain more of a respect for the other person. In the same way, like if you're MMA fighter and you want to beat somebody, but if they give you a good fight, you have like, I mean, you want to win, right? But you have a certain respect for them. Like, man, that was a good fight. Thanks. That's how I feel when I'm debating someone, or talking to someone that have very different thoughts than me, complete like communists and stuff. But we're couching it. We're not using the ad hominems, not insulting one another, being reasonable, being logical, right? Responsive, considerate, right? I mean, that's it's a beautiful thing, and it's definitely an amelioration when it comes to how you feel about that other person. You don't want to choke them, you're basically like, man, you came to a different conclusion than me, and somewhere along the way you got some wrong assumptions. At least that's what I believe. And they may believe the same thing about me, but it's not because they're crazy. It's not because they're stupid. It's not because they're they're whatever, all these other things that people say all the time about, you can't understand. They're just, and that's why Tucker is a fucking plant. He's a spook and a half. He's going to take the populists and drive them either into obscurity or destroy them. He may even be the H. Walker Bush to Trump. I'm sorry. He may be to Trump what H. Walker Bush was to Reagan, because Reagan didn't pick H. Walker Bush. That was the establishment Republicans that he was outside of that said, as a compromise, you have to take him as VP. And HW is fucking total establishment. And so in the same way, Tucker, basically when he got out of college, the first thing he did was try to join the CIA. And for reasons unknown, no idea, we have no idea why, he decided not to join or not to continue it. No, I'm sorry. The CIA decided not to hire him, or not to, and then he also subsequently lost interest. So here's a guy, all he wanted to do was join the CIA, and then, short rejection, and then forget about it. I have no care for it. There's no rhyme or reason to it. There's no, like he had flat foot, or Tucker had some, some disorder. No, there's no reason given, and that itself is strange. Anyone who works for that or wants to, don't trust them. You can't trust them. But like, oh, Tucker says true things, yeah. But what doesn't he say? What are the things that he leaves out? He may say everything that's true, but he may say, things that are relevant or only part of the story, like a half truth. And so you always have to question, like, beyond that, what the CIA does, they want you to become comfortable with a personality, someone you bring into your home every night on TV, and then from there just trust them. It's like, no, you can't trust them at all. And so Tucker has a father who married an heiress to the Swanson TV dinner, billionaire, whatever, fortune. And let me tell you, although, I'm sure many men, including myself, would love if we can get a girl to love us whose father was a billionaire and then gave us a fucking, cush job, and I think we would all be like, wow, right? But it's not likely, nor is it common, right? The other way around is more common, right? The poor girl, rich dude. So it's a little strange to think, hey, why is Tucker Carlson's dad, what does he have? Like, why, it's just strange, there's actually something there. And, you realize a lot of these marriages are arranged. It's just like the old school where it's like, you gotta make sure the money and the power is going a certain way, and it's kept in certain circles. And that's why I actually have a meme that shows all of the, not all of them, but how many intermarriages there are between the people in the Democrat Party and people in the mainstream, the legacy press and mainstream media and all that. It's literally like they're all, they pair up because it's, again, they're not falling in love with each other. It's a consolidation of power. It's almost like you're marrying into a club. And so, it's an old school way of thinking. It really is. It's not like the way of thinking of Christianity of you love one person and you give your heart to them, and sickness or health or whatever, you give it all to them, and you put them first, and with the idea that they do the same thing for you, which is a little taste of what heaven's going to be like, where we're all outpouring our love for one another, and not, no, everyone's given all they can, and you know how awesome that is, right? So DeSantis is a bad guy. But seriously, though, Disney just wants to run themselves there. They just want to run their own part. He's like, nope. And then how he took over the school, even if it's a state school, I mean, he just went there and just ripped up the board and just put not like, some impartial board. No, all of his cronies, literally people that are like, mega donors to him, he put in the board. So even if you believe like, oh, this woke school was too much, we had to do something about it. Why couldn't he have put more impartial people in there? Instead, not only does he put like Republicans and but people that are like the biggest donors to his. So he's almost. And by the way, these are jobs that get paid. So it's almost like it's almost like a bribe or a thank you, right? Like where Hillary Clinton gets paid $250,000 for a single speech, right? That's a bribe, right? Jacinda Ardern, right? Oh, I'm alone now. Jacinda Ardern is what do you call it? Now in Harvard. Now she's working for Harvard. So here she destroys her fucking country, locks it down more than almost everybody else, does the horrible thing, says like, yeah, you don't have rights anymore until you take this shot, right? And then she resigns with that much backlash against that many people there in the Kiwis fucking hating on her. And she leaves, and where does she go? She gets rewarded. How? They give her some fucking appointment at Harvard. So now she's like a fucking professor there or something, some kind of lecturer. They did that with Hillary too, but in Columbia. And that's a telltale thing of the left. That's how they look out for one another. Honestly, you can't get too mad at that. So they fucking look out. Yeah, definitely hush money in many ways. Actually, we know what she said for the Goldman Sachs speech, because it was leaked by WikiLeaks, and basically she was saying, and get this, that when she assumed the presidency, she would encourage or instill what she called an open hemisphere. So she basically did not want the boundaries between the nations of North and South America, that she wanted the free flows of people in either direction, with obviously it's only going to be in one direction, but in either direction. And so she's there saying that in like 2015, and now we see Biden doing this. Like there's it's not new, like literally Hillary's there in 2015 saying, in the Goldman Sachs speech, we need an open hemisphere. You got to allow for the free movements of people. And then Biden gets in, and exactly that fucking happens. And there's actually a good conspiracy theory. It's pretty funny, that says that Biden is faking his dementia or is faking his cognitive decline because it's almost like a ruse. It's almost like a ruse to say like, hey, I'm really out of it. I don't know what's going on. I'm just just going in one thing the other, when in fact he's fucking cold and calculated. I had this fucking notification on Twitter. What is this? Yeah, baby. Instead of all the tar collecting in my lungs, I cough it up periodically. And when you smoke cigarettes, that shit stays in you, man. And I'm like, you gotta spit out this fucking shit. It's good because my lungs stay clean. You've tried what do you call it? Oh. All right. You've tried kratom before, right? I think you have, right? I think you were asking me about it. I'm not smoking cigs. Oh, Hawk cigar, $12 cigar. But you can mix your tobacco with weed. I don't like that. Um, although if I had enough weed to waste, I'd like go like this, and get all the tobacco out, and then stuff it with weed. So it's yeah, it's fucking cigar, just weed. You know, a Gotti. You know. Um, by the way, I have a formula on how a small group of people can take over large swaths of like industry in the population. There's a name for it. It's called corporate capture. And so essentially there's a theory of institutions called neo-institutionalism. And the old school theory of institutions only looked at like how was it that different factions in an institution would fight one another, right? And the differences, like the way they would differ. The neo institution says, no, we're going to start looking at something called isometry, which is just a fancy word for basically everyone's on the same page, like lockstep. And so in theorizing this, they come up with these three levels of influence. And so you have normative, mimetic, and then coercive. And so all you need to do, let's say if you wanted to, let's give me something. Let's say you wanted to control the diets of people, right? What you would do first is let's say you were like a Rockefeller or like a George Soros. You would take your money and create an NGO, and then you would go around populating the NGO with different academics. Not all of them, just the ones that you could bribe or that buy your shit or whatever, right? That believe your crap. But usually it's the ones they bribe. And so you bring them in, and let's say the nutrition, doctors and scholars and all this shit. And so you put them on board, and you call it, the NGO, you call it the World Advisor, the World Advisory on Diet, something like that. And so, given that you put a lot of like prominent, but not all of them, but prominent researchers there, that becomes a normative level where now you've created like a small group of people that are basically, as a norm, acting a certain way. So let's say with the case of diet, or let's do climate change. It's better. So you create a group called the interplanetary whatever council on climate change, like ICC whatever thing, right? And you put maybe about a fraction of percent of climate scientists in there, not all of them. You don't even talk to most of them. You just put the few in there. Now, because you created this group, and because they're high level people, like prominent researchers, although not the whole group, but or not the whole, not every researcher, but these are prominent people nonetheless. That becomes this kind of like prestige, right? Like, the top climate experts, not all of them, but the top climate experts, right? In this, say that we have to do this now. We have to change the global warming and the carbon credits and whatever. And so that first level, that normative level, basically creates the standard, the basically the rules that you would follow, right? Now, how does that get implemented? Because that's just a small fucking group. Now, the mimetic level is mimetic meaning like a mime, right? And so, I'll give you an example. So on 9/11, there was insider trading. But that doesn't mean that everyone who put those put options, after, before 9/11, on United and American Airlines, it doesn't mean they all knew what was going to happen. You have a small group of people of investors, of stock traders, that are really, let's say, high level, like whales or whatever, right? Like people that are really like high level in that shit. And there's a whole swath of people that do nothing but watch them. Actually, I'll give you an example. Let's say you're a company, right? Whatever you're, whatever company. Let's say an electronics company, right? Like an Apple. And so, but you're not Apple, but you're, whatever, you're mid-range, right? And you're looking to strive up. You're going to be the type of company that will look to Apple, and if Apple does it, you're going to start doing. I guess I'll give a better example because this is more prominent. Universities, right? So you might be a mid-level university, but at that university, they'll try to like adopt things and do things that the Ivy Leagues do. Not everything, but they'll try to like benchmark some stuff and adopt it, right? Just because it's the Ivy League, right? Whereas the Ivy League is not trying to do that, right? They're doing, they're following their own thing. And so that mid tier is all these people that are just following whatever the top group. So they're just looking at the celebrities or the top researchers or the top people in a certain field, and they're going to do whatever they do. Same thing with like the stock things. If you see, there's a whole bunch of people that will follow and do whatever stock trading options that a small group that they're watching does. So it's like a small vanguard, and then everyone follows. So you just have that one group, that NGO or a couple of them, with a few, like 0.5% or 1/4% of all the scientists or all the people that are relevant to that. And then because they're big names, you have all these people that just act like them. They're not even thinking like, is this good? Is this bad? They're just thinking, top people are doing it. You got to do it. So that mid-level basically comprises of all the people that, like we would call the management class, the people that are in charge of like, scheduling your job or your boss at work or whatever, not the owners and things like that, but like, like I said, like middle management or lower management. So basically the people that, are in a certain position to do the final level, which is coercion. So let's think of with the COVID stuff, right? You have a small group of people in the Rockefeller Institute, right, that say, this is the way we have to do lockstep and shut down businesses and masks and social distancing, right? And then you have all these people at the mid tier that are like, hey, the top researchers are saying to do this. The people from Harvard and this, they're saying do this. We're gonna adopt that. We're gonna do exactly what they say because they're the experts, right? And then you have all the rest of the people that are below that middle management that are basically forced at that point because those middle tier people institute coercive policies. So they're the ones that, So for instance, Bill Gates did not force you to shut down your business, right? Bill Gates created the group of people that said that was the right thing to do, which then the civil servants and the public, politicians adopted, which then shut you down. So they're like at a mid tier. You see that? And so the way it works is like a pyramid too, where you have a small thing on top, but then you can have as you go lower, you get more and more people. And then once you get to the coercive level, you're basically getting at almost everybody. And so at this point, you're basically all the people that run the businesses and the local governments and things like that are basically changing the laws or the rules to force the mandates and all the things. And so that coercive layer is basically everybody else. So that's how a small group can basically change a whole industry, and that's called capture. Cultural capture, cognitive capture, industry capture, regulatory capture. There's many different flavors of but that's the name of that is capture. Now imagine like, conspiracy theories, someone would have talked and there's names for this shit. This is why I say the literature is so fucking powerful, because there's literally what do you call it? Almost all these things have a name. and have models and things. It's just that these academics are timid. These they're not screaming at the rooftops. They publish it in the journal and then they move on. They don't they're on different grinds, you could say. But that's where I come in. And the 20th century was what it was because it essentially took the major inventions of the 19th century and applied them, like telephone, the car, electricity, whatever, and brought them to a high level. The 21st century is doing that, but with the 20th century's gathering, not ideas, but gathering of knowledge. So all the science work and all the people and the chemists doing all the little tests and things that that small sales like, oh wow, okay, it's, it seems insignificant, but now we have all this knowledge, even though they didn't imagine what people would have done with the knowledge. It's there. And so the 21st century is going to be basically the utilizing of that. That's where all the innovation, that's where the in the ways that the 21st century be greater than the one before it, in those ways that's what's going to be affected. And so those facts, that body of information, that corpus of knowledge will be the soil for all the new growth of the 21st century. And you see that with me right now, because of a lot of the books and references I have are from the 20th century. A lot of the science is recent though, because that's how science is. But a lot of the political stuff, history. I have a lot of history. I got way more history books than I thought I did. TikTok Politics, Daisy Chain Politics. I'm done. Just enjoy the rhythm of my voice, if that at all. I'm gonna take some kratom. So I'm gonna take some Crady, and I'm gonna take a piss. Yuck. I want to show you something. I don't know if you're gonna appreciate it, 'cause, you know, you're kind of loopy. But I'm, you know, I'm coherent loopy though. Nevertheless, I want to show you something. So you know, I mean business here. All right. Just loading up here. What's this? Well, what's this shit? It would massively help if you could please like us on. What do you mean like us? What the fuck? Are you guys? This is connected to the internet? Oh shit. Chat? Hopefully not. Okay. Okay. All right. See this? This is something very few people, relatively speaking. Oh shit! No wonder. I'm like, where'd my head go? So yeah. So this is something that what do I do here? Let me take this. Make this a little smaller. And then take this and make it a little smaller too. Okay. Actually, no, I'm gonna put myself over here. Okay. All right. Oh, okay, I know what I'll do. Okay. Beautiful. Beautiful. All right. Okay. Good. All right. So you might say, oh, what are we looking at here? This is called a reference manager. So when you are a scholar, or you know, you're doing your dissertation or your thesis, right? Like Jay Dyer was supposed to do. You need to collect literature, and this is just a way to organize it, because you know, when you are, let's say you're doing a dissertation for a PhD, even for a master's, but obviously PhDs are much more robust. You're going to be dealing with hundreds, if not thousands, of citations, probably thousands, if not tens. I meant to say, if not tens of thousands, way more than hundreds. I mean, that's what a thesis and all that stuff requires, especially dissertations, even more than that, because a thesis is just coming up with the original idea. A dissertation is essentially you're coming to add, almost like you're creating another brick in the wall of collective knowledge. So you're not just getting an understanding of what the field's like and then coming up with your idea. You are tying your idea to the end of someone else's idea, or to several ends, right? And you're tying your idea to those. And so that's what scholarship is, in the sense that you gotta, there's a consistency where you keep referencing the person prior to you, and that keeps like a continuity. It's a weird kind of thing, because you know, that's not how we normally think of knowledge, and you know, get an answer for something, or you research something. But in scholarship, you got to have, like, you know, the more you reference other things that you do, that doesn't mean you have no new ideas, but the more that the bricks are all those things, the better, the more scholarly you are. You know, if you could show how your work is essentially the continuation of what has come before, and make a good you know, case of that, you're considered, that's what's considered good scholarship. That's what's considered, you know, a dissertation that's going to do well, you know. And so something like this is just a way to manage all that fucking crap that I have, you know. And so I think I have over 5,000 references here. And so these are the first ones I put. You see, it's all 9/11 truth stuff. So one day I'm going to make a video about all the 9/11 truth science papers, you know. So, hold on. Pull this out here a bit so you can see some, you know, some of these I have the PDF for, or a lot of them. You know, stuff like this. These are, you know, published in physics journals and, you know, academic things, and yet, you know, it's just fucking explaining how, like, this is a great paper. And by the way, Kevin Ryan, the author of this paper and one of the heavyweights in 9/11 skepticism and truth and the science behind 9/11 science, follows me on Twitter. That was such a win when he followed me. I was like, wow. And then from time to time he'll like some of my tweets, and it's always a tweet I'll never expect him to like, but then it makes me happy. You know, especially like you know, fighting off fucking racists and shit, and you know, saying, you know, stop treating, you know, this genetic, you know, black people like their violence is genetic or something. It's just it isn't, and you know, because it hasn't been the same. It was less than the whites until or comparable until they you know, got rid of the fathers in the home. And that did matter, because if you listen to a lot of the early hip hop from the 90s, like Wu-Tang and shit, they're always talking about, you know, mom, you know, pops bounced on the old, no, mom's bounced on the old man's, you know, or what the song All I Got Is You, and he says, you know, no daddy in the home, you know. So obviously they wouldn't mention these things if it didn't mean something, you know. Essentially they were like the first generation, those 90s rappers. They were like the first generation of the you know, of no fathers in the home, of you know, giving incentive to get fathers out of the home, so you know, so women. It's horrible because you know, you think like, okay, you want to help these women, you know, if they're single, but it's like you never think, well, doesn't that make an incentive when they want to be comfortable there? I mean, should it instead be to help the father? So, you know, and that's another thing too. They want to, like, you know, ACLU is celebrating all this, you know, laws that say, oh yeah, you have to, employers have to allow a woman to breastfeed in private, you know, to have a space where she could pump her tit, you know, and put all the breast milk in, and or feed the kid. And I'm thinking, this is not a win. You know, this a pregnant woman shouldn't have to work. I mean, they should be home. They should be, you know, resting and eating ice cream and pickles and shit. You know, they shouldn't be working. You know, they should be, you know, maybe, you know, coming up with baby names or whatever, or doing stuff that's pertinent to the baby, you know, getting supplies, but they shouldn't be working. That's why we had a father. I mean, this whole idea of like, oh, I'm going to celebrate your career. You know, you're a woman and you're going to be a doctor. You're going to be like, oh my gosh, you're so awesome. No, the only reason why we ever lauded things like a career was because the people who had a career were able to provide for their families. That was it. Now later it got corrupted, but essentially that was where the recognition came from. It was like, not that, oh yeah, your bank account is huge. No, it was like, now you could raise a family, and your, you know, woman could stay at home and kids could be raised, and you know, and that's what it was all about. And yet now it's like almost like they killed that, and they're wearing just a skin, like a skin suit of it, you know, like, you know, like a husk of what it used to be, and just wrapping themselves around, you know, in it, and saying, look at me, I'm successful, I got a, you know, I'm childless, but I got a fucking career. And it's ridiculous. It is fucking ridiculous. So, you know, corporations, and I have a way to get rid of corporations, and and we won't have to pass any fucking laws against corporations. All we have to do is one thing: get rid of corporate full liability. Just get rid of that liability. Make it so that it's the same kind of liability you have in like a sole proprietorship or a partnership. So that means that if you invest in it and you want to see that company grow, the more it grows, the more you stand to lose if the company fails. Because right now, an investor will only lose the amount they put in that initially, but they can reap way more than that. And I'm like, but that's an asymmetry of risk. If I'm gambling, right, and I'm gambling for a lot of money, the amount of money that I'm gambling for is proportional to the amount of risk that I face. And so, how are you going to take away all that risk? It doesn't make any fucking sense. So and what doesn't make sense, I forgot what I was talking about. So let's move on here. This right here, this is great. So Kevin Ryan, like I said, follows me, and he wrote this. In 2009, 2010. This is a detailed, article, whatever. It's a look. It's a study on who had access to what parts of the World Trade Center, and you'll be surprised that a lot of nefarious people had access, because if you want to know what happened, right? Essentially, you had two types of things that brought it down. One was this nanothermite that was in the form of a spray gel, which was applied most likely unknowingly by a fireproofing upgrade project. So within like a couple of years of 9/11, on key floors, you had fireproofing upgrades where people would have basically been told to spray this gel all over the steel columns, and by all means, you would believe, reasonably believe that, hey, this is fireproofing, but it could easily just be thermite nanogel. Now, thermite is thermite is a nanothermite. I'm sorry, it's essentially regular thermite, but instead of like mixed together, where if you want to make regular thermite, you take like aluminum and iron, and I forget, sulfur, I don't even know, but you just mix the powders together. That's it. Nanothermite is putting the ingredients together one molecule at a time, or one atom at a time. And what that does is it creates a huge surface area, which the thermite, which normally just burns really hot and burns through things but doesn't explode, now because of that increased surface area, it when it ignites, it travels down, and then as it travels down that surface area, it gets faster, and then boom, and it creates like so you could create pressure pulses and explosions, so you can knock columns stuff. So that's what they had on one level, and then and all the fireproofing. So, and you don't need that on every floor. You don't need it. You only need it on like half a dozen or maybe about a dozen floors. And then the second type of explosive they had, most likely, because there's no evidence of this left, but it wouldn't leave any evidence, is by the way, there's evidence of thermite and the sol gel. So there's evidence for that, and chemicals that are not found anywhere else but in sol gel, not in computers, not in construction equipment, nothing. And they've never been found outside of the lab. That's how good the evidence is. It's amazing. And that was Kevin Ryan also wrote that paper. The thermite is what was I saying? That the nanothermite is can be used to. Oh no, I was telling you the other weapon. Basically, it was this something called a thermobaric weapon, also called a vacuum bomb, and this is essentially, it could be like a box or like a crate, or it's not a crate, but like a big steel, box or whatever, container looking thing, like a shipping container looking thing, and essentially, all you need to do is just haul it up and just drop it wherever you want it to do its thing. You don't need to connect wires to it. You don't have to put fuses or anything on it. It's self-contained. Boom. And what it is it's a vacuum. So first it it puts some kind of flammable gas. It leaks like hydrogen or whatever, some kind of flammable gas, and it just fills the space around it with that gas, and then it has a vacuum where it starts to suck in the gases, but as it sucks in the gases, it something ignites it, and that process of flammable gas igniting but also being drawn towards a vacuum of a center creates this huge explosion there, so you could easily knock over steel columns and destroy them. And the efficiency of it is that it'll basically blow itself up, and you're not going to have really much of a trace of it. So anyway, so that's what this here is looking at all the different people and groups that had access to those areas that were needed to reach in order to put these bombs and these nano proofing, all this shit. And then I have stuff like this. You're not going to see this anywhere. No fucking Ryan Dawson, no Whitney Webb is going to show you this. Not because they're bad researchers. I actually like Whitney Webb, but I'm just, because I got a different skill set, man. This right here is looking at 9/11 from the point of view of international relations, and saying essentially here is like this. It's like that everyone just knows Trump, but no one says it. It's like this eerie silence concerning 9/11, because it's like no one's really looked at it. We just reacted to it. No one's ever said, what happened? And you may realize, well, can we, what explains this complete pulverization of all the concrete in the building? I mean, we're talking about not like rubble. We're talking about talcum powder consistency. Alex Jones is the man. Although, Alex Jones is tired, man. And he's getting fucking laid by his wife, and and she's probably fucking letting him fuck other women and all that shit, because he's kind of alluded to that. He's like, that he said my wife actually likes girls more than I do, or something like that. And so while I'm sure he's having a good time, she's no good, and she's like a fucking, her theology's so off, and that's the kind of shit that could bring him to hell. Although it would backslide is a better idea, because I think he definitely has the Holy Spirit in him, but or at least by all means, or by ostensibly, but he could definitely backslide and be pulled that away from it. But ultimately, he's tired, and honestly, I think he doesn't even want to do InfoWars anymore. I think he just does it because these guys have no other place to go, like Owen and stuff. They're basically they have no prospects, I guess, for gainful employment. Although that's not true, but well, maybe, yeah, because of the stigma. So I believe he just keeps it up because he out of respect to them, so they could make a living. And I also believe he's kind of trapped in a caricature that he plays into, because it's an identity grounding of identity. It's something that people can expect, and that some people people like, and they want to see that. Almost like when people call in, they just start screaming like and they want him to start yelling, and they always picture him like yelling all the time. It's he plays into that, but I could tell it's wearing him down. Alex has said, and this is honestly, I want to call into the show to tell him this, because he said Steven Pinker, fuck that guy. I met Steven Pinker. I met him at a conference, and I saw him walk away with a woman that wasn't his wife, like a fucking undergraduate looking chick too. Jeffrey Epstein all the way, man. That was in 2014 when I saw him. Maybe he was on his way to see Jeffrey Epstein later that day. Who knows? In Boston there. Yeah. So Alex is what was I saying? I said he was tired and he wants to leave. Oh, that he said on several occasions, and I want to call in and tell him this, that he's like, there's all this academic stuff, all this scholarly information, and and I don't, I don't have the time to look through it, and it just, I wish other people could, and it could, it's hard to read, and it's because it's so, jargon, da, da, da. And I'm like, that's me, Alex. I could do that. I can do that. I can blow people's mind. Man, I got a study called Slow Emergency, which is from like this discipline of human geography, and essentially, they're like, how can we create an emergency that's ongoing all the time, has no discernible, like there's nothing like crazy going, there's no fire or anything, but there's and they wanted this to be so that would be what climate change is like, where there's no discernible threat, but it's a slow emergency. It's just like ambient emergency, and they're literally like discussing how to do that. There's another one, and I hate this so much, where people, remember we're talking about the hypnotic mass formation hypnosis. Remember that? It's complete BS. That's some fucking theory a guy made, last year or 2 years ago. It's no. There's an actual theory that's been published that's had, over a decade of research backing it up, which is applicable here. And no one talks about it. You only hear it from me. And honestly, it hurts, because when I give it to people like a Kevin Ryan, they're like, okay, interesting. And they don't say anything. And I'm thinking like, man, you're just doing that because you're friends with that guy that has the mass formation hypnosis. You don't want to upset him. Seriously, that's what it is. It's so petty, but that's how humans are, right? That's how normal people are. I thought about my immortality. Essentially, it's called symbolic coping theory, and it says that whenever people come across a crisis, which they're unprepared for, where like, let's say the tools that they have, none of them work for the situation, the theory says that in that situation, people will basically give up their symbols that they've relied on before and come up with new ones, because they have to deal with the threat. So, for example, with COVID, there was this problem of transmission and of personal liberty. And so the normal toolkit of just letting people do as they do and quarantine the sick supposedly wasn't good enough. And and so you needed a new set of symbols, a new set of understandings of what liberty means, what freedom means, right? Where before it was just like, letting people do what they want or whatever without them, physically hurting someone. Now it's like, no, we can't have that anymore. We have a different, you being out there without a mask is, you're saying you're free to wear a mask. You're impinging on my freedom to be healthy or to be safe, right? Like, so yeah, so the symbol went from liberty to safety, right? And so where before, before the pandemic, liberty or freedom took a lot of real estate in ideology. Now that symbol has been swapped for safety. Safety has taken the throne of importance, right? And so that is what happened. Now, the reason why this is crucial, and not just a pedantic or academic distinction, is because I mean, I got a lot in here, right? It's not just an academic distinction, because you can snap someone out of a hypnosis, right? Like if someone's hypnotized, you just snap your finger, hey, wake up, oh, okay. But if you've changed your values, you can't snap someone out of that. You could reason out of it, but it's not like that, It's a lot more work. It's a lot more tangled. And so if people are running around thinking, oh, okay, these people just got to be woken up out of a trance or something, or some kind of flicker rate that has them in some coma state. No, they have changed their beliefs and their values and how much they value freedom versus safety. They changed that. And the only way to bring them back to you know, the truth is to give them reasons. And you know, all these fucking Gen Z people, which I don't think you're Gen Z, you're older than that. All these Gen Z kids that don't want to work or whatever. And they're like, what do we do? Give them a reason. Give them a good reason. Don't just think that, well, you just should do it because you should. There should be a good reason. Obviously, it has to be some level of self-interest, but you want it ultimately for it to be a good reason, not just a selfish reason. Ow. Okay, I'll actually read some of your things here. I mean, you can't get mad at Disney. I said you can't get mad at DeSantis. He's just, I'm sorry, not DeSantis. I meant to say Disney. You can't get mad. You could be mad at the sandwich, but Disney, you can't get mad at them, man, because they're just literally just looking out for the people that work there, man. And what he's doing is evil. You're supposed to, you know, boycott companies, not take away their ability to govern themselves. That's just insane. Ah, I have to use a fucking ice pack to keep myself from puking. You know, this might save your life one day. If you ever want to cool down, you know, don't put the cold towel or the ice pack on your forehead. Put it on the back of your neck, or if you want a much quicker way to cool down, put it on your lower back. That actually saved my life once when I was completely dehydrated from puking up from alcohol, and I was like on a friend's bathroom floor, just looking at the fucking light fading out, and thinking to myself, man, I'm gonna die. And I lifted up my shirt so that the tiles would hit the back, my lower back, and it actually worked because I remembered hearing that on TV, and it actually worked, and I was able to then pick myself up and drink some water out of the fucking faucet. I believe I would have died there easily, or at least passed out for a long time. It's okay. Everything, my life is funny, you know. Okay. Well, fuck, it's 8 in the fuck. So it's 5 a.m. for you. It's 8 a.m. for me, man. Oh shit! Look, I could listen. You know Lionel. If you know Lionel, the motherfucker with the glasses and shit. He called me out, man. He fucking called me out. I know it. Don't ask me how I know it, but I fucking know it. No, I can't prove it, but for fuck's sake, he did. He did it. He did call me out. I know it. Like my whiteboard? I'm going to use that, you know. Shit. I'm going to use that whiteboard in the future. Not now. Too tired to do it now. I just want to fucking smoke and be out. Be out. I know I was supposed to show you, but I hope you could appreciate what I have here. What you're looking at on screen. See, look at energy absorption of the concrete floors. Cass Sunstein talking about, he called it cognitive infiltration. When you ask him this, he says, I don't remember writing this. I write a lot of things. He's literally talking about something called cognitive infiltration, where you stop a conspiracy theory by infiltrating the group, the community of people that are saying it, that are spouting it. And you basically infiltrate their ranks, so to speak, and kind of put in little poison pills of little falsehoods here and there, so that people start becoming like confused and arguing and bickering and not knowing what's true, what's false. You call that cognitive infiltration. This is what Obama fucking paid him for. Amazing, right? This is Zenk, or whatever his name is, Zenk Bezant. Oh shit! No, this is another paper. But yeah, just for instance, like look at all these. Look at all the tabs or tags. Sorry, that I have, right? I mean, you could, I don't know if you could read them from there, but I think I have about 50 or more. No, I have like 120, I think, tags. And a lot of them are very elemental, in the sense that a lot of the other ones are like, instead of having, let's say, one for slavery, I have I pair freedom with race. So it's very it's what's the word, modal. It's very modal. And obviously after the fact, I wasn't going to create the fucking tags all over, like go through all 5,000 things and tag each one again. I wasn't going to do that. So when I realized, oh shit, I should have used that, it was already too late. Like, for instance, with intelligence, with all my literature on, like, how the CIA and other intelligence agencies, how they work, and the top scholar there, I think his name is John Lausch or Lash, something like that. Anyway, whatever the fuck I was saying, yeah, just trying to look all that stuff up, and so anyway, I got it all, man. Anything that is remotely related to American exceptionalism, or what makes America America, I just, so it's all here. So I don't know if you could, but I'm not even a quarter of the way through. These are actually in order of how I downloaded them. So this isn't alphabetical. This is just literally like the order of how how I found each one, each citation. Look at this one. Is being Hispanic an identity? I mean, you'll be surprised what academics are writing. Fucking law professors are the strangest thing. Not only are they pompous with like huge like footnotes, like like they'll have like 5 footnotes a page, but you would think like lawyers write about the law or something. No, they write about almost anything else. Like, you would think they were talking about like the intricacies of a law, or how a law is applied. No, they're like talking about current events and shit. And it's like, wait, what are law professors doing? Like, like where's the, because the journals are supposed to be where your research is and where the cutting edge of the knowledge, and yet you guys are musing on things. It's almost like philosophy, not to say philosophy is, has progress to it or stuff, but it's the same thing with international relations. I figured it was going to be about like economic trade models and equations and, dry statistics and things, but it's literally like structuralism, and Marxism, and, pragmatism, and realism, and, basically philosophies of how to understand, politics and the like, or the relationships between nations. And so it's just when you realize, like, wow, I could penetrate this shit. And even better, I could teach it. I being from psychology, I actually know how to impart information in a better than average way. You know what I mean? Absolutely. But yeah, look at this. Is being Hispanic an identity? Let's see, look at that real quick. See. We hope Professor Garcia's okay. Look, reasons to doubt the very idea of ethnic identity. I cannot hope to meet that standard, but wait. I begin with a few questions about the very idea of ethnic identity and whether we can explain it, moving on to some concerns about the details of Professor Garcia's own account of it, preceding them to offer reasons to doubt ethnicity itself. So I actually have a book called Four Views on Race, and while I believe all those versions have their it's like the elements of, the facets of a jewel, many different facets to one jewel. What I believe it mainly is an anti-realist notion. So when you say someone's black, you're essentially saying like they're tall. So you say that's a black person. You're basically saying like that's a short person, or that's a person with a big nose, right? And so in that sense, you might say, is that a scientific category, of like if I said, the stuff at the base of the tree, the stuff that's around the base of the tree, is that a ontologically scientific, a scientifically ontological category? Is that an entity in of itself, so to speak, in the same way that a human being is an entity, a thing, an object, or that this water bottle is an object? Well, obviously that, but in terms of like a scientific distinction, like the way a species is categorized, or a certain something that a certain element that comprises an object, what is that something that's ex ante or ex post in terms of ontology? And obviously, the take there is it's the latter, that it's essentially an ex post phenotype. It's you're basically coming after the fact with nothing with no prior theory, coming after the fact saying, oh, you have black skin. And that's that again, that's just saying like you're tall, and that's the way it should become. And honestly, as people race mix more, because I always say, don't mix culture, mix race. You're gonna have better offspring. You're gonna have better kids. They're not gonna be as inbred. They're gonna be better looking. They're gonna have something called outbreeding. Not outbreeding pressure. It's called hybrid vigor. This is why all the people who are all into the ethno-national stuff, like, oh, we're gonna want a white nation for our white babies and blah, 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 blah. If you had that, any semblance of it, you wouldn't be able to free yourselves from arguing innocently over who's really white. Are Italians white? Are Finns white? Are Croatians white, right? Or are Turks white? Probably not, right? But you get are Greeks white, right? And if they are, then what's because there's so many differences between all of them. And another thing is all the people think, oh, white's no, white's not an identity. White's not an identity. I used to be like, oh yeah, they're against white people, and we shouldn't be trying to destroy whiteness. I've changed my mind. When you realize what whiteness is not the race in the way we think of race, like that, like an ethnicity or a group of people. Whiteness is just the status quo. That's how you could have, the Irish or the Italians become white over time. It's not a hard and fast category. That's how you could even have black people who pass as white, or that's how someone says you're acting white. Like when I first asked my dad, I was like, what do you think race is? He says it's a social category in the sense that someone could act more white, in that it's a certain class recognition, not necessarily a gene thing, but just like you've reached a certain level of the establishment, of the status quo. You're like you're in society, right? You're not you're part of society, I meant to say. And so that part of society is society for the sake of society with society. And so whiteness is just basically the after effects of a bunch of Western Europeans and later other Europeans coming to America and settling it and losing their prior identities. So for all this shit about we got to bring white people together, look at Europe. Europe is not only a bunch of small fucking fragmented countries, they all speak like tons of different languages. These are obviously people that did not want anything to do with one another, when they settled somewhere, they were like, fuck this, I'm going to keep walking, I'm just going to keep going. I don't want to be here. And then eventually, I'm going to speak a different language or be so insulated and so, not interacting with you that I'm going to, have my own language eventually. I mean, that's not a homogeny. That's not a group of people that are, they're standing together. And when it comes to ethnicity, you have no white heritage. There's no such thing as white in that sense. You're just, you got Irish or Italian or whatever, and you feel good for that. Yeah, you got your English heritage, and you can feel good about that. But whiteness is not, all whiteness means is quote unquote normal. That's honestly what it means. And so what happens is when you have some academics, and some of them know what they're doing in this case, but you have they say we need to get rid of whiteness. They're not saying we need to eradicate white people off the face of the earth. Some of them may be saying that though, but the most of them are just saying we need to get rid of this kind of status quo notion of whiteness. This idea of like, this is American, this isn't American. If you look like this, if you act like this, if you're from this area, and to get rid of it, and I'm all for that. But my contention though to them is, okay, how would you separate Western culture from whiteness? And the problem is they can't. And so you're going to say, well, you're just going to equate Western culture with legacy Western culture with whiteness. Then either we stop being Western, which would defeat the whole purpose of rational, deliberation, right? Because that's Western. Or, and this is what I think is the way forward, to make whiteness as banal and insignificant as saying someone's tall or saying someone has a big nose or whatever, so that it doesn't disappear, but it doesn't mean that anymore. And so the way I would like it is we get to a point where the only time a person thinks of race or considers it, right, is whether they want to fuck you or not, right? So they think like, is this person good looking? It's like they're tall, they got this skin color, they got this eye color, got this hair color, damn, I want to get with them, right? That's where it should be. It really shouldn't be in any other place. It shouldn't be in any form of identity. Instead, these things like black identity or whatever are really regional. You know, the black people that live in Atlanta, Georgia, are not much like the people in Harlem. They have their own regional cultures, and that's how they should be seeing themselves, regionally. Yeah, because whiteness is just a crock, man. It doesn't exist. It's a fantasy, you know. Be proud of being a Boston Irish guy, you know, or or Norwegian Montanan, or an English North Carolinian, you know, just not with whiteness. And so it's just, and then so you got people like Jared Taylor, right? And they write a book like White Identity. By the way, Jared Taylor, the 1940s called. They want their accent back. Right? No, seriously though, the guy's so pompous. And I just see, that I can talk like I have a stick up my ass. I can't do it. I can't do impersonation very well, but he has that kind of pompous, like kind of like no one talks like that, man. Why are you talking like this? You know what I mean? It's just it's ludicrous. And yet, there he is, writing books for people and making them think, oh, my white identity. Oh, I have the whole box set of Cowboy Bebop. The perfect sessions at that like three-piece DVD. I think it was salvaged in the flood, although I never really tested it because I don't watch anything anymore. By the way, do you know anything about anime? Because I came across a lot of old VHS tapes that I had that are basically Tower Records used anime VHSs from the 90s, So for instance, I have Ninja Scroll, and I have a bunch of other things, And I wonder, like, is that shit worth anything? I'm down to, eBay that shit and sell it or whatever. I'm down for that. I don't care. I'm I have no sentimental value towards them, with the exception of maybe like one or two. Like Ninja Scroll. I like Ninja Scroll. Of course, right? Why would I expect any different from you? Right? I mean, the first time we learned about hentai or hentai or whatever it's called, there was well, it wasn't even learned about it. There was a rumor about it was like 5th grade. There was like a rumor about a cartoon of Dragon Ball Z with Sailor Moon mixed, and that that Goku was fucking Sabrina or whatever Sailor Moon's name was. I forget now. Anyway, I think it's Sabrina, right? And it was like, oh shit. And then there was there's an image of it, like the cover, and what I found out eventually was that it was being passed around, this folded up piece of paper, and by the time it got to me, it was like almost like tissue paper in a sense, because it's been handled. It was like regular printer paper, but it's been handled so many times and creased and crinkled and wrinkled that it was like like soft, like tissue paper or something. And it was the color was fading out, whatever, and it was folded a million times. So I remember pulling it up and saying, and it was basically like the cover of the movie Dragon Balls, right? Which was and I was just that's what I remember. I was just like, oh wow. I remember looking at like just like kind of like, why, like you could tell that when Goku them drawing Goku eating Sabrina's pussy, you could tell that they basically took a still of Goku in the regular show eating noodles like with like a chopstick, but then they just basically like photoshopped it and old school photoshopped and colored it up so that it looks like it was part of the skin. And I remember just looking at that like, that doesn't seem right. Even back then I was like, that doesn't seem Oh man, I can't imagine if some fucking pedophile teacher was like the one showing that to us and shit. That is insane. That is insane, man. And I had problems. I had problems making friends. I could imagine someone say, you know what, the reason why you're awkward and you don't you don't make friends or whatever, or people don't like it's because you're a woman. It's because you're really a woman. And especially coming from like authorities, like a guidance counselor, a doctor, or your parent. I mean, that I send my heart out to that, man. Yeah, but honestly, we're not. I don't think it's smart to just ban the surgeries. Not because I don't think they should be banned, but I think that causes too much of a backlash that's it could be avoided. Instead, I think what they should do simply is just allow doctors to have differential diagnosis, because as I understand it now, if a doctor wants to diagnose gender dysphoria, they can't diagnose anything else. So if a person comes in and says, I think I might be a girl, they can't say, well, let's look into that. Let's see if we could find other, reasons that could happen to you. No, they have to say, okay, gender dysphoria. So just change the law so that you can allow doctors to give a second opinion or to give a differential diagnosis. And that's all you need. And with that, there's no rhetoric, there's no crying, oh my God, trans people are being hurt, being killed, we have to go out, and therefore it doesn't inspire crazy people to go shoot up children and mutilate their bodies, for no fucking reason, for whatever. It prevents all that, because all that's going on is the doctor has more choice in diagnosing. That's it. We're not saying he's not going to diagnose it. And you know what? The way gender dysphoria was first treated, with allowing to become a transvestite, essentially, was not to be to say you're a woman now. It was, listen, you are so distressed and nothing else has worked, but we noticed that if we let you wear the wig and the dress, while you go to the supermarket or the movie theater, that you are that you could live a little clear, like that actually alleviates your symptoms. But it wasn't a cure. It was literally like a Hail Mary. It was like, nothing else is working. You're killing yourself. Please, all right, wear the fucking wig. Go out in public, pretending, as long as you don't kill yourself. I mean, that's literally, and I don't want to put it that way, that hard, but that's what it was. It wasn't to, now you're a woman. And look, you want to know what the real deal is? No one talks about how we got into this fucked up situation with the fucking gender and shit. Occupy Wall Street. I was there. All right. I remember the night I was going to go see Portishead. And so it's like 7, 8 o'clock at night. And I'm, beginning of October or something. And I'm looking up at the, Wall Street buildings. And I'll never forget the 4 or 5 guys in, 70th floor or whatever, looking down on all of us. And it was 4 or 5, and they were looking, and they were kind of motionless. And kind of they weren't joking, oh, look, they were all like this. Almost they're like, what the fuck are we going to do about this? And so what happened? To cover up basically the idea of the 99% and the crony capitalism, which, led to 2008, they said, no, we're going to start putting money into this fucking, gender stuff and the leftist stuff. So where before the leftism and the crazy rhetoric and the gender was always there, it was in the universities and stuff, but there was no money behind it. There was nothing, there was no, very few people whose full-time job was to push it. But then after Occupy Wall Street, and they needed the diversion, these Wall Street fat cats, they decided to fund all this fucking crap. And then that's why within a year or two from Occupy Wall Street, you had the law change for gay marriage, because you now had this injection of cash and lawyers and the PR and all that stuff, where you didn't have that before. And that's never said by anybody. I think maybe once I heard it, maybe on Luke Rudowski said it or something, but but no one harps on that. That needs to be harped on. Like, this is being funded, and then obviously what happens after the gay marriage gets legalized, it's like, well, that money is a momentum. It's not just going to stop, right? People going to want to keep getting paid and keep getting donations. So what do? They move on to the next thing, transgender, and then from there. So I actually have a very honestly, I don't want to my own horn, but I have a very original and I think unique take on the whole sexual dynamics and sexual ethics. And trust me, you've never heard this anywhere else. There's something called a temporary autonomous zone, right? It was made by some guy, devised by a guy named Hakim Bey in like the late 80s. And he's basically saying, you know, when you have like an orderly thing, like a routine, and, you know, sometimes where we kind of stray from our routine, you know, we break it a bit, and there's like little area of like having fun. So we're supposed to like do some, you know, straight lace thing, but then we kind of take like a little detour to, you know, just, and there's no rhyme or reason to it, but it's great and it's fun. That's called temporary autonomous zone, because you have this wider structure of order, and within it, you're like a little bubble of like just random autonomy. It's just like, you know, just you know, like fun or whatever, right? But here's the paradox, though. It has to be autonomous, or I'm sorry, it has to be temporary, because if it lasts too long, then it starts applying structures to it that then turn it into the thing that you ran away from for the first part, which is a routine order. And so it's almost like, you know, breaking the rules to have fun, but you can't make it a rule to break the rules. You see that? So when you have an order of a certain family structure and gender roles and such, you may have that kind of ecstasy or fun when you break that, right? When you do something you're not supposed to do or whatever, right? You know, same sex or transgender or whatever the fuck it is, or even some other paraphilia, like you like to fuck cars or whatever. That once you break that, that's where the ecstasy, that's where the fun, that's what made you like it to begin with. There's no ideology, there's no principle, right? It's just you had the order and you broke it, and then there's the fun of that. But again, it's temporary, because if you stay there too long and try to stay there, you start to try to create these structures to codify it, which then turn it into the thing you ran away from. So when it comes to sex, you have a certain order of what you're supposed to do and what you're not supposed to do, normativity, and then you break that. Now, the problem is calling that anything. That's why I think all this stuff should be called queer. All of it. The gay, the trans, everything should just be lumped into just queer. Just strange, different than the norm. Where you have here on one side, you have not heterosexual people, not straight people, but people who are embedded in familial relationships. So that you have, you know, not a straight man, but a husband who, you know, or a single man, right? Or a young single man, where that relation that you have with other people and the potential ones, like, you know, like looking for a mate, that's what defines your sexuality, as opposed to, you know, you like, you know, you're straight or whatever, right? So instead, we because that takes away the selfishness of it, because we realize that a lot of this stuff is not supposed to be chosen by us. That's why arranged marriages have worked so well for so many people. I'm not saying they're mandatory, but there's a reason why they have a very low divorce rate, because there's certain things in life that we don't really choose, and we shouldn't really have to choose them. And so in a way, we really can't choose them. So the less control you or the less finessing you do to it, the more you're satisfied with it, right? Because the more you try to change it, then it's like, oh, I gotta do something else. I gotta do something else. But if you just kind of like, all right, here's how it is given to you, and you just take it as is, you're not gonna, you know, have that anxiety about, oh, let me make sure I change this or change. Just you're taking it as it is. And so when it comes to the sexual ethic, when you try to break out of that, right, and do your own thing, what was it? Shit. What did I just say right before that? I forgot the point there. Well, anyway, so each person's relationship to other people is what's defined. And the idea being that you should only have sex within a committed relationship because that's the best place for it. And that's the best place in terms of like where you could have the most potential, you know, and the least selfishness, the least, you know, because selfishness is like a black hole. It just sucks things in, just destroys them, right? Whereas like love is like a what do you call it? Not an infinite loop, a Mobius strip, you know, just constant, you know, all directions, or like if you know about math, a differential equation, you know, just constant back and forth fluid, you know, no start or end, just like a figure, like a infinity symbol or something, just moving, always moving. And so queerness should be just this catch-all term, and essentially in terms of the civil state, the government and stuff, there should only be the straight relationships or the, you know, the legacy relationships and queerness. That's it. No distinction beyond that. Just either you are fulfilling the role of you're fulfilling your gender role, or you're not. And if you're not, you're queer. And that's it. And that's the best way to see, because the more and more you get into all the fucking zers and the z's and the trans this and the able that and LGBTQPI, blah, 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 all you're doing is you're fragmenting something, and you're destroying a center, and you're fragmenting things further and further in a way that they're not coherent. You're actually creating more and more discoherence, and essentially you'll never reach that state, because at every juncture someone else says, hey, but you didn't mention me in my group, and then further niche, oh, you didn't mention my type of person, oh, you didn't mention it doesn't, because identity is fracturing in that way, and every time the identity fractures further, you want more further representation, and it's like, no. You know, what sex is for, right, and marriage and all that, is essentially for you to become Christ-like. It's for you to give yourself over to somebody else and care more about them than you do for yourself, and the same thing happened with them to you, and you become a better person from it. It's not supposed to be a pleasurable thing. Joy can come from it, but you're not supposed to have like this. It's not supposed to be like a drug that you take or something that makes you feel good. You know, it's supposed to be a bit difficult. And that's why sex is so important in that, because the sex really smooths things over. You know what I mean? And if you are having sex outside of marriage, that part of it that makes it really bonding and special, whether it's oxytocin or whatever it is, you are becoming tolerant to that. I mean, we all know it, right? And I told you, like, when I was dating and shit, you know, that feeling you get when you start to catch feelings, right? And you learn to suppress that. And you think you're such a man, right? Because you're like, I could, you know, all you're doing is you're desensitizing yourself. You're actually turning your heart into stone, literally. And so when you don't act that way, and you have that relationship with the woman that you married, that, you know, in the first time, you are fuck, what's going? No, wait, but there was a subplot though. And so what you're doing is you're training the person to become a better person. And carajo, man, I was on a roll. I know it was the gender roles there, but essentially that's, you know, it's not to make you a better person, and it's the okay, what? Oh, you know what? But anyway, so that's how it's seen. So you only have these familial roles, right? Father, mother, brothers, and then that defines, you know, your relationship there. You know, what types of relationships you're supposed to have, and then you just have queerness, which is basically everything else. And, you know, and that's it. There's no identity beyond that. There's not even any positive identity for queerness. It's just like a distinction of, so for the civil society to understand. But beyond that, no. And I really, why can't we bring back Don't Ask, Don't Tell? That was beautiful. I'm not gonna ask you, and you're not gonna tell me. Everyone lives their fucking life, you know. But oh, you want to know something really interesting? This is also original research here. So I've done a little research on the history of the gay movements and stuff, and this was shocking to me. So there's a group, or I don't know if they're still around, called the ʻMɛtəSɛlf Society, or ʻMɛtəSɛlf or something. It's a French word, and it's basically the word for this old school like type of actor, play actor that would go from town to town, being in plays, but wearing a mask so that no one knew who it was, and that's because they were moving around. They no one would get to know that, and so because of that, when they were in any given town, they could get away with certain scandalous things, right? Because no one wouldn't be able to pin it back on them, right? So these gay guys got together and they created a ʻMɛtəSɛlf Society in the 50s, and basically they called themselves because they felt they had to hide themselves. But essentially, what they wanted was just to be treated fairly, like everybody else. Now, you might say, well, what didn't they have? And this is important. Back in the day, if people thought you were gay, if you were prominent enough, or anybody really, they would it would always be like you're cheating on your wife or something, even though you may not have a wife, but it's like that kind of scandal. So you would have newspapers that would want to get sell papers, find out this guy's gay, and then publish it and say John X, gay man, and that's what they were talking about. They didn't want to be harangued in that way, and I think that's fine. It's actually, they shouldn't be thrown in jail for that. I mean, it's the stupidest thing in the world to throw a man in jail in a fucking cage with other men for liking men. I mean, it's I mean, that's Lenny Bruce said that. So we should have well, what they wanted was to be treated in that kind of to be left alone in that regard. They didn't want to change, from what I understand, they didn't want to change norms or anything. They just wanted to not be harangued and not if they're found out to be gay or out of the club, that no one's going to come after them or try to make them lose their job or something like that, or cancel culture or something like that. However, while that was the gays and the lesbians, what were the transsexuals doing? And this is where it gets really interesting. There was a fallout between the gays in that group and the transgenders. Why? You're going to love this. The transgenders were too violent. This is the 50s. The 50s, man. The transgenders were too violent. They would be, instead of, let's say, like peaceful protest, they would want to do like violent protest. They would want to go out and like hurt people and be like, you must accept that I want to be a woman. And they always talk about today about the LGBT and the T being different from the first three. Well, there it is in the 50s, literally. And it's not just the fact that, okay, one's an identity, the other one's a behavior. It's literally that there's a certain animosity inside transgender people, and not all of them, but there's at least for some, that they want to change society. And here's the thing, and this is really important, right? So you see all the TikTok people with the blue hair and all this stuff. Bohemianism has always been a thing. There's always been bohemians that wear different clothes, have different types of sexual relations, eat act different ways, right? That's nothing new. It's always been the case of bohemians, bohemianism. But these radical blue-haired leftists, whatever, they're not bohemians. They're normies. You're like, what do you mean they're normies? They're normies, but they're like avant normies in the sense that they are convinced that the society is going to go in a specific direction. That just like with race rights or civil rights and sex rights or gender rights, they think, okay, this is just like process of induction. It's going to go to the next step, and they believe that next step is actually the trans stuff. Now, because of that, they believe it's almost like a post-millennial thing. They believe they're on a mission, to bring this into the world. And that if they don't do that, that they're going to fail at that, and feel bad for not bringing that about, right? And so, where you've had transgender people in the past that were just bohemian, we're just like, I'm a freak, I want to do different things, I don't care what people think of me, whatever, right? There's always been that. But what we have now is this kind of people who they grow up without any real heroes. Where Americans used to have heroes like a Davy Crockett or George Washington. All of our heroes became corrupted, except for what? Civil rights heroes like a Martin Luther King, right? And so, because of that, they picture themselves as furthering that that most American thing. Bring in another wave of civil rights. And that's because they have such a truncated view of American history and a corrupt view of it, so that they don't think Davy Crockett's good anymore, or George Washington or Abraham Lincoln's worthy of being a hero to them. They're going to go with the most recent of the race right, or the race rights, the civil rights. And so they're normies. They basically are people who are status quo. But for some reason, they've been bought into this idea that the status quo is going to change in this way, and that they're just ushering it in or following, riding the wave. And that, mixed with a sense of wanting to be seen as the other gender, so that you feel that you can't exist until other people accept you for that, is completely insane. It's insane. It's another level of bullying to say, if you don't say my pronouns, I'm going to kill myself. It's another level of bullying. And here's the thing. I want to make a separation real quick. There are transgender people I have a lot of sympathy for. And there are transgender people that I think are complete scumbags. And it's essentially on their approach to sex, because you have the ones that go to like a woman's locker room and then, film themselves with their dick out and shit, but then you got ones that like this guy or this person that, he had like a little girl dress on, or just not a little girl, but like a, kind of a, what do you call it? Like a traditional kind of, dress like that, girly dress, but, it wasn't showing a lot of skin, wasn't even, it was very covered up. Had a little doll, and basically asking people, "Hi, everybody," and John says hi too, and what I saw there was not a pervert. What I saw there was someone who probably never had any real connection with people or friends, and that was their only way to do it, because they were told that, oh, that's the way. And so what they're doing is they're just trying to, literally have connection. And feel like have an identity or something, and I have sympathy for that. I just believe that they should put their identity in something more substantial, not something so feminine. No, I meant to say ephemeral. I almost said not something so effeminate. Ephemeral. But yeah, so that's the way it has to be. That's the way it should be. I'm gonna smoke some weed. All right. Okay. By the way, what did I have open here? Hybrid vigor. See, herotosis. So essentially, when you mix race, your offspring is going to come out healthier, sexier, and happier. Or maybe not happier, but definitely more resilient. You know, all those kinds of weird genetic deformities and things that you see, especially in white families, or a lot in Indian families, because or Amish, right? Because it's a small gene pool. A lot of that stuff doesn't happen when you know have that genetic diversity. So, for instance, me, you know, I got half my genes from like the Levant, and then half my genes, the other half from like a smattering of like southwestern Europe and a part of West Africa, you know, all over the place like that. Rocky Road, you know, I wanted a sundae, you know. The other day I was thinking about like, damn, when was the last time I had a sundae or a banana split, you know? When was the last time you had a banana split? Shit. I had it yesterday, and so or Thursday I had some ice cream, and I ate almost like not half, but like a quarter of the fucking the pint thing or whatever it is. I ate a lot of it, and usually don't. And so, yesterday I'm taking a crap and I'm like, I got diarrhea. And I'm like, the fuck? And like it smells funny too. Like, what is this? And oh yeah, I was like, wait, maybe it's because I ate that Klondike bar. And no, oh no, it's because I had fucking like 4 or 5 dozen spoonfuls of ice cream or whatever. So yeah. And lovely thing when you look at the ice cream, it says created with genetically modified ingredients. I believe it's the vanilla, like the vanilla bean. I think they synthesize that shit because it's so expensive to buy the real one. So it's not the worst GMO in the world, but still, my fucking ragu cheese sauce that I put on my fucking macaronis, my macaroni whole wheat pasta, it says genetically modified on the side, and I eat 2 of those a week. So we'll see what happens. That's probably what's fucking making my cholesterol high. By the way, I got to thank my mom for my high cholesterol, right? Shit is genetic. That shit is whack, yo. It's just like, I'm fucking skinny or pretty fucking fit, and yet, and I intermittent fast and I don't eat so bad, and yet fucking cholesterol, And there's nothing you can do. You can't get rid of it. It's just stuck in your fucking veins forever. The fuck? And they're like, you got to take statins. I'm like, I don't want to take statins. That shit is too many fucking side effects, And the more you take them, the more you're dependent on them. I'd rather do other drugs. I've thought about carnivore. Actually, I've been eating my steaks more rare. Like I used to eat them medium well, and now I'm going for like a hot red center. So like medium rare. Borderline fucking rare. I've been doing that for a while, and honestly, it's made me so used to it that if a steak, even a medium steak, will feel dry to me, or kind of dry. Definitely a medium well done. I would probably throw out, or maybe put it in something else, like make a new thing, like a sandwich or something. Intermittent fasting is where it's at, though. Intermittent fasting. That's the real deal right there. Because that's how you train your fucking your body to burn fat even when you're not doing anything. When you're just like hanging around, That's how it is. And then the kettlebells, or even that just it plays into that because you got the sprint high intensity interval training, and that just with the intermittent fat, it's awesome. What's really cool is runner's high, right? Is 3 chemicals. It's dopamine, serotonin. No, I'm sorry. It's three chemicals roughly. Oh yeah, your internal cannabis, right? Your endocannabinoid, anandamide, dopamine, and I think the other one's norepinephrine. And essentially, my ordinary thing is amps, kratom, and pot, and that's exactly. So essentially, in a way, I'm recreating the a runner's high, or that state that you reach when you're in that runner's, and I'm doing that artificially, so to speak, or inducing it, and I don't drink, I don't drink at all, and it's like, this is me, Probably if I want to, if I want to feel a little good, I'll do what I did before and take an extra fucking natty and oh, I feel so good. He's like, he's been on ecstasy and shit. You okay? You okay? You good? I'm just checking. I'm just worried about you. I'm checking up on you. I want to know you're okay. You okay? You're good. You good? You good, man? You're a good guy. I'll look out for you. You ever done ever tried MDMA? I've had the fucking pleasure, or I'm sorry, the privilege, not the pleasure, the pleasure and the privilege of doing MDMA, real deal, beautiful MDMA. I've also taken a lot of the fucking fake shit though, but I'm telling you, man, that shit is what you need when you it's perfect drug to take with your wife. It's the perfect fucking drug. You'll come out of it feeling even more connected. Because if ecstasy can make you feel like you love someone you don't know, imagine what it makes you feel about someone you do love already. It's like almost like new levels of like connection and understanding and just togetherness. It's just insane. While you're running around naked around your house and shit, and hugging and laying in cuddle puddle. Not cuddle puddle, it's just you two. Well, cancel what out? MDMA, cancel what out? Oh, you talking about the three things I brought up? No. Why would they? Different parts of the brain are being activated, so why would they? You would see a synergistic effect, which, by the way, is the future of pharmaceuticals. Um, they're not going to give you one drug; they're going to give you several drugs. They're going to work, the whole greater, with the whole more than the sum of its parts. I'm starting to think you're the one who sent me that fucking that rant in a message, talking about, like, whoever sent it to me must have read at least several of my tweets. I was actually, I don't know if it's you or not, but I was happy. I was like, wow, someone actually took the time, even if it's a joke, someone took the time to read these tweets and actually come up with a kind of weird, kind of stuff like you do, like fronting type stuff. And that was beautiful. The ultimate human condition is the human. It's not going to be perfected any more than that until God rejuvenates us, restores, or what do you call it, Lord, Victorian. Is it glorified body? Yeah, I guess glorified, yeah. Excellent connection. Damn right, bitch. So check out more of this stuff here. Identity confusion. Look at the burdens of integration. Look at that. The burdens of integration. See, this is stuff that you would never, if you didn't know to look for it. Look. Anderson on multiculturalism and blackness. A Du Boisian response. The burden of integration. Look at this. A liberal defense of black nationalism. Oh, shit. Oh. Wow, that was dumb of me. A liberal defense of black nationalism, right? Why racial profiling is hard to justify. Racial profiling. I actually have some studies that look at those the studies where people say if you had a non-white name, you weren't hired as often, like in a resume. Like if you had a white name on a resume versus like I guess an ethnic name, that the white name would be more hired more often. There's a good reason to that. That has nothing to do with the attitude. It's called impression formation, and essentially, to put it in a nutshell, things that you're familiar with give you a lot of detail. You could see them very well. Things that you're not familiar with, you stereotype. So you ever feel like that thing where until you meet somebody, the people you see in the street kind of look like other people you see, like almost like types of people, and it's only when you finally meet someone formally that person begins to stand out, right? Like the certain details become obvious, whereas before it was just like it was like those types of people with that kind of hair or that kind of nose or that kind of eyes or whatever. And so when we see something familiar, we see more of it. And when we see something that's not familiar, we see less of it in a more stereotypical way. Not to belittle it, but in the way that, like a low resolution image, right? And it makes sense, right? If you're more familiar with something, the resolution is higher, right? And so what happens is when you have a white guy, Kitty, shush. When you have a white guy who sees a name that's some black name that he's not familiar with, he's going to stereotype more in the sense that he's going to not see as many of its features. It's going to kind of smooth it over. But that has nothing to do with attitude or superiority or whatever. It's literally a ingrained cognitive. You can't get around it. I mean, you could correct for it, but it's like perception. It's called impression formation, and so stuff like that people don't know about. And I think that's stuff that people could say, hey, yeah, that's new. I learn it. Even I could think to it, but I think you're having more fun trolling. But I appreciate the company though overall, especially if you're I'm not looking for a handler though. You know what I mean? I'm not thinking of I'm not interested in having a handler. That part of my life is over with. I roll solo. I trust no one. Look at this. Bridging the gap between individual and collective rights with the idea of integrity. Isn't this the most fucking interesting fucking shit that you would never think is there? Look, collective rights. I have a lot of stuff on the idea of like corporate persons and whether rights could be given to a group as opposed to an individual. And and this is the thing. Instead of calling it stupid, people make their fucking argument, and then you got to go with that. You got to not go with that, but address it. These are all about, look, corporate persons. Liberal and Republican freedom. Oh, I like this. The right to culture. The right to culture, the right to dispute, and the right to exclude. You know that America was the first country in the world, in history, to have a permanent opposition party in place. So kind of like how the way we have the Republicans and the Democrats, and when one is in power, the other one is out of power, but kind of antagonizing. That's never been like that in the history of the world. It's always been the ruling party, and that's it. There's never been opposite. What's the point, right? Because you've lost, But no, our country is fucking exceptional. Kitty, come over here. Come on. Say hi. Say hi. I wouldn't be surprised if I get an additional viewer now, just because the cat's here. Look at the camera. Say, I got a mantle. Say, I have a mantle. What's wrong with you? Good thing I just cut your nails yesterday. Cut your nails? Cut your nails? You want to cut your nails? What you mean? I'm just kidding. You want to go outside? I have a red in there. Oh, that blood was. Oh shit, that's blood. No. Why are you bleeding? Oh. She's bleeding. Anyway. So yeah, respect and the basis of equality, liberalism and individual positive freedom, freedom and oppression. I got a book called The People's Welfare, and it looks at, it basically gets rid of this idea that the government just gets in the way all the time. It doesn't do anything for the benefit of people, just takes money. Because basically things like, yes, roads, especially interstate roads, canals, what do you call it? Certain inventions, certain infrastructure, right? Was paid for by the government, and in a way, it's helped us. So it's a form of positive liberty. That's not welfare. Essentially, it's because of, let's say, the increased roads or the canals, that more goods and services can travel over, which means there's more opportunity for you to get a job, let's say, right? More easier time in the market. And so the government has done good things, and it's not always just taking. And so it's just stuff like that. So because you have such a libertarian mindset, and it just seems like a dogma, like, yes, less government is always best. And it's not necessarily like that. Although I always say I like the lower, most closest forms of government to the people to be the most robust. So the federal government is barely doing anything. They're just concerned with our rights. They're just concerned with the citizens and whether their rights are respected. But in terms of welfare or social programs or infrastructure or whatever, that should be done by local governments and to some degree state governments, because being that's local, the closest to the people, that's going to be the most accountable, versus someone in fucking Washington, right? It's far ass away, but if you're representative, their address is in your neighborhood, So it's or your assemblyman or whatever it is in your state. Yes. Liberty, one concept too many? Well, I like this. Look at this. Look at this paper. What is freedom if not power? If it is not power, huh? That's think about that. Or there's one I remember. What is the difference between an offer and a threat? Think about it. If I give you an offer, how is that different from me threatening you? It's a very interesting question. Not saying there isn't a difference, but it's very interesting to think about. Power and freedom, opposite or equivalent? Look, we're only about a fucking less than a third of the way in. Look at all this. It's just painstaking me to get all these articles, to find them and I mean, my takes on things are going to be substantial, to say the least. And it's a form of relaying that information to people. Because this shit, it's interesting. There's a lot of stuff, ideas here and ways of thinking about things that you normally think about that can, make things a lot better for people, or just change, or just, give them a better grasp on what's going on and what it means to live in this country. So, what was that? What's this say? Oh, but you shouldn't have. No. Playing fair and following the rules. Fair play requires submission to the rules. Then the attribution of consent to people commonly thought to be bound to follow the rules by a duty of fair play is implausible. Huh. So essentially, they're saying to expect. So if you believe that if you in order to be fair, you have to submit to a certain standard or certain rules. This paper is arguing no. That to play fair, you don't have to submit to any rules. So, it's, like, stuff is just super interesting, man. Oh, look at this one. I got a lot of papers like this from a couple, decades ago. Homosexuality in the conservative mind. Look at that, right? Human life is a basic good. And the moral status, the rule of law. Oh my God, what is that shit? What are you doing? Where's that coming from? Wow. Paternalism and irrational powers. Boxing. Oh, look, I even have a fucking paper on boxing, on the morality of boxing. Wow. Look at this. Paternalism, respect, free will. I watch movies from time to time. Like, I just saw my Once Upon a Time in America. Fucking brilliant movie. I'm gonna watch soon My Cousin Vinny. Never seen it before. I have, there's two modes that I'm in, right? Spontaneous and structure, right? So this is more structure here because I have a goal in mind. But spontaneous is just, I like learning. I like going on Wikipedia and just some random thing that pops into my head, and I like looking it up and learning. But and it doesn't have to be political. It could be about, like, the different shapes of bodies of water and what they're called, like a lake versus a lagoon versus a sound versus a strait versus an ocean, a bay, stuff like that. It's just, I don't like fiction too much. Instead, I like to take certain fiction things like Sopranos and get really deep into them. But I love crime dramas. It's such an unique American genre. Again, because only in America would the underdog be rooted for. No other country in the world would do it, because we have created a unique, beautiful crown jewel of Western civilization that is for the benefit of all humanity. And this is not my words; these are the words of the founders, which I've recorded. And they're saying basically they all believe that America was going to be that which is going to show the whole world how to live free and get rid of fucking dictators and tyrants and all, and show people how to live free, not become all the same, but live free. So now these are all the handbooks. I got tons of fucking handbooks. Great. So much knowledge in them. You could just use them as springboards. Causation. Oh, wow, everyone, I'm old. Oh, that's right. So this is about halfway in. Oh, yeah, esoteric morality, right? So what that is essentially the belief that it's moral to keep your agenda secret. So let's say you have a moral agenda. It's, according to esoteric morality, it's fine for you to keep that a secret. Like a secret plot in order to to accomplish it. So something even like a conspiracy, it's okay as long as it's all for the greater good or whatever. And the guy who came up with that is this guy named Henry Sigbrick. You see, I noticed the opposites of things, the counters of them, and I don't think it was a coincidence that in 1776, not only was freedom politically birthed into the world, but its opposite was too, in the form of utilitarianism. And utilitarianism, being that the ends justify the means, roughly, and the idea of like greater goods and things that bring more pleasure or happiness or whatever, and that being the what should be prioritized. That then leads to, in some broad ways, to the three ghosts of the 19th century that have loomed over the 20th century. And those are Marx, Freud, and Darwin. And so all three called into question rational judgment, right? Where before we had a way of logical argumentation and evidence, and they basically offered something that says you got to call all that into question. So, for instance, the biological says, oh yeah, the reason why you believe all that, like the reason why you're conservative, that's because you're just trying to make sure you pass on your genes. That's all. It's not about being true. You just want to pass on your genes, whatever. With Marx, they're saying this: the only reason why you have those beliefs about economics is because you live in a certain economic system. So if you lived outside of capitalism, you wouldn't be a capitalist. Okay. And then finally, with Freud, you basically say, oh, that belief you have, oh, that's not based on reason. You really have that because you have some desire that you've unconscious desire that you haven't noticed or fulfilled or whatever. That's sublimation or transmutation. And so all that calls into question logic and reason and truth. But one by one, they've been taken down. They're in the trash bin in history. They just need, people. The news just hasn't gotten around yet, but basically they're done for. All of them. Darwin, Freud, and Marx. They're all surplus values bullshit. Psychoanalysis is mostly bullshit. Although attachment theory is more substantial, it's more corroborated. And what was the last one there? I did Marx, Freud. And Darwin's thing. Basically, in a nutshell, the problem with Darwinism is it tells us the survival of the fittest, but it doesn't tell us the arrival of the fittest. So it tells us how things can survive today, but it doesn't tell us how things today got to where they were. So, under Darwinism, you wouldn't even expect a single species or a single universal common ancestor. You would expect multiple. You would expect life being created now, or in some sense like that. Constant creation, but instead it all goes back to one. Or the idea of homology, where you have different species, but then you have convergent features that are basically, complete, at the eyeball. Or you have like different species that have different, but they all come up with the same kind of eyeball. And why should that be the case in Darwinism? When it should have come about in different ways. Should have been built up in different ways, not the same way. Basically, the sophisticated view I have of evolution, like, do I believe in evolution? This is what I believe. There's something called structuralism. Sorry. And there's also something called natural drift. And so the idea is that because of epigenetics, behaviors turn on some genes and turn off others. So imagine you have actually this is a real story. So you have a group of fishermen, right, who, starting, let's say, 10 generations ago, began hunting fish underwater by holding their breath and doing it. And that was the only way they could survive. So they, of course, did it. You notice that 10 generations later, their lung size is bigger. Their spleen, is better for like their bodies become more adapted to that. And so evolution is just a form of adaptation, and how long that adaptation drifts for. In that way, there is no path in a very literal sense, but it's an unfolding. That's it's drifting away. Now, structuralism, as it's known, basically sees genes and the alleles and the folding of proteins as the periodic table, right? So you have a set of elements, and you can put them all together, and and that everything else comes from that. In the same way, the folding of protein, which is what it's the whole shebang when it comes to the biological processes. That folding of the protein that folding of the protein is like the periodic table, in the sense that it could only fold in a given number of ways, right? Like a pre-given number. And that makes sense because, given that it's a physical object, it's only going to have a limited, finite number of ways it can move, combinations it can have. And by the way, if you know a little bit about coding, data, memory, and stuff like that, the code of DNA not only could be read from, let's say, left to right, but also could be read right to left and have a new meaning. And then you could take that code and literally fold it, shape it in 3 dimensions, and like origami. And that becomes a different piece of information. So you have data compression on those 3 levels, where the same little string of text can give you 3 different pieces of information that could represent those 3, as opposed to just one. Like when you write something to somebody, you just get one. You left to right. But the DNA literally can be read not only from front to back, back to front, but can be folded in 3 fucking dimensions. I mean, that's another fucking level. Elon Musk doesn't know about that. He can't even touch that. So when they tell you, oh, AI is going to be a problem, no. What he wants to do is this. He wants to say, listen, AI is a big, spooky monster. So let's get together and do something about it. What's that? Let's make it have a centralized power so that in the case that an AI goes wild, we could cut it down. But to do that, we need a certain access that otherwise we wouldn't be able to get because of privacy issues. People's, property and stuff like that. And that's what's going to happen. He's going to say, well, and he already said that on top that the government should be able to shut down the power or shut down a person's ability to use AI immediately. And so it's all about problem, reaction, solution. I actually have several books on this about how emergencies and the like are used to change policy. Because it's like, oh, there's an emergency. Oh, we have no way to do. We got to make this new thing. When in fact it's all done hastily. War is the best example, right? You not only buy a lot of bullets, but you're not shopping around. So you buy a lot at a large price. So not only are they price gouged, you're not, you're buying a lot. And so that's why war is such racket. So in that way, these lots of things work in that way. War, pestilence. I got a lot of stuff on Confucianism. I got a lot of stuff on China, on the Chinese threat. But recreating nature, science, technology, and human values in the 21st century. How creepy, huh? The hell? It's the roots of respect. Republicanism politically. By the way, if you care to mention, what do you think about the term scholarly soliloquy? What is that like? I'm going to gauge the answer by the style of your whatever troll, whatever trolling, I'm going to base it on that. Okay, he's trolling in this way. So I'll take that as this kind of answer. Check this out. Cambridge History of Communism. 3 volumes. Handbooks all over. Handbooks of practical use, handbooks of skill and expertise. There's a handbook here on the philosophy of machines, of mechanics, like literally mechanical philosophy. I have the handbook from Routledge on the philosophy of fucking engineering, which is really interesting because, like the guy said, it's like you don't start building a bridge by looking at the equation F equals ma, right? You do it because there are human needs, and it goes to show you that's why science is so different. The rest of the world did engineering. They said, they looked at the things in the world and they said, we need to do something, and how can we take this stuff around us and help use that to accomplish our goals? That's engineering. Science was very different. Science said the world was created in a logical way, it's logos, and so when you study creation, there's a logic to it that then could be, that could be extrapolated. That it's not just like randomness or circumstantial order, that the order is logical. That's not something intuitive. You really can't come up with that without Christianity. You can't come up with this idea. You got to study nature for itself, for its own, to see the logos inherent. That's why all the sciences end in ology, just logos. But you can't do that in engineering because you're just trying to accomplish goals. You can get really creative, but and so what happens is you learn logos of all the equations and the natural laws, and then you apply that to engineering, and then look how crazy engineering got. So it's completely done by Christianity, creating that metaphysics. And I want people to realize that, man. It doesn't mean like, oh, you have to believe Christ, even though you probably should. And there's no good reason not to, or whatever you got. But you got to realize that this world, this everything from your idea of liberty, even your idea of like rape, that my body is sacred to me. It should not be violated by someone just because they're stronger than me or in a higher social position than me, right? Even if they're my fucking husband, right, or wife, or whatever, that they should, putting myself in the role of a woman, that they shouldn't be raped. It doesn't matter, right? It's like, it's wrong. Doesn't matter if you're my slave, yada yada. It's wrong. That's a Christian value that doesn't come from anywhere else. It doesn't. Before that, it was basically based on your race, or not your race, I'm sorry, your class, your basically position in society. If you were a rich person, out of power, you could fuck whoever you wanted. If you were a slave, you had no fucking choice. So that's what it was like. So everything, all of that is tied to Christianity. All of those, and there's a book that I have that details that. A book called Dominion, written by this guy named Mark Holland. Great book, you should read it, and everyone should. And it basically explains. And he's not even Christian; he's agnostic, which honestly, as much as I want him to be a Christian, him being agnostic makes the book more convincing, because it doesn't seem like some kind of religious diatribe. It's actually by a scholar, a recognized, renowned scholar of the Roman Empire, who was, in studying the Roman Empire, was wondering why, because he figured, where do we get the Western world from, Oh shit! I just realized I'm looking at the wrong thing. How did the Western world come about? Because it's so different than the Romans. I mean, there's some similarity, but it's way more difference. And in studying that, he realized it was Christianity. Thanks. Something I could do with no problem. I could filibuster. Imagine. Just all I need is like a vape pen, and I could just keep talking. I don't need to read the dictionary. I could actually talk about shit. But I've been doing it for fucking 6 hours. That's a filibuster. Dominion by Mark Holland. I have some here. Handbook of conflict, the Handbook of the Computational Mind, the Handbook of Metaphysics, Handbook on Economic Theology. Economic Theology. I mean, fucking wow, This is just it's so it's like all the bullshit. You know, I mean, I got so much good content, man, for the people that are politically aware and interested in all this type of shit, these kinds of understandings. This is way more than just reading some fucking Heidegger, some fucking Leo Strauss, and quoting. So this is beyond that. This is and for you're gonna say, oh, but why? Why is it so important? I'll tell you why. Because what scholarship is one long conversation, and when you want to make claims about things, especially for like a policy work, you want to make sure that you understand you're abreast of all the latest developments. Why? Because you don't want to reinvent the wheel. We imagine if think about, for instance, all the terms they have for stuff that but you don't have a name for. That helps. That helps you stand on the shoulders of giants. So you don't have to recreate everything on your own, or certain problems to things that have been solved already. You don't have to waste your time on them. Now I'm gonna have to sleep for like fucking 4 hours. Ooh, friendship. Oh, this is great. This is something you probably never heard of either. The problem of dirty hands, right? This is another reason why America is so unique. So there's the problem of the dirty hands, which basically says, is it okay to get something done, but with dirty hands? Meaning, like, do the ends justify the means, right? Like you accomplish something, but your hands are dirty, like they're bloody or whatever, right? But you built the thing. Okay? So the problem with dirty hands is, So is it okay or not? Now, in our culture, it's not okay, right? In the Christian background, metaphysics, we say there's a standard of right and wrong that exists beyond the people in power. Everywhere else on earth or outside of Christendom, the people in power and what is right are completely the same. There's no difference. The people in power are what like for instance, if you say the guy he with the gold makes the rules, or might makes right. Those things overlap completely. So the problem of the dirty hands doesn't exist outside of Christendom. And a great example is Confucianism. In Confucianism, there is no dirty hands. So essentially, they say if that's want something to be done, they do it. And the fact that they want to do it and feel the need to do it is justify itself. There's no exterior standard. They think it's important and it makes sense. It's not. And that's why I don't want China to ever run the world, because they have that mentality still, especially the CCP. I mean, they're one-party state, and I mean, they're evil fucking people. They go around saying, America's bad. Look at all the places we've invaded, even though it's only like one or two places. And it really was one. It's Iraq and Afghanistan. A lot of people understand, even though it was wrong to go there. A lot of people don't think it was wrong, but the fucking China literally starved like 100 million of its own people. Like, how many people were starved to death in America by the government? Probably zero, if not somewhere near if some fluke, some crazy thing happened to me 150 years ago or something. Some army captain went crazy and kidnapped a bunch of people or something. Who knows? But in terms of like systematically, oh. But yet in China they literally and in Russia, like the Armenian genocide, they literally starved people, which is it's bad enough to be like shot to death and stuff like that. To be starved to death is one of the most cruelest things, because it happens very slowly and it takes weeks and weeks, and you will spend a couple of weeks before you die barely being able to get up from wherever you are, and you'll be like that for at least a few weeks before you actually croak and just fall over. And there's pictures of people like that where they've been sitting in the same spot for weeks because they're too weak to get up, but they're not weak enough to die, or not at the point of death. So it's almost like it's just agony, just pure agony. You can't die yet, but you can't eat, you can't move, everything hurts. I mean, it's just, and to do that to men, women, and children all over, for what? While the fucking people got fatter, the government officials, the Mao Zedong, he didn't lose weight. So it's just, it's just sick that they talk to us like that. Like in foreign policy, they say, oh, because of Black Lives Matter, you don't have the or even Bukele from the fucking El Salvador saying, nah, you don't have the fucking, the moral high ground anymore. Like, fuck you, man. Fuck you. You literally, like, the guy thinks he's such hot shit. He's like, I'm the best ever, the future. But, dude, all you did was go into neighborhoods and just arrest everyone in there. That's all you did. That's all you did. Everyone that was in a fucking place, you were there. It doesn't matter who you were, you arrested. It just happens that most people there were probably gang members, but not all of them committed murders. And it's like, people say, well, it's okay. We got to grab them first and then, you'll charge them. But they've never charged them. They just grabbed them up, and people have already died in custody, about 400 or so. Or maybe 150, I forget which number. But, they've died in custody. And so they're not going to, even if they get a court date, they're not going to see one. And so this guy, and this is scary, and it's scary, because it shows you not only the viciousness of tyranny. Sorry. It also shows you how the propaganda works. With everyone saying everyone loves him, and like, would they even have the ability to say otherwise? I mean, what about the people who's like, you took my husband, he's not an MS-13. Is she happy? No. Can she complain about it? No. Same thing in Russia. People are like, oh, I love Russia. It's like, dude, Russia's a fucking bully, or it's a fucking bully. It's an autocratic bully who did this because he knows Biden's fucking weak, just like China's gonna invade fucking Taiwan soon, and they're taking advantage here, and they're fucking bullies. All this shit about, they were, poking the bear. It's like, first of all, are you an animal or are you a human being? Second of all, why didn't you make more fuss about it? Why didn't you take a different measure? Maybe instead of doing a fucking invasion, say okay, for you people that are being hurt, come over to Russia, or whatever. Or if it's like, well, we tried to do our own thing, but then they rigged our elections. Well, why didn't you do more to show that to go to the UN and show fucking PowerPoints of how America went into CIA and took over your shit, and that this is a travesty, and we have the right of self-determination and the international law, and how could the stand? Nothing like that was done, at least to my knowledge, at least. But no, instead, the fucking guy just decides to invade. Because why? Because he thinks, he says his mind, I'm gonna take it. And it's we still live in history. We still live in history. Maybe he was a Russophile. He's like, fuck you, I like Putin. Putin's fighting the evil ones. Putin's on the side of God and Christian. Great. The guy is nothing but pure consolidation of power. Oh shit, there was someone else there. Oh, it's probably the same thing. Get the fuck, really? They just shut me down for the Russian thing. Wow, I gotta remember. Watch me get a fucking thing that says demonetized. You know, it's like, what? I said Putin's a bad guy. Demonetized. But that's the rhetoric you like. You know, maybe for the wrong reasons, right? Should have just said it because he's a meanie. He's a meanie. Oh, maybe this isn't in my face, so I gotta work out with this in my face. If I want to be heard, I need the microphone somewhere near me, right? I mean, that's only fair, I think. So yeah, I mean, I really don't like Bukele. I'm telling you, I mean, I've never seen someone talk so much shit about himself or get people to say how great he is when all he did, and look, he also legalized Bitcoin. I'll give him that, but I mean that's not, that doesn't make you don't even know what's going to happen. You know, I don't even think Bitcoin should be a currency. I think it should be like almost like the way we treat gold. You know, and I've been changing my fucking mind on that too. You know. I know I do. I've been changing my mind on that too. You know, I can't believe it, right? Where it's like I was, against central banking, against the fiat, and now I'm kind of like, how do you have growth if you have only, unless I guess you gotta come out every so often with new. See, with Bitcoin, you could divide it infinitely because it's not real. But I mean, you're gonna need to come up with smaller pennies or smaller currency, and over and over again, and how you keep up with that, it's just strange. Whereas you could just say, this is what a Satoshi is, and that's how we'll talk about Bitcoin. But yeah, I love weed. Next life. A lot of drugs go from being like teachers to being allies. So instead of them like taking the driver's seat, you take the driver's seat eventually because you realize what they're good for, and you got you got what you can learn from them. I still want to do mushrooms though. That's probably the best drug ever, because it's good for you. Makes you, takes away depression. It's the only drug that its come down is euphoria. I mean, what other drug do you know that the effect of the come down is fucking euphoria? It's just insane. Might as well be a fucking vitamin. That's becoming more and more legal. More and more legal, not even. Which is a great thing. I love that's real fucking American democracy right there. The pot laws, state by state, little by little. People on their own, not top down, like organic, literally like the way a weed grows organically, just you know, you know, expressing that self-determinacy in a way that's just it's so beautiful. Maybe we could be single issue voters, but on different issues. But we all get together on single issues. Oh, who knows? I don't know. So yeah, so dirty hands. You're not gonna have it anywhere but in Christendom, and you're not gonna have it codified into government as quite as it is in America. I got lots of stuff on the presumption of innocence, very important. Unintentional collective action. Yep. I had a lot of have a lot of studies on the idea of collective action, whether you know groups can do things, whether a group of people uh, as a whole have agency, like you know whether it's always individual agency, or if you could blame things, so to speak, on the group, and like the group's intention. And the closest thing that I've seen that makes sense to this is that the routines of an organization are just that. They are the intentions of that organization. So you have an organization of people, and you think of it in a corporate way, so that you give a state of a quality of intentionality to it, to the organization as a whole. And the way you identify and measure and conceive of that intentionality, that corporate intentionality, is after a wordy fucking sentence like that, you would think I would land it. I forgot what I was saying. Oh, so the way you identify that and all that is routine behavior. So the different routines in an organization, right? So, there's different routines being enacted by one or more people, and on different levels and different ways. And so when you take into account that, that's the intentionality of a collective group. That's the closest thing to it. That doesn't mean that there's a consciousness there, but so people argue that when you're in a group, you don't think of you as yourself anymore. You think yourself gets swapped out for a group whole personality. Like you think of yourself as a whole part of the group, not just yourself anymore. And so they argue that makes it corporate. But I think ultimately everything's grounded in the individual, because that's metaphysically what's real, right? It's experience, and that inexperience. Everything outside experience is there's nothing there. It just doesn't make sense. False intentions. That's interesting. If it depends, right? False intentions in terms of interpreting it falsely, or false intentions in terms of the organization made it look like it had one set of routines, but it really had another set, and it was did that on purpose somehow. Oh, look at this stuff. I got a lot of stuff on globalism, a lot of stuff on so I have a ton of really high level sources like Oxford, Routledge, Cambridge, all this stuff. That basically for people calling for global governance, for dissolving sovereignty, what they call Westphalian sovereignty of the nation state. Basically, radical changes, all the stuff you hear in the conspiracy stuff, literally calling for that. I mean, I have a handbook on governance from 2011, and it literally talks about you need to have a government that's not based on like accountability, but I forget, it's on my page, but there's an ideology called New Public Governance, which says the whole job of government is not to represent the people or to delegate or to do what they want. That the whole point of government is simply, check this out, to appear to the people as if they're legitimate. So essentially the role of government in the public sphere is only to appear to the people as if they're legitimate, authorities. Not that they're necessarily good, but that they are legitimate authorities. Think about that. That's called New Public Governance. I mean, what the fuck, right? But this is what's going on, So New Public Governance it's fucking insane. And it's like I said, it's not niche, it's esoteric a bit, but it's there's enough on it. There's some YouTube videos on it actually that explain this. Let alone other literature. But I mean, think about that for a second, right? Uh, I mean, China does this already, right? Because they have to, basically let their people know that they are competent and they're in charge, and that they're better off listening to them. They don't care about anything else. There's no accountability. There's no transparency. There's no rule of law. None of that. It's just merely, appearing legitimate to people. And what government does in that case. So, okay. You've heard this. If the situation was hopeless, their propaganda wouldn't be necessary, right? That touches on a principle that as long as you're being propagandized to, those in power care to some degree about what the people think. They want to at least, it doesn't mean they want to control everything, but they want to be able to mitigate some kind of effect based on what the people believe and how they act. If they had complete control, or they were in a position where there was nothing that we could do that would make a difference, they wouldn't spend their time with propaganda. I mean, do you have to propagandize inmates in a prison? No, you just keep them locked up, right? So why would you need to do that? Obviously, because the public has some power still, even in a place like China, still. But you saw, remember when the World Cup showed all the people without masks, and they started going crazy because the Chinese fucking officials didn't think of that, and they're like, they couldn't, they couldn't, they didn't seem legitimate there because why are you telling us to wear masks when nobody in the in this World Cup, right? There's all the people from different parts of the world, no one's wearing a mask, and you're making us, and then they started rioting and shit, and that's appeasing the masses, right? It's So even if they have to appease the masses, that means the masses are powerful. Even if it's a muted power or lessened power, it's still power over them. And obviously they want a situation where the AI, where all of our actions are stuck in well, how do I put this? That all of our relationships with one another and with the world are mediated by some kind of screen or some kind of technology or some kind of relay or something that's not direct, a corporation, right? It's just someone's service, and instead of like your neighbors or your people around you in your neighborhood and all that, they want to completely cut that, and then in doing so feed certain stimuli over time that is most likely going to get you to do certain things. And Alex Jones just talked about this, that eventually you get to a point where you almost control. But and actually I think I wrote about this in my notepad there. There's a certain principle that basically proved it wrong. That showed that the AI thing couldn't reach that level. Oh, there it is. Yeah, so I wrote the poverty of the stimulus proves AI can control all the outputs via inputs. So it's been shown that when children are learning a language, they can do more. Like let's say, you know, it's almost like, let's say you give kids like an onion and a tomato and whatever, and that's it. You don't tell them anything. You don't tell them what to do with it. You don't tell them whether it's food. You just and next thing you know, they give back to you like some homemade, really good, well done pasta sauce. So it's like, obviously, more came out of you than went in you, right? I only taught you so much, and yet you're there. I just showed you what these, a tomato, an onion, whatever, but you literally created like a pasta sauce, like, so obviously there's more there, and that the stimulus is impoverished. So there's something called poverty of the stimulus. So essentially, what they found was with children, when they're learning language, you could tell them like a simple sentence, and that from those simple sentences, they could make more complex grammars, and this is without being able to tell them. They just kind of just, it's like they see part of the picture, and then they get the rest of it. And so because of that, there's a disparity between the input and the output. And so essentially the idea there is that it's not a one-to-one relationship between the input and the output. There's more output than there is input, meaning that whatever's influencing the output is more than just the input. And so in a case like that, where the AI is like, interfacing with us at all points and feeding us stimuli, we'll still have a degree of spontaneousness and freedom that the AI's inputs won't be able to touch, really, to affect. And so it's not a problem. What's a problem is using AI, with facial recognition software to track you everywhere you go, all the time. That's a fucking problem. But Elon Musk isn't talking about that. He's talking about AI becoming conscious and, stopping you from turning it off. I mean, it's just stupid. It's fucking stupid, man. That's why if it wasn't for the graceful God, for the good Lord, and I knew all this stuff, but I didn't believe in God, I would say fuck you people. You deserve to fucking be abused. I mean, maybe not the children, but fucking shit with the way you guys act. It's like, what the fuck, man? But all you gotta do is read the Bible, which I gotta do more of soon, and you realize that even Christ got like, kind of, I guess you could say, frustrated to a degree with his people. Like in the Garden of Gethsemane, right? He says, I'm going to go pray. Where the prayer where he talks, to the Father, saying, take this chalice from me, so that not my will but your will be done. He goes to pray to do that, and he tells Peter, listen, I need you guys to stay awake and keep aware of whatever, like keep guard or something. And what is he? What happens after the prayer, right? And he's sweating drops of blood, or at least really big drops of sweat and blood. And what happens when he comes back after all that ordeal? Preparing himself for the next day of crucifixion, because he's fully aware of what's going to happen to him. He's fully aware of how much pain he's going to go through and all the whipping and all that stuff. And so he tells these guys, listen, please just stay up, just stay awake. I just need you to stay awake. And goes with and remember, Christ is not only sacrificing himself, but he's doing so for his enemies, one, for the people that least deserve it, two, and finally, knowing how much. Oh no, I'm sorry. It was. I think I merged two of them. He did it for his enemies. Oh yeah, he did it for his enemies. He did it knowing how bad it was going to be for him, right? It wasn't like a sacrifice where he was kind of naive about it, right? He knew exactly what the deal was. And then finally, he did it knowing how much we don't deserve it, how much we're so unworthy of it, right? In that regard, he did it regardless. And no one in history has ever sacrificed to those three levels at once. Maybe one or the other, but all three at once, no. And so there he is doing all that, and then he comes out of the garden, and what? Peter and the rest are sleeping, and you could you could see through the text that he's like, "Are you kidding me? I tell you to do this, and you couldn't even do that." I mean, he's basically admonishing them. It's not, I don't think he's being hysterical, but he's admonishing us. He's saying, "I can't believe this. Like, I'm disappointed in you. It's just like, you disappoint me, man." It's like, wow. And when I know that, it kind of blunts my disappointment of the humanity, because Christ put up with it too, and yet it was worth it. And Christ is great, and he's awesome. He's just, the more I read about him, he's just such. I feel like everyone finds something that they love about him, or that they enjoy. Or for me, it's the way he can shut people down with a question. So here's some stupid people trying to make him look bad or make him look stupid, and yet he just, with grace, just not with malice, with grace, just flips them around. Oh, so are we supposed to pay taxes? What do we do about that? Oh, well, whose face is on that coin, right? All these different, almost like Aikido, jujitsu flips, where the guy was standing on his feet and now he's on his back on the floor. Just for grace, though, with pure grace, almost like done to teach. So, so that you don't do that anymore. It's just, but still in a way that's clear. That's not like wishy-washy, or but not overly stern. It's just so fucking balanced, for fuck's. It's just so beautiful, and that's God. That's God. Wow, man. Imagine just being able to do that. It's so amazing. It's so beautiful, and I know that other people see other things about him. And so whether it's he's so kind, or so resilient, or so tough. And he's just such a great guy. He came to me directly. First I had the verse pop into my head about the stone heart, right? And I was like, oh shit, that's what it means. To take a heart of stone and turn it into flesh. I've heard it a couple of times. I didn't really think about it, and it hit me. Oh no, that's to make you not jaded anymore, because you've learned to grow jaded to the world, and now he's going to make you that your heart can be touched again. Like you're not put up a bunch of defenses, and that's just. I was like, wow. And then some weeks after that, it's like 2018. I'm walking in the backyard. I'm walking towards the back grill, and Argentinian grill, and just like the wind, almost like the wind blows a thought into my head, and it's the verse from John, I think John 15 or John 14, basically saying that the world has. I want to get it right. It's not about the passage. There we go. It should be John 15. Here it is. Oh, let me put it over here. Here it is. This verse right here, 18, and 18 and 19. I don't remember ever learning these verses, at least consciously. Maybe I've heard them like in passing, but I never thought of them consciously. And as I was walking, the wind blew, and or in a way, wind blew. But basically, these thoughts were just brought, just almost like the way you turn on a light switch, and it's just now you see. It was just like that. It was immediate, and it was the verse, and I heard the verse clearly, not like in my mind. I didn't hear any voices or anything like that, but it was just the verse was very clear, almost like it was read to me, and that is. If the world hates you, know that it has hated me before it hated you. If you were of the world would love you as its own. But because you are not of the world, but I chose you out of the world, therefore the world hates you. When I heard that, that's when I first began loving Christ. I mean, it's a little obvious, not obvious, the word trite, but honestly, that's the first time in my life I ever felt accepted by anybody. Wow, it's beautiful, man. It's so good. First, with the realization of what God was trying to do with my heart, and not even in a personal way. It was just like the idea, like now I know what that means, and I get it now. But that second time, that was direct. That was God. That was Jesus. Throwing a little pebble at me or whatever, or just slightly, just barely, not even interfering, just like dropping some, just a little bit of providence, just boom. So maybe some ultra grace, special grace, um, and and it sucks because I haven't been in a church, and I did all this, in a time where every question you could, oh, basically every question you could have has been answered and is on the internet. You could sermons and all that stuff and learn. And when the pandemic and the lockdowns came around, and all these Christians were like, basically, I forgot how to be a Christian because I don't get to go to church once a week anymore. It just showed like, wait, really? And I'm like, well, what's the church for? And the church is to equip disciples. And what's disciples? Students, basically people who are learned in the given thing. And in this case, it'd be following Christ and that way of life. And so it's just it was great. I love him. I'm scared though. And but if heaven was and the other side was like an abyss where I'm on the cliff of something, and I don't know what's down there. I don't even know if there's a bottom, or if it just goes on forever or whatever, or if it's cold, or if it's gonna burn me or whatever. But I'm at a point where I'm afraid because I don't know what it is. I don't understand it. Well, I mean, like I get it. There's love and connection and family, but what is heaven? What does that even mean? What does it mean I'm gonna be alive forever? I figured I'd die eventually. I'm gonna be alive forever. What am I gonna be doing? I mean, I don't know all that, but I'm comforted knowing that God loves me so much and that He gave Himself in that way. He's not just some deity who says this, and who knows if he's trying to dupe me and just enslave me or something, right? No, He literally gave Himself in that way, in that sacrificial way. So I trust Him, and so I'm at a point where it's for me at this point. If it was in front of me, that abyss, I'd jump right in. Once I realized what it was, I would jump. What it would be, I'd jump right in, because I know I trust you, And I'm gonna tell you, I don't know how you are with God, but before I even came to that to Jesus, I um I had some nitrous oxide, which is a very interesting chemical because it dissolves your ego, but in a very almost like a zipper, very 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 not mechanical, but just like it does so like almost like an unwinding, but in a very formulaic, like similar way, almost like the way you unzip something. It's just you know, it's not like other dissociatives or psychedelics that do so slowly. And so it's almost like mechanical, and I think it's because the nitrous oxide chemical is so simple that when it lodges itself inside the receptor site, it's you know it's fuck, what was I saying about that? uh Forgot what I was saying about nitrous in that regard. uh oh, why it's so mechanical, the unzipping and stuff, is because the molecule is so simple, and so it's probably has something to do with that, I think. But anyway, basically it's shape. um but anyway, so once I what you do is you take these whippets. It's like little canisters of nitrous oxide that are made for whipped cream, and you break them into a balloon using a breaker or a cracker. And so I was hanging out this guy's house, who I knew I would buy acid from and stuff. And I was helping him move, of course, right? But of course, it's for return of some exotic psychedelics, like DOC and stuff. And so we're over, and we do all that, and we're smoking. We're smoking out of the volcano, which I don't have bags for anymore. Um, and he got some Saradine. We're passing the bag around, and he pulls out some the nitrous. And a couple weeks before that, he gave me some DMT, which I only took 2 tokes instead of 3. But that's another story. He did it with ketamine, which I thought was an interesting combination. Anyway, so yeah, so he decided to take 2 of the canisters and break them both into the balloon, where usually you have 1. And although I don't do this anymore, when the rare times I do nitrous, um, you know, but before that point, I was basically taking it would be hyperventilating to the balloon. I don't like doing that now because it's gonna sound funny. It's hard because once you become too dissociated, it's hard to figure out whether you're inhaling or exhaling, whether you have air in your lungs or you don't. It's just because you're dissociated. Those things are becoming disjointed. So you're just like, am I inhaling? I remember once I did salvia, and I was holding in the hit, and so I'm looking at myself in the mirror, and I'm looking like a transformer, right? I'm starting to get all these mechanical things, and then I'm feeling like, why is my chest so tight? And I was thinking, why is my chest so tight? My chest just feels so tight. I'm good. And then eventually I just breathe out, and I'm like, oh shit. I was not breathing. I was like holding my breath. So that's a dissociative, literally dissociating you. That's why it's good for pain. Um, that's what they made PCP and ketamine for, was because of pain. Anyway, so we put 2 in the balloon, and so I had and so that was the first time I had that much. So I did the inhale, kick back, and went out. And so remember, it's a dissociative. What it does is its molecules get in the way of your neurotransmitters from binding to the receptor sites, which are responsible for the formation of short-term memories, which is the NMDA receptors. Actually, if you know what you're doing, you could actually, let's say you have a tolerance to something and you want to lower your tolerance, you could actually affect your NMDA receptors to lower your tolerance to a drug. But I wouldn't recommend that if you don't know what the hell you're doing. But what do you call it? Anyway, so those NMDA receptors are responsible for kind of forming those memories and keeping them together. And so, they will allow you to remember what happened 5 minutes ago or what's happening now, even. So the molecules get in the way of that, and they disrupt that. That's what's going on. That's why it's dissociating. That's why. And the interesting thing is, instead of all the lights going out, which what you would expect if we were nothing but brains, instead there's a self still that's there, that's being dissociated, but it's still there. And so anyway, I did the balloons and I was out. I was completely out. Where guys trying? Oh no. I'm not talking about air duster. Please, I'm not talking about no, I'm talking about nitrous oxide. It's very different from air duster. Air dusters, those types of inhalants, especially like acetone, things like that, they will just the effects they give you are no different or uncoupled from, they're basically indistinguishable. That's what I'm trying to say, from brain damage. That those effects of being lightheaded and feeling weird, that it's basically you're damaging your brain. Whereas with these psychedelics, you're just trading some neurotransmitters that just go back to normal when they're done, right? So it's not the same at all. But anyway, so you want to be able to have that nitrous oxide and get high off it. Oh, that's what I'm saying. So I went into I went out. Went out of my body, basically. Nothing dramatic though, but essentially I appeared in a world of static where my whole field of vision, everything around was just almost like you're in the middle of like a static TV. It's just static, very gray, very, very not very like dynamic, very it was very, very tame static, but it was still static. And there was 2 points of light, one up here and one down here, felt like, although I had no body. So as I said many times, I was bound to the static, but I had no body, which makes no sense to me, but that's how it was. And I was bound in these 2 areas. So I don't know if that's some kind of spiritual thing, that when you're in a spiritual body, without the body present, that you will be bounded by these 2 areas, for whether it be the head and the heart, maybe. I don't know, but what do you call it? And this, remember, this is before I was a Christian, right? So the Bible teaches us that when we die, we go without our body. We'll be without our bodies, and we'll be in Abraham's bosom. Some people say we'll be with the Lord, but we'll be without our bodies. And then at the second coming, our bodies get resurrected. We'll be put back into our bodies. So if the nitrous oxide is separating me, in a sense, inducing a kind of like a false death or a pseudo death, then I would go to a place where I had no body, right? That would make sense. If I was, let's say, my body stopped working, and then my soul, right? Where does it go? It's going to go to that land of the static. Now, let me tell you, when I got there, I forgot what I was doing. I don't know how I got there. When I tell you, when I had the most radical fear I've ever had in my life, like, you don't know what that's like. I remember, I'm not gonna lie, I called out for my mom. That was the first thing I did when I realized the situation. I was, Mom, because I thought, I came to the conclusion, seriously, that a bomb must have dropped on our house, and I was probably in my room or whatever, and now I'm dead, And so I remember it was no body, static everywhere. I was bounded by here and here. And I remember me calling out, it was like echoing. It was like, Mom, Mom, Mom. But not like in a normal kind, but it was like in a rolling like that. It was very strange. It wasn't like spatial, I guess. It was almost like, I don't know, but it felt like it was just rolling, Mom, 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 and then going out far, from me outward, and saying, almost like missiles or something, just going outward, and nothing, just shh. And I don't know how long I was there. I was probably there for a few minutes, but I could have been there for years, right? But my first, I was basically there. So the first semblance of the world back was, and I was so happy to see it, was my legs, was my jeans, me sitting on the floor and seeing my legs in front of me, and then like my shoes or my boots or whatever I had. And that was the first thing that appeared, and then other things faded in, and I was just like, oh. And then I had the best body buzz that is very hard to replicate, and it almost can't ever again. But it was like, wow. I mean, it was heavy, man. It was like just from nitrous and weed. It was wow. But it's, I can't replicate it. Sometimes I can, but it's like it takes a lot of nitrous. Anyway, and that was it. And I never did that much since. I've always, instead of doing the whole thing like I've always like kind of sipped it and held it in and blew it out and but and so I truly believe that's what's going to happen to people when they die, especially if you're not going to be with God. You'll probably be in that land of static. And like I said, it wasn't hurtful. It didn't hurt or anything. It was just, what the fuck, And like I said, the first thing that came to mind was I must have died, and I'm thinking, because I was like, what, like 19 or something. So I'm thinking like, how am I going to die? I didn't think of a car crash. I don't know why. I thought of a bomb dropping in my house. I don't know why. But I had no idea. I forgot I was in my friend's house. I forgot we were doing nitrous. I forgot all of that. And when I say like, when like someone grabs your shirt to like shake you, like, wake up, right? And you kind of feel like something like from the inside a bit, like it felt like instead of grabbing my shirt, it grabbed my soul and shook it. In a way, it was like, I'm awake now. In a way, I was never awake before, that I was always kind of sleepy. And so, I honestly believe that. And because it was induced by drugs, and these drugs work in certain mechanical ways, according to neurology, I already explained that with the memory, NMDA receptors. I think it's very likely that if your brain stops working, which is you dying basically, which is what happened there. Not that my brain stopped working, but that the connection between my brain and my soul was basically interrupted by a molecule. That a molecule was able to get in the way of the or sever it or replace the get replace the stuff in between the two, or whatever it was. It just it altered it, it changed it. And so it's very likely to think that that's probably what's going on when you die. And I'm gonna tell you, man, if that's what death is, at least till the second coming, to the final judgment, that is no fun. Because I was completely alone. There was nothing around me, nothing. It was just static. When I say static, I mean like literal, like gray and white dots, just alternating back and forth, like I don't know if there was a sound or not of static, but it was definitely the like visual snow. And it was, I mean, honestly, I think that's the real deal. I think that was honestly what happens when that I had a near-death experience there, especially being bounded in these two areas. That was the weirdest part, because I had no body, but there was something localized though. So maybe it's the soul being pinned down in the two main power centers, or the two shock. I mean, these are more chakras than that, but something with these two areas, the third eye and the heart. I like I said, I don't know, but we're held down. And gnarly, a death tutorial. A death demo. Like, remember those demos you would get from from PlayStation or something that's sent to your house? This is a death demo. It's like, play the demo when you die. But yeah, I wonder if I did that now, what would happen. But like I said, I've tried it, and I don't nothing happens. At least not that. Albeit maybe, maybe I don't have the cojones to to do it like I used to do it. Maybe I'm holding back, but it is what it is. As you get older, you do more with less. But sometimes you still take too much. Okay, all right. It's already fucking 10:30. I gotta sleep at least for like a couple hours. Am I smoked all this weed already? Oh, guess what? There's one bowl left. Last bowl. I don't know if you're still there. I don't know if you even like you switched accounts or the same person or not, but and if you're some kind of someone sitting behind a desk, getting a paycheck or whatever, you know what I mean? Keeping an eye on things. I appreciate it. I honestly do. I just hope that if that's the case, that I hope we both understand the beauty of liberty and that's what we want for America. If that means you gotta like follow me, whatever, because Homeland Security, whatever. I don't care. I just want to have that. I don't want you to hate this. I don't. I want the people in the government to really love this country and care about it. If people are trying to like usurp it and really feel that exceptionalism and the duty that it entails. That's all I care about. That's all I try to do. It's not about agreeing. It's just understanding where everyone stands and not thinking the worst of the other person. There's a lot of money flowing that, so who knows? Who knows, man? It could be 50 Cent Army, who knows? Or you could just be a loopy person. Anyway, that's all it the real question is, what's the difference? No, I wouldn't mind working as counter intel. I bet I'd be good at it. So easy now. Like I said, because they always, amongst many other things, they pronounce very well. They're very straightforward. It always follows a certain pattern, especially on Twitter. Like that commercial. The MasterCard. Someone tells me, I want to go to DC and go to all the different. You must like that, right? No, but seriously, I do. I want to go to all the monuments and stuff, and I've never been. I want to see them. But something tells me I'm gonna get lazy and my sleep schedule isn't gonna help me. And by the time I even think about it seriously, it's gonna really be like the middle of the summer and way too hot. Because I know DC gets super fucking hot, but it's a beautiful thing. It's a beautiful place. A lot of people love this country. I just want to show how American exceptionalism is not only ethically right, but it fits with psychology. Because our motivation is structured a certain way where we will have the greatest motivation with the greatest autonomy. And that in that case, people learn through social learning theory, or basically learn by example. So you don't have to force someone; they just see an example. They have a good reason to do it, and they do it. You don't need to fucking coerce beautiful. No, absolutely not. No, you know, when the people were bringing on the monuments, even the ones that I would agree that were like kind of racist or put up like during the '60s where, or the '50s where, you know, because there were those, you know, those cheap statues they put up everywhere, in like the '50s where, you know, because of the civil rights movement. And even in that case, I think it's wrong to just, you know, to do that. I think, you know, you gotta, we have a law for a reason. Like people say, well, we need another revolution. We don't need another revolution. We have the fucking revolution already happened, and we have now self-governance, and you know, you could run for office, and you could influence, and you could organize, and you have speech, and all these things. Now, the time that you don't have these things, that where they say no, you can't run for office, you can't have speech, you know, all these, then you know, then it's like you got to talk about something. But we're not even close to that. We just got at worst a bunch of dirty tricksters, you know, who are using the system in that fucked up way. But you just got to be smart, and it sucks, right? Because you know, you got to, you know, move, but you know, this is a beautiful fucking thing. We don't want to ruin it. That's why I love Trump so much, because you know, you would think he's a fucking tyrant and all this stuff, and you know, and he knew that election was stolen, yet he was like, you know, we gotta let this thing roll. I'm not gonna, you know, radically rip this thing up, and it's just, you know, even if it's, you know, not the right thing to, but the you know, that they did steal that, it was wrong. You know, it's wrong to do that, and I think honestly, he may have done the right thing in the long run. But this country can survive so much, you know. But yeah, I don't like all that shit. You would? Of course you would. You got immunity. It's just you're what is it again? Confident number one, or whatever the fuck, or whatever the fuck it's called. But you know, no, it's no, I like I said, no. I was gonna, you know, when January 6th was gonna happen, I was thinking of going. I never really planned for it, but I wanted to go. You know, I'm glad I didn't, you know, because I'm sure if I was walking and you know, going to the Capitol, and then, you know, I could have easily been, you know, walked in there and shit, you know. You know, it's scary to think about that. You know, I definitely would have fucking stopped people. And look, I think there were like certain like feds in there that were not just provocatory, but I think there was also a set of feds or undercover cover people that were stopping anyone from doing anything too crazy. Because look, throughout all of 2020, right, of the riots in the summer, there were fucking fires lit at all of them. Yet not a single fucking fire, with all this controlled chaos, or with all this chaos, there's not one person set a fire, even though breaking shit and other stuff like that. Not a single fire, not even a little one, nothing, not a single. And that to me is just, no, I'm beautiful. That's a beautiful thing, but that tells me like there's a level of control. You know, not only, you know, the let's say the Afghanistan bombing 2 years ago, where took out the 13 service members. You know, we now know that there was a guy with a sniper rifle, like an American, ready to shoot the guy, and he didn't get clearance. The same thing was in Uvalde, and I saw a picture a couple months ago of how at, you know, like football games and stuff, the people at the there's like a sniper at the top, like a cop, and he's just there, just for, you know, just if he needs to be there. And so, and then I think about how we haven't been in a big war in a long time, and all the war gaming and all the we've every scenario, you know, almost has been. Although they're still trying, and I've seen the report where they're like, you know, we can't rely on the regression methods anymore. We need, you know, more what was it, small scale, or not small scale, smaller levels of scale, or what's the word? There's that other word. Yeah, scale. Yeah, Yeah, smaller scales. You know, because of I guess people like me, I guess, or whatever. You know, because who knows what we're doing, right? Even though I'm like literally trying to create a fucking like book and dissertation, so hopefully that will dispel and quell, you know, people's suspicions and all that, you know, because it's like I'm really want to. It's a gift to everybody. I know that sounds crazy, but no, really, it's a gift. I want people. I want us to be a family and see each other and be like, we don't agree with each other, but that's fine. It's just like you don't hate the person you're in a sporting match. You compete against them. You damn right you want to win, but you don't hate them and you shake their hand afterward. There's no animosity and you can have a laugh about it later and all that stuff. And talk about it. We can have that. We have. It doesn't matter. Even like I said, even with things like abortion, even though it's touching, I wouldn't bring it up often. You don't have to think of the person as just like they kill babies. Maybe they have a different conception of what of in the same way we don't. I think you heard me already say that. People in the HOV lane, can't count their baby as a passenger. There's something to be said about, well, maybe certain laws don't apply. Now, I don't believe that, but that's not the same as saying, children should be mutilated or killed or whatever. So it's just thinking the worst of one another. And I think it's because the media has got this horrible habit of getting people to act, and doing so with scaring them and saying this extreme thing. So that's going to help them move, whether it is to vote or whatever. And I think do that enough times and it's just going to be fatigue and delusion, like that dark pedagogy book, Denial, Death, and Delusion, or no, Denial, Death. It should be Denial, Death, and Delusion, but it's Denial, Death, and Insanity, and that's definitely what's on the route there. But yeah, I mean, and look, what's really bothering me is all the fucking white national shit. I mean, I'm not for the woke stuff either, but there's a lot of that stuff, and I hate. And hopefully, I don't know what the fuck's going on here. I'm being fucking watched and shit, but it's like these guys are literally like posting just pictures of just like, or videos of black people, committing crimes against white people, stuff from years ago, just making it seem like it's like more than what it is, and yes, it's disproportionate, but the overall likelihood is small. But regardless, though, it's just fomenting hate. It's just and yet I call a Cuban Jew, Steve Pichenik, who's a spook. I call him a spook. I say once a spook, always a spook, and I get banned from Twitter for a fucking week under Elon. But yet, fucking guy, hashtag or not hashtag, handle race and consciousness could literally talk all day about how black people are inferior and white people are better, or even that the races should be separate, or that segregation was a good thing, and but I call a Cuban Jew a spook, which for some reason is associated with a slur against black people, which makes no sense, because if you actually go back to that supposed spookwaffen, which was the Tuskegee Airmen, they didn't. They called themselves that, for fuck's sake. I mean, it doesn't even make any sense. Well, how is that even racist? I mean, it's like spook, like you come now, you see me, now you don't. Like I don't. It's like the fuck, man. It's just like shit, and it's and the fucking. And I sent that to fucking Elon's people in the rebuttal, and there's a rebuttal or the reply or whatever, appeal. There we go. And I was like, look, here's the dictionary definition. Here's the way I've used it throughout my Twitter history. It's obvious what I'm talking about. I'm talking about intel spook. And I literally get an email back that says, racism will not be tolerated. But stuff like that makes me keep going, because it's so obvious. It's so obvious that these racist accounts could become professionalized and monetized, and yet I'm not allowed to, because I called an old spook a spook when spook is you know, and I don't. It's never been used in a derogatory way against black people. That is just an anachronism. There's never been a time and a place where people were like, "Oh, spook." It's just, you know, it's almost like that's part of the intel thing. It's like, no, you can't make fun of us. You can't call us out because really there is no. It's such a great word, isn't it? To call them out, call you out, whatever, call people out. Yeah, like I said, you know, and look, maybe there are good spooks out there. You know, I think Adam Curry could be a good spook, but you know, going on DeSantis like that, the sandwich, it, you know, questions. But you know, ultimately, I think, you know, I can't trust anybody. You know? So you know, that's why. I mean, I think the CIA came up with. I have it there. The basically like a method of figuring out how to discern fact from opinion, or not fact from opinion, discern the truth, and in a kind of like hermeneutical way, like on the fly, to make sure like you know you don't get duped by shit. You know, like I have a whole I've seen a whole book on well, it's actually on the CIA website. You know, you could download it. It's what do you call it? The like cognitive psychology, you know, for intelligence analysis, and essentially it's just, you know, a lot of all the psychological stuff, you know, being applied to that, you know, all the how the biases affect that and how to work around that and compensate that, you know. And it's like, man, we could teach a low resolution version of this to the kids in school just so they don't buy bullshit, or develop their ideas better. But instead, the, you know, CIA wants to use it to lie, cheat, and steal, and supposedly for our benefit. And you know, I mean, I could understand the idea of what they're supposed to do. I mean, like if they were, I don't know if they are doing this, but if they were good, they'd be out there trying to make the, the France and other nations that are closing up with China. They're trying to, you know, put out propaganda in those spheres that remind people of how lousy China is, or framing China in a bad light. You know, reminding people of certain things and harping on that and all that. Maybe that is happening. I don't know, but I can't say whether or not it is. But that is what I would expect, and that's what I hope. But at the same time, it's like, how do you trust a liar? How do you trust someone who's literally allowed and bred to lie? To me, it's like, you know, how do you know if there's not an inner circle, you know, where, yeah, you got all these good people doing good things, but then there's an inner circle, you know, which has its own, you know, remember, I come from a fucking psychology background. I know how to do the selection process. I get it. Most people see it as a black box. I could see how you could easily adapt that in these kinds of ways, and so you could find ways of selecting for those people that are the most likely to not basically snitch, or be a, you know, be a party pooper in that way, and are committed, you know, and usually that glue is usually blackmail. You know, you get some really good dirt on them, and they basically do whatever they want. They'll do whatever you want. And so, you know, that's, I mean, that's what Epstein was, right? He was basically working for us, literally getting dirt on every fucking person out there. Did he have to bang kids while doing it? Maybe he didn't bang kids. Maybe that's all a cover. Like, there's pictures now, right? That was a pilot girl. How old was she? Oh, and there was the girls from Miami, though, right? What the sheriff got him for. So okay, so no, there, yeah, he was with that. So yeah. So did he have to do that, or maybe he took advantage of that? Maybe he was like, I'm in that position where I'm supposed to get all this dirt, but because I'm in this position, I could also abuse it in a way, or further abuse it. You know, I give a lot of heat and skepticism and almost not despair. You know, I decry a lot of what politicians do. But when it comes to the armed forces and even some of the intel, but not really intel, but the especially armed forces, I trust them, you know, and I think that they do have our interests in mind. Not all of them, and possibly not at the upper brass, but most of them are good, and it's just that's why they're there, and it's just I'm afraid they get duped, or and I wonder if some of them, if they're ordered to, let's say, stand down if something happens, and would they take that order, or would they say no, that's wrong, or would they say, maybe I don't know enough, it's but I don't like, even with the woke thing, I don't like the whole like DEI stuff being pushed in the military and other places as well. But I'm not going to turn around and say, well, that means that now, because they got multiple pronouns, they don't know how to be ready for defense and stuff like that, or know how to fight. I'm a little worried about the shots, because that's a little different. But in terms of the woke stuff, it's like, it's not great, but I'm sure they're still teaching them how to do it. And look, I got, this fighting machine is so awesome that it's people understand that if we were anybody else, we'd be taking over the planet, we'd just be, because we could, but it's like that song, God bless America, my home sweet home, through the mountains, the valleys, the oceans right from. God bless America. Stand beside her and guide her, and so we have to guide her to what? The light up above, that standard that we can't reach, but we could walk in the direction of, and that makes the whole difference. And in that gap, that lacuna of space, that perpetually between us and that standard, that star, is, even though it can't be breached, because it can't be breached, it is an infinite or in essence wellspring, fountainhead of potential. Not necessarily infinite, but just unending potential. Because if you could close that gap and reach that standard, there'd be nothing left to do, really, it'd be over. But no, things keep moving, and that's what makes America have all that potentiality just grow out of that. And it's rough, though, all the riots and stuff, you rip up social conventions and stuff, but we've done it before. Or maybe you put the kid in the car seat and you put him in the front car, or the front seat. I mean, Florida has a fucked up. Well, Florida allows people that get arrested for felonies to have their information posted. There's other states that keep it secret. I guess they care more about the privacy of the criminal. But this guy, he killed his fucking family. He killed 2 stepkids and 2 of his own kids that were the younger ones, after his wife, basically was accusing him of cheating, and it's just like, and then the cop smelled the fucking body in the car when he pulled them over. A while later, like months went by, because he first sent the kids away to like the grandparents, and then it's just fucked up. And those things are so fucking rare, but the media makes it feel like it's like next door, like it's just right there, and that's the problem. That's the real enemy. You want one for your notebook? The end of Fight Club, right? With the I think it's the banks, right? But like, imagine that, but with like all the legacy press. But again, right, what did they do? So they're nice people, right? They made sure everyone was out. You know, I mean, that was the whole like aesthetic, right? It was, you know, there was nobody left in the building, right? But you could do the same thing, but do like a, you know, like a digital virus or something, you know, as opposed to destruction of a fucking building. You know, you could just have a digital virus, and you know, honestly, I think some of the best thing would be if like a place like Netflix or some like entertainment stream like that just lost power. You know, and just like, oh shit, we can't do anything, and then it's like people would have to be forced to do something else. You know, I think it was a French guy a couple hundred years ago said, if I had the power to do anything, right, God's power, I'd make all these changes and all stuff. But if I had God's wisdom, I'd leave everything as it is. And at my most lucid states, I feel like that. That you know, things are all right. Things are fine. Ultimately. But that's not what the media does, right? It puts people in this despondent state. And now you got these white kids thinking, "Oh my gosh, you know, I can't be white anymore," or like you were never white to begin with. You're Italian or Irish or whatever, you know. But they're thinking they're being targeted, and it's like that's not the way to do it. You know, you don't become despondent. You speak up to it, but do so with love. You know, again, the Bible talks about it. Paul says, you know, you don't want to just go around spouting the truth. Even if it's true, you're just like a noisy cymbal, gong, just going around just bam, 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 right? Even if it's like, hey, everything I'm saying is true and it's correct, but it's like you do it without love, you do it without consideration for the people you say it to. So you have to, you know, kind of meet them where they're at. You can't just like say, this is the truth, take it. You gotta give it to them in a way that it means something to them, and that's what it means to have love, because love is empathetic and you want the best for the other person. So you want to meet them where they're at and lift them up. I'd probably fall asleep within 90 seconds. How much you want to bet? 7's a good number, right? All right. I think my my spooky accomplices, or not I'm sorry, I take that back. My spooky companions, there we go, have left. And so my taxpayer dollars pay for, it's almost like I'm paying for my own like company in like a roundabout way. 777. Yeah, exactly. You got it. Alrighty. See if I remember how to do this. Hopefully I get more into this streaming. But I got tons of books like this that all about globalism. Damn it. So anyone says, oh, there's no such thing. It's like, look at all these. Okay. Anglo-American establishment. That's a classic. Okay, so I want people to know what the deal is. I want them to know I'm coming in. What was it, like Junior said in The Sopranos, right? I'm coming in heavy. It's like, if you're gonna come in here, you gotta come in heavy. And guess what? I'm coming in heavy. Heavy. Look at that. The Trump. No one has this shit, man. these people don't have YouTube channels. Look at that. I love Alex Jones. Okay. Wars of Rackets, Smedley Butler. The Changing Global Order. China's cultural soft power, which is really sharp, not soft. This is a big red flag. The handbook, or the idea of development. Whenever you see, like I have a paper, which actually should be somewhere in here. It's an article called From Aid to Development, and that tells you everything in the title. Basically, it shows you how the UN puts their foot in the door with giving you aid, and then that aid becomes a reason for them to start to tell you how to develop, how to modernize, how to run yourself. Basically, next thing you know, you're being run by the UN, and so it's it's hilarious. And then when you realize, well, where did the UN come from? Was it the peoples of the world came together and said, like, we need this, just in the way like our Constitution was formed, all the people came and ratified it? No. How was it formed? You had Rockefeller and a few other cronies create it, and then fill it with some shills, and then the rest of the world followed in tow because they said, wow, look at all those people in one place. How impressive. All right, here's money. It's like that's how that's what's called corporate capture, or industrial capture, or even cognitive capture. But what was the other one? It was industrial, and then market capture, or regulatory capture. There we go, regulatory capture. Yeah. Look, global citizenship studies, climate change, human rights, and moral thresholds. Where do you think that's going? World government. I love this. From global collective obligations to institutional obligations. Look at COVID. COVID-19 and the world order. Is that by David Icke? No. That's by two fucking academics. And who published this? Stone Press? No. Johns Hopkins. Oh, yeah. Yeah, baby. The Right Path to Public Health. Chelsea Clinton in 2017 published a book with someone else titled Who Runs the World? Global Health Preparedness, or Global Health Preparing for Public Health, something like that. But it was literally called Who Runs the World? So implying that the people that are in charge of public health run the world. She's literally telling you 2017. I mean, man. I tweeted that like a year and a half ago, and it only has like 5 likes, or probably even less. It's like amazing. By the way, and I've been shadow banned for sure. I used to get 2,000 likes or 2,000 views on a tweet, and now I get less than a few dozen. I ain't gonna stop though. I'm just gonna, like I said, I'm just gonna come in heavier and heavier, because you can't stop the truth. Can't stop ideas, especially when they come from your own establishment. Look at this. Future of global affairs: managing discontinuity, disruption, and destruction. What's that about? Wait. Managing what discontinuity? What destruction of the nation state? That's called managing the fall. Not manage. What's it called? Managing the decline, right? So that even though you're declining, they're kind of steering it in a way to keep it kind of like in a steady decline, like an orderly decline, right? So they could easily, jump off ship and and relocate on the ark that Novel Harari talked about, right? the elite's arc that they're gonna have to jump on when the big cataclysm happens, and you know, big flood or whatever the fuck they think is gonna happen with the climate change. And we're not all stupid, man. And you know, people, oh, you gotta turn off. I don't turn off. I don't turn off. And what's in here is going to get into the minds of people and change how people think about things. Change how they come to understand things. See, that's fifth generational, right? That's for the hearts and minds. It has nothing to do with energy, physical energy, or you know, big metal or cannons. It has nothing to do with that. It's just truth. And we live in a country where free speech is enshrined. Thank God. We're the only country that has free speech enshrined. Everyone else has a little asterisk on theirs, on their, you know, and they don't even call it free speech many of the time. A lot of them call it free expression, as if it's like, you know, the freedom to do this. You know, it's like speech is communication. Who gives a fuck what you do in private? Speech is communication. Like, for instance, now I'm speaking, even though, like, if you're listening to this, it's speech. Even if no one ever hears it, if you're hearing this, it's speech. Speech is directed. It's communicative. It's, you know, there's no purpose. There's no reason to do it in your house alone where no one can hear you or see you. That is horrible. And yet people are always saying that's, you know, that's the way you know, could say whatever you want. No. And again, obscenity is not speech. So, yeah, there's many wrinkles to this, but all I know is that we got the globalist number. Look at that. What is a free state? I love libraries. I really do. Okay, global cultural policy. What the fuck? All right. Towards a new paradigm of global development beyond the limits of international development. Oh, we gotta get rid of that pesky, you know, national sovereignty thing, you know, because, you know, it's too slow. You know, there's gonna be a pandemic, and they're not gonna be able to coordinate quick enough. They're gonna need to, you know, get rid of all those boundaries and just, you know, give me the keys to your house and I'll clean it. Yeah. All right. Enough of this. Fix it. Oh, look at that. I got two here. What's up? Ah, I gotta be this guy, right? I'll get to this later. I'm too fucking tired to deal with another fucking spook. You know. And no, I don't think everyone's a spook. That would be paranoid. That'd be dumb. I already had my paranoid fit, you know, when I was in my early 20s. You know, that was way more interesting than this. No, it's just like I said. There's a certain pattern, and I've actually, you know, I have documents that I've written that explain this. I just haven't published them because I don't think I should, at least yet. Anyway, all right. You know what? Let's see. Ooh, okay, good. No, start recording. No, stop streaming. There we go. All righty. Thank you. Thank you for the company. I truly appreciate it. I'll see you sometime in the future. Bye.